Even though that's the only tornado warning on the map, there's still significant flash flooding risks for many other counties in our viewing area. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go and add the flash flood warnings to the map here. It gets very cluttered when I do that. That's why I haven't had them turned on earlier. But most of our viewing area at this point is under a flash flood warning. I would say the greatest risk of flooding on the roads at the moment is in Goldsboro, most of Wayne County, Wilson getting hit hard likely if we're able to pull up a Wilson camera. The Whirligig Park, we're working on that right now. I'm sure that's looking like quite a mess with the wind, the lightning, very heavy rain coming down in Wilson, and that extends up into Rocky Mount. There we go. There's our Wilson camera. You can see the rain really coming down, the whirligigs spinning at the moment. It's low visibility there in Wilson. Wow, as some of the worst of this storm moves through. You can see why Wilson was just added to that flash flood warning. That flash flood warning will go until 5 o'clock. A lot of lightning picking up as well. I want to get a quick update on how much lightning there is within these storms. It's a pretty remarkable number.
Thing is that an hour ago, that total strikes that you're showing, an hour ago that was at 11 strikes. Now it's at 127.
Yeah, 127 for a tropical system is impressive.
That's a lot. Yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, so Kat, I'll take the flash flood warning there that you were just mentioning until 5 p.m., pardon me. But there you see, again, Wilson, areas like Nash and Edgecombe counties having to deal with that and contend with that. But you also notice, again, that Boeing shape right over Wilson, an indication of those strong wind gusts as well. We've also noticed over the last little bit, the power outage numbers increasing farther south of this line. So Clinton now, or Sampson County, more than 1,000 power outages. I would expect that we would start to see those numbers climbing as well in parts of Wayne and Wilson counties. But as Kat was showing, it's important that we continue to remind you from a broader view. If you're watching in the green, we're kind of all clear from any kind of severe storms. You still have some scattered activity going on. But as far as any kind of damaging tornadoes or anything like that, you are in the clear. It's really near and to the east of I-95 that we continue to monitor that potential for some really nasty weather. Wakefield, the National Weather Service in Wakefield did just say that they had wind damage. Let's see, this was on the eastbound routes of eastbound lanes of Route 728 near the intersection with 1 Mile Road, and closed due to a tree across the roadway. They then just updated that they are continuing the tornado warning that Kat has been telling you guys about. And again, that is Mecklenburg County, Virginia, and now a severe thunderstorm warning that has just popped up for Edgecombe County. That is until 2:15. So let's take the flood alerts off. I'll bring you guys the tornado and the severe weather alerts that have just popped up into the system, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. Let's see here. Let's go to severe thunderstorm warning. So we're just having to make some adjustments here with how we're analyzing some things. So let's see, the tornado warning, it's actually not showing up. I'm wondering, there we go, if I press the button, that might help. So there's your tornado warning until 1:30, and this is again going to be west of South Hill. And that is until, again, 1:30. This is going to be areas like Boydton and Clark City. But the new severe thunderstorm warning is also the storm that meteorologist Kat Campbell has been tracking. That is the one that right now is over Wilson until 2:15 p.m. This is for areas like Red Oak and Rocky Mountain. You see that heading up toward Enfield. Now, the National Weather Service in Raleigh did put a tag on this that says a tornado is possible. So there's not only the threat for some strong wind gusts, but there's also the threat for a tornado embedded within this line. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and check out the velocity, see if there's anything that indicates a possible tornado. And at the moment, I don't see that. But what I do see, again, and this is something we've noticed quite a bit, is this Boeing feature in the line of storms. So here's Wilson, the air rushing into the storm right there. And in fact, if we have an opportunity, would love to see that Wilson camera again. But then you're starting to get toward areas like Pine Tops in Edgecombe County. And there's Wilson on the right-hand side of your screen, where the wind is not quite as strong as what meteorologist Kat Campbell was just showing a few moments ago. Goes to show how quickly these storms are moving through. But it's certainly loud and bright as you see those lightning strikes on the left-hand side of your screen. So if you're in Elm City, Pine Tops, you're going to be seeing the worst of this storm coming through here within the next little bit. As you see that line right around Stantonsburg. What I'll do is take the line. Before I do that, let me confirm with the Weather Service. They said that this is moving to the northeast. Pull up their data here at 45 miles per hour. So that'll better help me put a track on it for you guys so you can see exactly when this is going to be impacting certain communities. Let's take this northeast again, 45 miles per hour. And there we go. So Elm City, now you're feeling it. Stantonsburg at 1:12. That's 2 minutes from now. Saratoga at 1:15. Macclesfield, Pine Tops. Let's see, that just adjusted on me. So Pine Tops and Tarboro between 1:25 and 1:40. And then you get towards Scotland Neck just prior to 2 o'clock. So you see just how quickly this is going to be moving through. The other thing I want to point out, and we're just kind of analyzing as we go along here, is that right on the northern tip of that Boeing line, you see kind of a maximum in the lightning. This is where we could be seeing some rotation. A lot of times on the northern end of these lines is where the rotation is a little bit stronger. So that's something that we're going to watch very closely for areas like Rocky Mount. In fact, it might be helpful in the next little bit if we can to get the Rocky Mount Mills camera up because I'm sure that's going to be looking pretty rough here within the next couple of minutes. So if you're in Rocky Mount, I would treat this seriously. I would almost treat this like it was a tornado warning, okay? This is going to produce the same amount of wind. I would get into your safe spot as soon as possible if you're in Rocky Mount. And I'm talking like right on, okay, so there we go. Rocky Mount Mills. Right now, let's see here, not looking at a ton of damage or anything like that, but it is coming your way, that strongest part of the storm. And again, there's potential for some rotation within that. So what I'll do is take the warning off of it. I'll even take the lightning off just to declutter the image a little bit because I know this is a lot. I understand that this is a lot for you guys to be looking at. And what you might be seeing here is right around Elm City, there could be a little bit of rotation. So that's why the National Weather Service in Raleigh put the tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. So I would treat it as if it were a tornado warning in areas like Elm City, in areas like Rocky Mount, and in areas like Tarboro. And keep in mind with all this rain, this is very, very intense rain. You're not going to be able to really see anything. And there you have it. That northern line is where you could be seeing a little bit of that rotation. Kat, are you seeing anything maybe differently from what I was just saying?
I was just checking in to see if we had gotten any reports in. Damage-wise, I do think that these winds are unfortunately probably going to produce some damage around Wilson County and Edgecombe County, especially the Boeing signature that you've been mentioning. That's when you kind of get this little bit of a bulge out on the radar. That's indicative of really powerful winds, and that's why the National Weather Service has issued this severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not seeing any signs of rotation yet, but this could be a precursor for it to begin to develop, especially because it's kind of wrapping around, so it can sometimes pick up a little bit of rotation, and you can actually see, you know, there's this little area that I'm watching right in here. It's not rotating yet, but if it were to begin to rotate, it's probably going to be right between Elm City and Rocky Mount. Unfortunately, folks, they're far too familiar with tornadoes right now. That's not the current threat. We just want to let you know that we're concerned about, we're concerned about the potential for this to begin to rotate. So let's take a look inside the storm. Really strong signatures for wind gusts. I mean, 60-mile-an-hour winds seem pretty likely as it heads into Rocky Mount here pretty soon. You got a little bit of time before it gets there, another 10, 15 minutes, but it's moving your way pretty quickly, so you need to treat this severe thunderstorm warning like it's a tornado warning there in Rocky Mount. Let's get a look at the tornado warning that we are tracking. That is up in Mecklenburg County, Virginia, tracking a bit closer to Chase City at the moment. It has now moved out of Clarksville and Carr Lake. You are in the clear. I've been been watching this the whole time. Meteorologist Chris Michaels has been talking, ready to jump in if I thought it looked any more dangerous. The good news I have for you is the rotation never really tightened back up. So it's not terribly concerning what we are seeing up in Chase City right now in Mecklenburg County, Virginia. I do believe that the National Weather Service office will probably let this expire perhaps a little bit early there. And we can even look, let me check in and see if they have said whether or not they plan on expiring this early. We've been getting pretty good updates from them. They're continuing the warning at 1:07, so they updated it about 8 minutes ago. And they're going to leave it up for right now, that tornado warning in effect for another 15 minutes. It looks like I am hearing from the National Weather Service in Raleigh. I want to pull up our tornado watch map for you. There should be an update to this map coming in about 30 minutes to the tornado watch map. That will likely include the National Weather Service dropping Wake County from the tornado watch. That should be coming in about 30 minutes. I would imagine Cumberland County, Harnett County, probably Durham and Orange County, Person County should at least be cleared from that as well. So good news, in about 30 minutes, we're going to be able to give the official all clear to many other communities that are currently under that tornado watch. But I'm not seeing really concerning tornado potential in that storm in Mecklenburg County. I really think that the storm that's moving into Rocky Mount is far more dangerous right now than what we are seeing in Mecklenburg County. So that is why I'm focusing in on this storm cell. I just didn't want anybody in Mecklenburg County to think that we had forgotten about them. The severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for another hour. It's a really long severe thunderstorm warning and a rather large one that the National Weather Service office issued, extending all the way up into Halifax County. A lot of lightning within this storm. It's a loud storm. It is a dangerous storm. It is absolutely pouring rain there right now. You do not want to be driving on the roads in Rocky Mount. And in Elm City, still some gusty winds, but I think the strongest of the wind gusts have passed. What I want to do here is I want to take a look at the loop here and just show you, kind of the direction that the storm is moving. And it's right in between the red and the green, where you've got the strongest winds. So the strongest winds are out of Wilson now, and they're moving right over Elm City, and they're going to be headed right into Rocky Mount here pretty soon. And a brand new tornado warning has just come out for this storm that we're watching right now. We told you just a couple minutes ago that we were worried that this one would spin up and begin rotating, and that is exactly what is happening. So if you live in Rocky Mount, you are under a tornado warning right now. This storm is tracking directly toward Rocky Mount. It's moving to the north at 45 miles per hour. Let's take a look here at the storm track. We are going to put a storm track on the rotating part of the storm right now and get a good idea. It's moving at 45 miles per hour. And the timing for Rocky Mount 124. If you live in Rocky Mount, you need to be done preparing in your safe place by 1:20. I think you really need to get there even faster than what this storm track is showing. These are some of the stronger winds that we've noticed today on the radar. So this is concerning in Rocky Mount. I do want to get some more towns up here on the storm track. Rocky Mount 124, I'm going to speed this up a little bit because I just get the feeling based on the scans that I'm seeing that it's moving faster than 45 miles per hour. Rocky Mount 123, Meadowbrook 124, Battleboro 132, Cherry Crossroads at 134, Gold Rock 134, Whitaker's 138, Infield 145. Unfortunately, folks, these are some of the same areas that I had to call out just over a year ago in July with the EF3 tornado that touched down. So let's take a town-by-town look. Sharpsburg, that's where the worst rotation is right now. This is going to be crossing right over Bullock's Crossroads, Joyner Crossing, West Edgecombe, Ashbrook communities, paralleling South Church Street and Highway 301 there, headed up into Rocky Mount. Probably crossing right over Rocky Mount between downtown Rocky Mount and Brake Road and the Brake community there. And as the storm continues to move to the north, should be crossing near Springfield Road, Leggett Road. If you live anywhere near downtown Rocky Mount, you need to be in your safe place immediately. This is a very populated area and some pretty powerful winds that we are going to see move through. The Dorches community, you are also likely to see this rotation eventually arrive near you. Red Oak in Nashville, I think it's going to be just west of you. A new scan coming in right now, a little bit stronger with the rotation. So I want to get a different view of this using our shear rate tool. This shows you where we've got the rotation right now. This is a really simple simplified way to look at the threats. I'm also going to clear the severe thunderstorm warning off the map here, the yellow box, because we really need to focus in on the rotating part of the storm. That is right in here. I'm going to circle it in blue here in just a moment. It's right in here that we've got the most rotation right now. So it's now north of Sharpsburg. The worst is over in Sharpsburg, but the worst has not yet hit in Rocky Mount. This will be right along South Wesleyan Boulevard, Highway 301 that turns into South Church Street eventually as you head into Rocky Mount. Woodcrest Park also seeing this, as well as West Edgecombe and Brake. This will all be headed your direction. We did switch the dual Doppler 5000 radar over today into our velocity mode, basically our tornado tracking mode, so we can get faster scans and a good look inside the storm. And you can also see a pretty clear signature using the dual Doppler 5000 radar right now of where we've got these winds going toward the radar right in here and the winds going away from the radar. In fact, the signature on the dual Doppler 5000 radar, the rotation actually looks tighter than what we're seeing from the National Weather Service radar right now. So I'm actually seeing an even more concerning picture using the dual Doppler 5000 radar. This is right between Ashbrook and Highway 301 that we've got the rotation moving. Right now it is headed directly for Rocky Mount. If you live in the Rocky Mount community, you really need to be seeking shelter immediately there. Unfortunately, the winds look pretty robust and nothing particularly concerning on the debris detector. That's certainly good news. That's what we want to see. But let's take a look here and start going town by town and really calling out some of the streets that are most at risk. West Raleigh Boulevard, South Church Street, all of downtown Rocky Mount, Tarboro Street, Hammond Street. All of these areas are really going to be at risk right now. And can we double box this? Actually, Chris has the Rocky Mount Mills camera up right now. We're not seeing anything just yet. As this gets closer, if it looks a bit more robust, we will let you know and we'll take a closer look. I do want to get a look at the wind speeds using the dual Doppler 5000 radar. We've got 30 miles per hour and about 35 miles per hour. So you add those numbers up and you're at 65 miles per hour. When you add up the two numbers, the gate-to-gate shear, and they equal 80 miles per hour, that's when you're really concerned that there could potentially be a tornado on the ground. So what we're seeing right now, maybe not that strong yet, but it's possible we could get a funnel cloud out of this, and it's not out of the question that this could drop a tornado, especially given how it has been strengthening. We've been following it for you since about 1 o'clock as it crossed through Wilson, and it's just steadily with each scan been getting stronger and stronger. We've seen more and more lightning. We've been talking about that for the past hour as we've tracked this storm, and all the lightning definitely a sign that it's strengthening as well. So if you live in Rocky Mount, you are under this tornado warning until 1:45. The worst is going to be hitting Rocky Mount over the next 15 minutes, so we want you in your safe place immediately. Head to the lowest level of your home and the most interior room. Here's the latest radar scan. Let's get a look at the wind speeds. Again, this is using the dual Doppler 5000 radar, so you've got about 30, similar to what we saw earlier in terms of the wind speeds. But the benefit of using the dual Doppler 5000 radar is just sometimes in certain locations we can get a lower scan of the sky, and these tropical spin-up tornadoes are very low to the ground. The cloud bases are incredibly low, so it's important to get that low-level scan. We also have additional tools that we can use. We can detect debris very quickly, sometimes up to 6 minutes faster than other places, just because we get this feed in so quickly to our weather graphic system that you have here. Nothing terribly concerning on the debris detector that I'm seeing right now, which is good news, reassuring. And we're also going to take a look at the shear rate, not looking terribly threatening. I think the best tool that we have to see inside the storm right now is the velocity on the dual Doppler 5000 radar. And we're standing by, keeping an eye on the Rocky Mount Mills camera as well. Meteorologist Chris Michaels is closely monitoring that camera. It's impressive how much lightning there's been nearby. You know, just within this warning here, there's been about 88 strikes of lightning within the past 15 minutes as well. So, you know, that's a threat in itself in terms of power outages. We want to remind folks, if you lose power, we are streaming for free on YouTube, and we are streaming for free on the WRAL News app. Bring your phone with you into your safe place, and you can stream our live coverage there. Chris?
Yeah, and really the amount of lightning, when you hear 88 strikes and you're talking about like a summertime thunderstorm, you almost like laugh at it, right? But when it comes to these tropical systems, as Kat was saying, they're really not reaching to a very tall part of the atmosphere. So for this to be producing that much lightning is really impressive, and it's a sign of its strength. And we're awaiting some damage reports from the National Weather Service. If you were to take Wayne County, right, you see all that lightning near and to the north of Goldsboro and that tornado-warned storm right around Rocky Mount. It's about 150 lightning strikes within the past 10 or 15 minutes. So this is really impressive stuff that we're tracking that's continuing to move along into the east of I-95. Again, if you were to go farther west into parts of Wake and Johnston and Harnett and Durham, Orange, Franklin counties, the worst of the weather is over, and I would expect an end to the tornado watch that's been in effect for you guys. But this is why we're really focusing on this particular part of the area. In fact, especially right there in Rocky Mount. And as Kat said, is the velocity is going to be your best bet as far as tracking this. So let's kind of go street level here. You see Cokie Road, Hammond Street, East Grand Avenue. This is all right around Rocky Mount, North Gray Street. And now the rotation is directly over Rocky Mount. Let me take off that lightning count so that we're not really getting distracted here. But there you see West Thomas Street and Battle Park Lane. This is heading up toward Atlantic Avenue, North Church Street, Springfield Road. Again, if I'm calling out your road name, you should be getting into your safe place immediately. And as Kat was saying, you bring the phone, the tablet with you just in case you need to seek a safe spot. So when we're talking about the rotation, there's your green, there's your red. There's an indication of your rotation right over Rocky Mount. So because that's the case, I'm going to bring up our camera in Rocky Mount, which has gotten a little tougher to read there at Rocky Mount Mills. It's not exactly as clear as maybe it was just a little bit ago, and you're starting to see the raindrops like really flying there. So an indication of the wind that's really starting to pick up. We've seen lightning flashes here for the last little bit. In fact, you see the rain moving sideways there. I was trying to see if that was a condensation funnel, but I don't necessarily think I saw anything like that. So staying with this image for a little bit, and Kat actually showing the shear rate. Again, a great tool for us that we can only use here, and it looks strong right there around Rocky Mount.
It does. I was just talking to meteorologist Mike Mays back in the Weather Center, and it looks like it's trying to tighten up the rotation, both on velocity and on our shear rate. This is really concerning because it's tightening up right over downtown Rocky Mount as we speak. So there are a couple areas of circulation that we're watching, but this one on the west side of town, let me draw on it for you right in here. This is the area that we're most concerned about right now on the west side of downtown Rocky Mount. So this is Nash Street, Hammond Street, up toward River Drive, 64, Highway 64 there, and then just west of Atlantic Avenue. However, if you're in Atlantic Avenue, I really still think you need to be in your safe place. This is going to be headed and basically paralleling North Wesleyan Boulevard. North Wesleyan Boulevard, you need to be in your safe place immediately. We're tracking, from South Wesleyan Boulevard once we pass over the highway up into North Wesleyan Boulevard. So please immediately seek shelter. Tanner Road, Jeffries Road, Bienvenue Road, also under the threat. High Meadow, you're going to be next. Dorches, you're close enough where you really need to be in your safe place as well, the lowest level of your home and the most interior room. In the Brake community, there's also some strong, robust winds, not rotating quite as tight, though, as what we are seeing on the west side of town in Rocky Mount. I'm going to take off the lightning detector here. I want to get a look inside the storm. It looks like we just got a new update to the polygon. I want to take a closer look. So Wilson, you've been trimmed out of the tornado warning, which is definitely good news. Edgecombe County, Nash County, you remain in the tornado warning. I do want to look, though. Sometimes we get an update in the speed of the storm. 40 miles per hour is how quickly the storm's moving to the north. So you can see how fast you saw that red area on the west side of town in Rocky Mount jump to the north. It's going to be headed toward the High Meadows community. That's where the rotation is headed next. Let's take a look at the velocity that we have here. Definitely showing some rotation that's headed that way. So this is the wind moving toward the radar right in here, and this is the wind moving away from the radar on the west side of town in Rocky Mount. This is going to be crossing right over North Wesleyan Boulevard, a very, very highly traveled road in Rocky Mount on the north side of town, the same road that I unfortunately had to call out during the EF3 tornado that we had last July in Rocky Mount. The good news, I want to reassure you folks, this is very, very unlikely to be anything like what we saw last July. I mean, last July was a totally different setup than this. However, there is still danger. We still want you to seek shelter. Just check out what's happening in the Rocky Mount, on the Rocky Mount Mills camera there. Really impressive rainfall rates. This is why you need to be indoors in your safe place. Even if you're not in the rotating part of the thunderstorm that we're tracking right now that's headed for High Meadows, you are still likely to see very powerful winds up to 60 miles per hour move through this very heavy rain, leading to incredibly dangerous conditions on the roads. You just don't want to be driving in this, and that is exactly why. Just check out the rain coming down in our Rocky Mount Mills camera. Really remarkable right there right now. The worst of the storm, the rotating part of the storm, is crossing right over River Drive right now. It's going to be crossing the highway here pretty soon. Let's take a wide view. Rocky Mount, this is where we've got the rotation. You can really clearly see it now on the radar. Right in here, right on the north side of town in Rocky Mount. I can't give Rocky Mount as a city the all clear just yet, and that is because people that live in the Rocky Mount area code are still considered within this warning right now. So not all clear in Rocky Mount. You need to still be in your safe place. If you live on the south side of town in Rocky Mount, you should be able to come out of your safe place soon. But unfortunately, with each scan, the rotation is only getting tighter and tighter, and you can really see the reds and the greens up against each other. Let me look inside the storm, and hey, Mike and Chris, can you take a look at the debris detector to make sure we don't have anything showing up? Okay, Mike Mays is monitoring the debris detector. He hasn't seen anything show up. Great news there. But when I put the winds up against each other, those winds are now adding up even higher. So we're at 70 mile an hour gate to gate shear, and it does look like potentially we have something showing up now on the new scan. The winds are even stronger with this scan, about to cross over North Wesleyan Boulevard. We've got a 54 mile an hour wind against a 31. That's 80 miles per hour, more than 80 adding up. So this is now in the territory where it is much more likely to actually drop a tornado right on the north side of town in Rocky Mount. That's concerning to see that number get above 80 miles per hour. That's one of the things we look at. This is right over Battle Park Lane, tracking up North Wesleyan Boulevard, High Meadows community. Okay, we do have a debris ball down. It looks like a debris signature showing up. So this looks like we have a tornado on the ground, or potentially a tornado on the ground. Let me reach out to the National Weather Service.
Because it looks like it's...
They have confirmed there appears to be debris in Wilson County, just north of Rocky Mount. So this is in Rocky Mount, just on the north side of town. This means that there is a tornado on the ground right now, likely in Rocky Mount, that's about to cross over North Wesleyan Boulevard. It is critical for folks on North Wesleyan Boulevard to pull over. Pull your car to the side of the road, get into shelter, a gas station, a fast food restaurant. At least stop driving, pull over your car. Do not park under a bridge, though. That is not the safest place you can be because of the wind tunnel effect. And let me get some stats on the debris that we're seeing on the radar right now. It's about a mile wide, the detection of debris. However, that debris often, as it gets thrown really high into the air, will spread out. So we've got about a mile wide of debris, and the height of that debris being lofted into the air by this tornado is about 1,350 feet off the ground. So this is potentially a really dangerous storm. That's one look, but I want to take a look at the debris potential. It's even more robust on the dual Doppler 5000 radar. This is the advantage to having a dual pole radar at WRAL. We have a live look at a tornado on the ground just north of Rocky Mount. It's very evident because of the way our dual pole radar scans the sky in 2 dimensions that this is not rain. This is nothing meteorological. It's a bunch of different shapes and sizes. We have a really clear signature, folks. This is a very dangerous situation. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground just north of Rocky Mount that's moving into the High Meadows community. We need to head to the north and start calling out streets. This is really dangerous. Gold Rock Road, Cummings Road, Belmont Lake Drive, Drake Road, Hart Farm Road NC Highway 4, North Wesleyan Boulevard, we've been telling you that. Battleboro, Gold Rock, get into your safe place immediately. Dorches, if you live on the west side of town, you need to be in your safe place as soon as possible. This is a particularly, this is a dangerous situation. This is a tornado on the ground that's headed your direction. And if we look inside the storm at the Joule Doppler 5000 radar, we can see some pretty strong colors showing up, but the better tool that we have right now is this area right in here. This is where the tornado is producing debris. This is where the tornado has touched down over the High Meadows community. It's going to be headed directly up toward Gold Rock. And unfortunately, I fear that this tornado touched down right around North Wesleyan Boulevard in Rocky Mount, an area that was just hit by the EF3 tornado that we saw just over a year ago there. And of course, these communities have been through a lot recently as well with all the tornado warnings that we saw during Debbie, but a really dangerous situation unfolding right now with a confirmed tornado on the ground that is tracking through High Meadows, just north of Rocky Mount, and is going to be headed up toward Battleboro. A big picture look here. The tornado warning expires at 1:45. There are 10 minutes left in this warning. However, it could be extended farther to the north to include the Enfield community. Let's take a look at the latest scans on the radar of what we're seeing right now. It's moving to the north at about 40 miles per hour. So the storm is basically paralleling the county line right here. It's moving to the north at 40 miles per hour. I'll have to zoom out a little bit to get a better view of the storm. Enfield, if you're at it, it's going to be arriving just before 2 o'clock there, but we're going to get a lot more town names up on this track to give you a better idea of who is likely to see the greatest impacts. Battleboro, there is a tornado on the ground that is headed your direction. It should arrive in just over 5 minutes. You have 6 minutes to get to your safe place. There is a tornado on the ground that's headed your direction. Whitaker's 148, Enfield 156, Heathsville 203, and Beaver Dam 204. Rocky Mount, let's take a breather here. Let's get the latest scan in to see where the rotation is right now. The rotation is on the north side of town in Rocky Mount. So if you live in downtown Rocky Mount here, you are in the clear. North of Wesleyan Boulevard and northwest of Wesleyan Boulevard, I can't clear you out of the danger threat just yet. But the good news is downtown, the immediate downtown area of Rocky Mount, the worst has passed. Battleboro, this is going to be headed directly your way. And the debris, unfortunately, still on the ground. With our latest scan, you can see some really strong winds showing up here. Let's get a quick look inside the storm at our wind speeds that we have moving through right now. 36 miles per hour, 34 miles per hour. So about 70 mile per hour winds added up. That's a little bit lower than what we saw earlier, but still some really impressive and concerning numbers. And there's that debris, a very clear debris ball showing up. And this is going to be headed right for Battleboro, the Gold Rock community. Street level, we've got the Thomas Parkway that's going to be impacted. Cummings Road, it'll cross right over Belmont Lake Drive, traveling on the west side of North Wesleyan Boulevard up toward Battleboro, Hart Farm Road, and NC Highway 4, Battleboro Avenue up toward Gold Rock. Meteorologist Chris Michaels continues to monitor this debris as well. We have 2 different dual pole radars now scanning the debris. Both are showing clear signs that there's a tornado on the ground, or at least there has been a tornado that's touched down in recent minutes.
And in fact, we're not the only ones seeing it. The National Weather Service just updated, pardon me, their warning text saying a confirmed tornado was located 2 miles north of Rocky Mount. This is moving north at 30 miles per hour. And one thing that I've been noticing over the past few scans, that's now 1, 2, 3, 4 scans showing the debris, and unfortunately that debris field is getting larger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to circle that once again with the new scan. It's right on the county line, and then we're going to take this scan out, move it to the north at about 30 miles per hour. So again, Battleboro and Enfield, you need to be in your safe spot immediately. This is a confirmed tornado, not just by us here, but also by the National Weather Service in Raleigh. Battleboro, this is getting to you around 1:45. Whitaker's around 1:55. Enfield around 2:05. moving right along the county line. The other thing is, if you're in surrounding areas, you don't want to necessarily be going outside to check this thing out because, crazy as it might sound, the debris has somewhere to go. It's got to go down, right? So you don't want to, unfortunately, have any kind of situation like that that unfolds. I remember in 2011 when there was the Holly Springs tornado, there were folks in, I believe it was from Sanford to Holly Springs, that there was debris being blown. I'm not saying that it's quite that strong, but again, don't want to necessarily be out there trying to check this thing out, especially there's your 5th scan now showing that debris. That's heading toward Battleboro. It's getting to a more street level. Cummings Road, North Wesleyan Boulevard, Old Battleboro Road, Seven Bridges Road. Okay, I'm going to move this slowly, and thanks to our directors for taking this full screen. Red Oak, Battleboro Road, Hathaway Street, North Carolina Highway 4, North Railroad Street, Marriott Road, Cherry Crossroads. If I'm reading your street name, you need to be in your safe spot immediately. We've got Johnston Road just farther to the north because this is a confirmed tornado according to not only the radar imagery that we've been looking at, but to the National Weather Service as well. This is a confirmed tornado that continues to move north and east at 30 miles per hour. I'm also going to take a look at some of the storm relative velocity here. And this continues to go to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. I'm going to take this back a little bit so we can see there's the worst of it. That's when the tornado touched down. That was just about 8 minutes ago. You start to see the rotation maybe letting up a little bit. All right, there's still debris being lofted into the storm, but what I'm noticing is that at least the rotation might be letting up. So what we can hope for is that this is letting up. Don't want to say, hey, Battleboro, come out of your safe spot. That's not at all what I'm saying, but there's at least a sign of encouragement maybe, because this is still a very dangerous storm that continues to move along the Nash and Edgecombe County lines. Kat, anything new that you've found between you, Mike, and the Weather Service?
Yes, we have been talking back here and watching the recent scans, and the rotation has broadened out in a significant manner. So I have a really good update for you. I don't think that there is a tornado on the ground anymore. I do still think that there may still be some debris mixed in with all the wind and the rain. However, what we saw earlier with the tornado touching down, it is extremely unlikely at this point that there is still a there's still a tornado on the ground, which is good news. That's what we want to hear, but there has been some damage reported in that area from the tornado touching down likely. So we are going to send a crew that way, get some photos up of that as soon as we are able to. We do have reports of damage there and also some reports from a potential tornado that touched down earlier in southern Sampson County. So a couple of areas of damage that we're focused in on right now. The tornado warning only goes for 5 more minutes, and based on what we are seeing on the radar right now, given that the circulation is weakening in such a significant manner, I don't think that the National Weather Service is going to extend this tornado anymore. However, we are watching a new area of circulation associated with this line as well, and that area of rotation will be moving into Edgecombe County, potentially toward Macclesfield and Pine Top. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. The good news we have for folks that are watching now in Nash County and Edgecombe County is that the threat has gone down significantly. The rotation has broadened out in a significant manner where I can really confidently tell you that there's no longer a tornado on the ground right now. We saw that, when I was updating the wind speeds inside the storm earlier. Previously, it was above 80 miles per hour for the shear right there, and it went down below that 80-mile-an-hour threshold, and that's usually a sign that the rotation isn't quite as concerning. So that's good news, a positive update. I know there are a lot of people that have been through a lot of tornadoes and tornado warnings in Edgecombe County and Nash County and Wilson County over the past year and a half. And I know anxiety is high there, so I just want to reassure you the threat is starting to come to a close. That's definitely positive news. And I just got an update in from the National Weather Service office. Let's see if we've got something new coming in potentially. There has been a report of a rescue, and that is in Wayne County, high water on several roads in and around Goldsboro. It's from the fire department and rescue report. So I assume that means possibly flood rescue. And we're watching to see some of the damage likely that was produced by this tornado earlier right around Rocky Mount. But big picture, I want to do a reset. If you're watching us right now and you live in the Triangle, the threat for tornadoes is quickly coming to a close. I think that the National Weather Service office, as soon as they're not busy with the tornado warnings, will probably be able to clear you from the watch. It doesn't look like they've cleared you just yet, but I do think that clear will come soon for the Triangle. There's this stuff left off to the west. This is not as dangerous as all of this stuff that we have tracking to the north. And once this moves out, we should really begin to see some significant improvements. All right, we've got a new tornado warning that was just issued. This is going to be a continuation of the tornado warning into Halifax County. So this is why when I draw those storm tracks, I often go out farther than the areas that are actually under the tornado warning, just because I want to be able to give you as much warning as I possibly can to seek shelter. And if you're in danger, I mean, that's our job. And even though the rotation is definitely not as robust right now within this storm, it's important that they keep an eye on this, let people know that this storm in particular has a history of producing a tornado more than likely, and there's also some reports of damage in that area as well. So the rotation right now is rather broad. I want to reassure you and show you the difference between the rotation when the tornado touched down and what we're seeing now. I'm going to clear off the lightning just because there's so much lightning, it's kind of hard to see. So we're going back in time here. Rocky Mount, don't worry, we're going back in time. That's when we saw the tornado likely touch down. You can see this little area right in here. It was right around 1:30 that we had the tornado touchdown on the north side of town in Rocky Mount. If we zoom out, look at how that tiny little area of red and green really broadens out. So we aren't looking at the same type of rotation. It's not as robust as it was earlier. This warning is just kind of a safety warning to say, hey, we got a pretty dangerous storm that's going to be crossing from Edgecombe County into Halifax County. It does have a history of producing a tornado, and it's not out of the question that it could spin back up, especially the way the atmosphere is set up today. So this is just out of an abundance of caution. But for the infield community, this is why, this is why we do what we do. We want to try to keep people safe and give them as much notice as possible. I want to put a storm track on this, then we're going to get to some reports of damage coming into the live center, I assume from the tornado potentially that touched down. Moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, so I will mention the storm has slowed down a little bit compared to its speed when it was moving through the Rocky Mount community. Halifax, this should be arriving right at 2:11. We're going to put a couple other towns on the map here. And Crowell's Crossroads right around 2 o'clock. Pea Hill, 2:04. Ruggles, 2:05. Tillery, 2:07. Pender, 2:09. And again, Halifax, you've got about 25 minutes, maybe just under that number, to get into your safe place. So you still have some time to monitor how this storm pans out. But let's get over to Brian Schrader in the WRAL Live Center. Where are the damage reports coming in from, Brian?
We are starting to get damage reports now from Rocky Mount. Users on Waze are reporting hazards in the road on Tiffany Drive, also on Independence Drive between Benvenue and Thorpe Road. We're getting calls into the newsroom about damage also along Benvenue Road. Apparently a tractor trailer is on its side. There are reports of some structures that have been damaged as well. We have a crew on the way. We're working to get more details. As I get new information, I'll share it with you directly from the WRAL Live Center.
All right, we are switching up positions right now. Meteorologist Mike Mays is in. I'm going to be over here at the weather wall, so we're in the process of kind of regrouping, getting all the new anchors in. But I do want to bring you the latest reports in from the National Weather Service. We've got one tornado warning in effect at the moment. That tornado warning is in northern Edgecombe County into Halifax County as well. That's the area we're watching. We are getting in a new report from the National Weather Service. This is the same storm that produced a tornado on the north side of town in Rocky Mount, and we're getting reports of at least 3 structures completely destroyed by the tornado that touched down in Rocky Mount. And that is what we were worried about. That's what we've been tracking for you over the past hour as that storm approached the Rocky Mount community. Unfortunately, a community that's been hit so hard by these tornadoes in recent years, and we are our worst fear coming true with some pretty significant damage out of Rocky Mount there. So we will continue to monitor the latest on that. The storm that is moving into Halifax County is the same one that produced the tornado warning earlier in parts of in northern Rocky Mount. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to be using the weather system. I'm going to be using 4 for the directors behind the scenes, just so you know. We have all kinds of different computers, a whole server room full of weather computers here at WRAL. I'm going to be on weather 4, and meteorologist Mike Mays will be on weather 3. So that's kind of our setup. Let's get a look inside the storm right now. I want to get a closer look at the rotation just to make sure nothing has flared back up right as it crosses between Infield and Scotland Neck right now. Not looking too impressive in terms of the rotation at the moment. That's certainly good news. The shear rate, you know, we've got some rotation that's crossing out of Edgecombe County and into Halifax County. I would say in 10 minutes, we should be able to give the all clear to Edgecombe County, which is some good news. We will continue to monitor that. But if we go back in time, just to track this rotation as it moved through Rocky Mount, we saw a really strong rotation and all that red that you see right over Rocky Mount. That's when we had the tornado touchdown. As it's moved up into Infield, it's not quite as strong and robust as it was before. And I just want to look at the dual Doppler 5000 radar as well to get a look and make sure we don't have anything terribly strong in terms of rotation. And luckily, we're not seeing the rotation strengthen at all. I think that this warning is just to be safe, to be careful, given that the storm has a history of producing damage there in Rocky Mount. We continue to get reports in of flooding issues around the Triangle, though, at this hour. Even though the rain has ended in the Triangle, flooding is still a big concern. Flash flood warnings remain in effect for Rocky Mount. So even though the tornado threat is ending in Rocky Mount, or at least from that cell that moved through earlier and produced the tornado, I mean, check out Rocky Mount right now. It is absolutely pouring rain there. So you think they've got these homes or structures that have been completely destroyed. They're getting pummeled with really heavy rain, flash flooding likely, the ground already saturated. So a pretty rough situation there in Rocky Mount today. We are seeing improvements for the Sandhills, the Triangle down into Fayetteville and Goldsboro. So the counties that are still at risk at this point for the next hour or two will be Wilson County, Edgecombe County, Nash County, Halifax, and Northampton counties. And you may say, okay, what about Edgecombe County? You still have this to go in Edgecombe County. This particular cell, I'm able to give you the all clear from in about 10 minutes in Edgecombe County, but all this still has to swing through, and this stuff to the south still could produce some rotation. Meteorologist Mike Mays is here. Are you ready to go, Mike?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, Mike Mays is ready to go at the weather desk there, and you've got the velocities pulled up right now.
Yeah, I've been watching the new scans, and the latest shear rate that's showing up in parts of northern Edgecombe County heading into Halifax County, showing signs of becoming a little bit stronger. You see that little red spot there, that indicates strong shear. So we're in the northern part of Edgecombe County, just near, I'm not going to be able to pronounce that name, Gethsemane. But just to the east of Whitaker's. We'll zoom in a little bit closer, and it's over toward Red Hill Church Road, Spates Chapel Road. That is where the rotation is showing signs of picking back up, because if I go back in time about a couple minutes, you can see how the rotation is not there, and then strong rotation just suddenly shows up. So let's see how this translates out over into our velocities. We look at the movement of raindrops within the thunderstorms, and the green area are raindrops that are moving toward the radar side over toward Clayton, and so we're looking at shear about 10 miles per hour, which is not that strong. There's 39 here. So that's where the general rotation is showing up in this vicinity right in here, just to the south of Enfield. It is moving to the north at about what, Kat, is that 30 miles per hour? 35 miles per hour. So soon we'll be heading toward Enfield, and there's a new scan that just showed up. So now it's making its way into Halifax County. So shortly, the northern part of Edgecombe County will be out of danger as this moves up 301, getting closer to Enfield. Let's zoom in a little bit closer to see what communities. It's 13 Bridges Road, it's Islands Road, it's South Dennis Street and Enfield that's looking at the greatest rotation right now. Doubtful that there's a tornado on the ground. Let me jump over to the debris signature. We're not seeing anything show up there. And it's just a bunch of noise showing up. There's nothing definitive. So the good news is this is not on the ground from what we're seeing per the radar view. But we are watching this closely. It's out of an abundance of caution that the Weather Service issued this tornado warning just in case this does tighten up. And it is showing some kind of signs that it wants to do so. As we take a look at, let me clear this up and try that telestration again. So this is the area that we are watching for potential setup, and this is the part that'll probably spin up right here. Let's zoom into that area and see, again, what we're talking about at street level. And we're talking about 13 Bridges Roads, Islands Road, Loop Road, Cole Drive. Those are the areas that are probably seeing a rotating wall cloud up above. Now, something else to point out, you see all this bright red here? We're still in a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Nash County, Edgecombe County, and getting up to Halifax County till 2:15. If we query these pixels here, and the bright red showing up 43 miles per hour, 46 miles per hour south toward Pine Tops, we're still seeing a lot of wind that could translate its way down into the ground, toward the ground. So there's the likelihood that you're seeing some gusty winds right now. The way the roots are with the trees being the ground saturated, we could be looking at some trees coming down. So be aware that we are, there's something new that came out, and Kat wants to say it, so go ahead and say it.
Yeah, we got a little bit of good news. I just want to give folks some reassuring news. The tornado watch has been trimmed back. I'm editing the graphic in real time here right now. So the new tornado watch has been trimmed back. If you live in the Triangle, you are clear from the tornado watch. You can breathe a sigh of relief. That's definitely good news. Fayetteville cleared, Johnston County, Franklin County, Vance County, Warren County still under the tornado watch, and it's those counties that I called out earlier are eastern counties that remain under a tornado watch. Until 6 o'clock, though, I honestly think the National Weather Service should be able to clear that by 3, maybe 4 o'clock at the absolute latest. But if you live in the Triangle, bottom line, you've been cleared from the tornado watch. We are getting in some unfortunate reports of damage due to that tornado that touched down near Rocky Mount earlier, or likely tornado at least given the debris. Brian Schrader is standing by in the WRAL Live Center with a look at some of the new images coming in.
That's right. We are working to get those new images, Kat. I can tell you that Nash County Emergency Management now reports that 3 structures have been destroyed. We're working to get locations for those structures. I can tell you we're getting a lot of damage reports from the west side of Rocky Mount around Tiffany Drive. Apparently that's an especially hard-hit area, also along sections of Wesleyan Boulevard. Apparently at least a couple of buildings are badly damaged there. Again, we have a crew on the way there, and as soon as they get to the scene and we can establish those live images, we will let you have a look at that damage.
And we continue to monitor the same storm cell that produced the tornado in Rocky Mount, or likely tornado that's moving up into Halifax County right now. With the new scans we get every couple of minutes, we analyze that information and bring it to you on WRAL. The issues that we are hearing from continue to come out of Rocky Mount. I mean, it is pouring rain there after that likely tornado touchdown, and we're getting new information about potential injuries out of Rocky Mount from the tornado that potentially touched down there. It's been such a rough year for tornadoes in the Rocky Mount community over the past year and a half. You just want to reach out to everybody there and give them a hug. The good news is the worst of this storm has likely passed for Rocky Mount, but we're still going to have to keep an eye on the stuff that's moving through Wilson County. I think it's going to stay to your east given the latest trajectory and move through Edgecombe County. So the rain should be coming to an end there pretty soon in Rocky Mount, but we'll continue to update you with new info as it comes in. So the rotation in the infield community that's pushing off to the north, let's get a look inside. I want to take a look at how strong some of the winds are. These aren't super robust right up against each other like what we saw earlier. They're pretty spread apart, pretty broad rotation. We've got some winds gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour likely is what the radar's picking up, but you're not seeing very strong greens, which is the wind heading toward the radar site up against it. So that says, you know, it's not a terribly tight area of rotation, but the reds and greens are pretty close together. So there's still rotation in the storm. It's just not terribly strong at this point. It is 1:57 right now, and the tornado warning will go until 2:30. So we've got about 30 minutes left in this tornado warning in Halifax County. Just west of Scotland Neck is where we've got some of the rotation closer to infield right now. So if you live in Scotland Neck, the good news is the rotation isn't terribly close to you unless you live pretty far on the west side of town. We will see the rotating part of the storm, although it's weak. It's going to be crossing over the Green Star Road area, Wade Road, Crowell's Crossroads, Delmar, Tillery, P Hill communities. Those are all areas that we would expect to be impacted. But infield, the worst of it pretty much moving through now. I think you should begin to see some improvements here pretty soon. And we'll watch this as it moves eventually up closer to Roanoke Rapids. It is just east of I-95. So for folks traveling along I-95 right now, just north and east of the Triangle, we do want to let you know, it's pouring rain there, but you're not in the zone of rotation, which is good news. So we've had A lot that we've been watching throughout the day. We've been on the air with you with tornado warnings since about 9 a.m. this morning, and it's been almost nonstop. The band that we are watching right now is the band in the eastern part of our state. We're going to be dealing with this for another hour, maybe 2 hours, and then I think the worst should be over. Meteorologist Mike Mays is standing by with a full radar update. Mike.
Yeah, we wanted to go to the broad view and give you an update of what's happening area-wide. Now, as Kat mentioned, the threat for the Triangle area and for much of the viewing area just to the west of that line has been cleared from the tornado watch, so the threat has subsided. Although you do see some showers off to the west, there's still the possibility through the late afternoon, early evening hours, some of these showers will move on by. But the atmosphere has been turned over, so we're not likely to see any more in the way of threatening weather for our area. It's just a few counties in our viewing area in the east that still have that threat. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Edgecombe County and Halifax County, that tornado warning now primarily focused on Halifax County. The threat has now moved out of Edgecombe County, and you can see Halifax County and Northampton counties are the only two counties left in our viewing area that will be under the threat. And so I think once we get past about 2:30, the threatening weather for our viewing area will come to an end. And of course, this is all with Helene that's been battering the western part of the state. The rain off to the west has subsided as well. While we have you here and we have the ability to show you what's going on off to the west, let's take a look at the radar view. There's the radar view out of Roanoke, and you can see the mountains, or at least the high country, is quiet. And then off to the south over toward the southern mountains, it's pretty much quiet as well. So the bulk of what is Helene has pretty much ended with the rain in our mountains, and the winds are gradually dying down too. So there is good news. But I'm trying to contact folks up into the mountains right now, and cell service is down, I would suspect. I haven't been able to get through since about 8 o'clock this morning. So we would ask you, since there's a lot of flooding and there's a big mess in the mountains, if you can avoid going up there. I know it's Parents' Weekend starting today at App State and into the weekend. Just may want to stay away until they can clean up the mess up there, get the power back on. It's just a lot going on up there, and we don't want to impede in their progress of improving things. So here closer to home, this is all we have left. Greene and Lenore counties are in a severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Pitt County. That goes until about 2:15 this afternoon. You can see the very heavy rainfall that's cruising through. We'll put the lightning on, and there's still quite a bit of lightning up here toward Rocky Mount, just to the east of the city there, and over into Edgecombe County. And there's the sporadic lightning strikes too, heading up into Halifax County. There's a lot of rain coming down. We can look at the rainfall rate, and you can see where the oranges are showing up. That rainfall rate is about 7.3 inches per hour. So this is torrential rain that's coming down, likely to cause some flooding, at least localized flooding. And it feels very tropical out there. Helene transported a lot of tropical moisture into the area, so you probably notice how humid it is today. It's likely that the dew points will drop tomorrow and it won't feel quite as humid, and that's certainly good news, especially if you have outdoor plants. So let's go back in and take a look and see if we can find any more rotation going on. And there's really nothing that stands out as something that's really tight. We can go over here to the shear rate, and notice no strong shear is showing up. When I showed this product a short time ago, when the storm was still in Edgecombe County, you see that red area. It was showing at that point some strong shear, but that has disappeared, and now we're just looking at weak shear. This would give us a sign that the couplet or the rotation is tightening up, and we're just not seeing that right now. And so when we go to velocities and see how that translates out, we're just not seeing tight rotation. What we are seeing, though, is a lot of wind. We pixel query this is about a 50-mile-per-hour winds, and this is about 2,400 feet off the ground. And the concern is some of these winds can translate their way down to the ground and cause wind damage. And we haven't had reports of any wind damage yet, but there's a lot of gusty winds in the area nonetheless. So even if a tornado didn't touch down, there is still the possibility of wind damage. That's why there is the severe thunderstorm warning. That's still in effect till about 2:15, so we got 15 minutes till that expires. And for the tornado warning, that goes until about 2:30. My thinking is that this will get trimmed off in the southern part of Halifax County here, and it may even get extended into Northampton County, and that will come from a different weather service office out of Wakefield. So we'll wait and watch to see if they extend the tornado warning. There'll be coordination going on between the two offices to see whether or not that would be the case. But right now, if you're watching from Halifax, let's see, get closer in and see some of the communities. There's Delmar, there's P Hill, there's Allen Grove, there's Crowell's Crossroads. The rotation area right now is this vicinity. It's Highway 301 cutting through P Hill coming out of Enfield. It's the north side of Enfield right now that has the greatest threat. There's probably a rotating wall cloud right now. Wouldn't be surprised that there could be a funnel cloud, but there are no signs that this is a tornado. And we get that idea by looking at one of our products. And this is one of the great tools we have with the dual pole radar. We look for debris signatures, and we just don't see that here. But to give you an idea, let's go back toward Rocky Mount about just more than a half hour ago, or about a half hour ago, and you can see the debris ball that has shown up in north of Rocky Mount. That was an indication that a tornado probably briefly touched down. We are getting reports of structural damage to some of the buildings there. And of course, as Kat mentioned, the crew is on the way. And so eventually, when the tornado touches down, it throws debris up in the air, as you see that blue ball, and then eventually the debris fades away as it falls to the ground. And so there's no more debris in that area, and there's no debris signature showing up here. So there are signs that there's not a tornado on the ground. I believe we're going to Brian Schrader right now with some new information. Brian?
Breaking news just in. We have confirmed with Nash County Emergency Management that there are at least 4 injuries reported now. We told you earlier that the emergency management folks were confirming that 3 structures had been destroyed. And I want to show you where we're getting most of the damage reports into the newsroom, right along Benvenue Road and Tiffany Boulevard. This is just off of North Wesleyan Boulevard. And some of the specific addresses that we are hearing on the radio traffic we're following are right around the Golden East Crossing shopping mall. Again, we are working to get a crew there to the scene, but we have confirmed in the past few minutes at least 4 injuries in Nash County.
Yep. And we are standing by monitoring new information coming in right now. Here's the information, the tornado from Helene. A tornado was confirmed by the debris ball right around 1:30. This was the tornado that touched down in Rocky Mount. Damage reported. Unfortunately, we're hearing of some structure collapses near restaurants. At least 4 injuries, as Brian Schrader was saying, reported from this tornado touching down. Let's get an update on the radar of what we are seeing right now. We still have a tornado warning that will go for another 25 minutes in Halifax County, although that may be able to expire early just because of where the rotation is right now. It may actually be out of the county by the time we get there. So the velocity that we're seeing, this is our area of concern right now. You've got the winds going toward the radar right here. Not very bright shades of green. That's a good news. Bright shades of red, so still very powerful winds. It's got some weak rotation to it, but until the greens really brighten up, I'm not as concerned about an actual tornado on the ground like this same cell produced earlier. But the rotation's broad, it's concerning. It's something that we will continue to monitor as the storm crosses to the north. It's moving to the north at about 35 miles per hour. If it holds together down the road, the Jackson, Roanoke Rapids community could be impacted. Right now, this is I-95 right here, so the circulation is just east of I-95, which is certainly good news. Meteorologist Mike Mays is standing by for the full radar update. Mike.
Yes, and we just noticed the trimmed polygon. The tornado warning has come to an end in Edgecombe County now, just for Halifax County. And as Kat mentioned, we still see the rotation showing up along 301 heading toward Halifax. Now let's go back to the broad view, take a look at the radar, and all the heavy rain right now is in our far eastern part of the viewing area, still in Edgecombe County, parts of Wilson County, northeastern Nash County right now, and Halifax County full engulfed in rain. And the heavy rain is about to be moving into Northampton County, and the possibility of that tornado warning being extended as well. Let me jump over to the Wakefield Weather Service office and see, and they're not mentioning anything about extending the tornado warning into that area, but we'll continue to watch that. But not a serious rotation showing up, and we look at the rotation detector, we're looking for strong shear, and that is showing weak rotation. There's the strong rotation at 10 minutes till 2, and we continue to head out, and there's no signs that's tightening up. Now, while Kat was talking, I just got a phone call from the mountains, and a pretty, at least where my neighborhood is up there, things are really bad. There's a report of the mountainside or the hillside may come sloping down. A lot of damage so far. I understand to at least to where my house is, there's no damage to that, but pretty big mess up there. So we're getting a little bit of news from the high country that is just a really big mess with all the rain that's come down and the wind. winds. There was a wind in Watauga County gusting up to 70 miles per hour. So as you can suspect, there are probably dozens, if not hundreds of trees down across that part of the northern mountains, and it's a pretty bad situation. So we urge you not to head in that direction. So let's go back to what we're talking around here. Again, the rotation not showing signs of tightening up. In fact, we've lost in the latest scan the greens, which would indicate rotation or raindrops heading toward the radar site. You can see our past few scans. There's Enfield at 157, just north of Enfield at 201, and then the final scan, we've pretty much lost that rotation. You're still looking at a lot of winds, though, showing up here just to the east of Enfield, 44-mile-per-hour winds. Of course, that's at 2,600 feet. There is a possibility those winds could translate their way to the ground, but up toward Halifax, just a little bit teeny-weeny area worth noting right about here. That would be what's left of the rotation, but that is insignificant. So my hunch is if this doesn't resume and retighten back up, the tornado warning will probably not be extended into Northampton County. So perhaps the warning would get canceled early or expire right on time at about 2:30. But that's my hunch from what we're seeing on the dual pole radar right here, or at least on the velocity showing what's going on. Let's go back to the reflectivity, and very heavy rainfall still coming down. Again, this is tropical rainfall, so the rainfall rates are very high and likely to see some flooding going on in that vicinity with that very heavy rainfall. A few lightning strikes, but nothing all that menacing. Let me go back to the velocities, and we'll do another storm track from where the apparent rotation could be, and we'll say it's right about here, moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. And let me put some cities on the map so we can see what communities would be impacted by this. So in Pender at 213, Halifax at 216, Mudcastle 221, Garysburg at 233, Gunbury at 234, Pleasant Grove 234, Seaboard at 238, Bryant's Corner at 251, Claresville at 254, Adams Grove at 304. So if this does continue to tighten up, those communities up into the Northampton County would be threatened. But right now we're not seeing any signs of that. But Kat and I will keep a close eye on this and continue to update you what's going on. So there's about 20 minutes left until the tornado warning is set to expire. There's a new scan that came in, and again, the trend is a really lackluster view on the velocities, but we'll continue to be vigilant. We'll watch this closely, and as you head farther south, we're not seeing any signs of rotation. There is this probably near Tarboro is nothing to be too concerned about, that area right there. And you also notice the severe thunderstorm warning. I just noticed that. I just got trimmed back. So Rocky Mount, you're out of that. Tarboro, you're out of that, at least on the east side, or west side, I should say. The northeast side of Edgecombe County still in the severe thunderstorm warning, as well as parts of Halifax County. So there is good news. The threatening weather, at least, much of it has come to an end in Edgecombe County. It's just the far eastern part of the county. And the one last areas that we're watching is Halifax and Northampton counties with the threat for severe weather. And we'll watch to see if a severe thunderstorm warning gets issued for Northampton County, but so far that has not happened. And we've got about 4 minutes until the severe thunderstorm warning expires. So maybe it's good news that we haven't heard from the Weather Service office in Wakefield about Northampton County about a severe thunderstorm warning because the worst of the winds right now are still over Halifax County and looking pretty good right now, at least in the velocities over Northampton County. Kat's looking at Helene and what is going on with the storm. Tropical Depression Helene, that's certainly good news.
That's new as well. Tropical Depression Helene, it is weakening, but still a robust storm system, and it's this rain band that has brought us the severe weather. I mean, it's been a rough day as we've been tracking these tornado-warned storms with you since before 9 a.m., and this was our concern as they moved out of South Carolina into North Carolina this morning. They really held their strength, and we still have that one tornado warning, but the rotation has really backed off within that storm, which is good news. We're monitoring it for you, but right now we don't think that there's an imminent threat. All the green that you see, there is still flash flood warnings for much of our viewing area. That will continue until about 3 o'clock, and we are watching information come out, unfortunately some really sad information coming out of Rocky Mount of at least 4 injuries reported from a tornado from the emergency manager there in Rocky Mount. We're getting new information. We have multiple reporters on the scene there. They are headed that way. They're gathering information right now as I speak, and as soon as they They gather their thoughts, they talk to the officials and get that information. We will have them on air for you. The tornado touched down right around 1:30. We were able to confirm a tornado touching down both on the debris on the dual Doppler 5000 radar and debris from the National Weather Service radar. There was about a mile-wide debris signature that we detected, and that was how we were able to confirm the tornado before there was ever a tornado confirmation added to the warning. Damage, unfortunately, reported with structural collapses and the threat of those injuries as well. We'll bring you information as soon as we know specifics on the severity of the injuries. A tornado watch remains in effect for Wayne County, Wilson County, Nash County, Edgecombe County, as well as Warren, Halifax, and Northampton counties, Mecklenburg County, Virginia, until 6 o'clock. I think it's incredibly unlikely that the tornado watch will go all the way through 6 o'clock. The time right now is 2:13. I think by 3 or 4 o'clock, our counties will be taken out of that tornado watch. So, the worst should be over in about an hour, hour and a half for our viewing area. We're almost there. Power outages are growing. The worst power outages around the Charlotte area. We have reports of power outages between 1 and 5,000 in Wake County, Durham County, as well as Orange County, and some surrounding counties also reporting some outages as well. We'll probably see these numbers continue to go up. The Boone camera on King Street has been out of service for a long time. This was the last image that we got from the camera in Boone. And I mean King Street, the most popular street on Boone, where you've got all the restaurants, all the shopping, everything there is just absolutely underwater. And it's a river. That's an ominous last image that we got there in Boone. And we've got flash flood emergencies in effect for most of the North Carolina mountains. That dam failure that was reported at Lake Lure earlier, just a really, really scary situation. I have friends who are just trapped in the mountains. They can't get out. Cell service, by the way, important to mention, is spotty in the mountains right now. So if you have children who maybe go to school in the mountains, you have family, you have friends there, and you're having a hard time getting in touch with them, I know it can be scary given what they're going through. A lot of that right now is due to the cell service issues. And we've got these flash flood warnings due to the rainfall totals, in red that you see here, between 2 and 4 inches of rain reported in parts of our viewing area. So the flooding situation still very serious. But of course, we're waiting on those reports from Rocky Mount where a tornado touched down around 1:30, just about 45 minutes ago. Brian Schrader is in the WRAL Live Center with some new information.
Kat, we just got our first pictures of some of that damage in Rocky Mount. Take a look at the building here, a restaurant that is badly damaged. We're going to find out exactly where this is. This is a Days Inn. Just in front of that Days Inn, you can see where that tractor trailer is turned on its side there. And here's another image of some damage there in Rocky Mount. This is, we're getting those reports. Again, recapping what we've told you in the past 30 minutes, we know that at least 3 structures have been destroyed according to Nash County emergency managers, and at least 4 people have been injured. Our crew is arriving there in the next few minutes. We hope to have new information for you coming up soon.
Thanks, Brian. We have a new tornado warning that's out of our viewing area. It's up toward Caswell County and also up toward Danville. That is up moving toward the north. So even though the tornado watch has been dropped from a lot of the area, there's still an isolated cell that had the potential to carry on some rotation. We'll be vigilant throughout the afternoon watching these cells, but it's unlikely that they will become severe. Off to the east, that's what we have left. It's exiting the area. And as Kat and I mentioned yesterday, that the threat would have subsided roughly around 2 o'clock. And it's certainly looking like that is the case right now. Heavy rain still in Northampton County, Halifax County, Edgecombe County, Pitt County, Green, Lenore counties. We still have some severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's query them and see this severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Martin County, Pitt County, Green, Lenore counties. It's till 3:15, and then we still have that tornado warning, but it is in a very small area. So my inkling is that this will likely come to an end and not get extended into Northampton County because it just keeps shrinking in the same spot. There is what's left of it. Unless it tightens back up, there probably won't be a new tornado warning issue for Northampton County, but we'll be vigilant and we'll watch for that. But still, a suspect area that you never know could always spin back up. So this is what we're watching over Halifax right now. If you're in that area, you still need to stay in your safe spot, even though it doesn't look too bad. We go street level into Halifax, so it's the Pender area, it's Allen Grove. Getting a little bit closer in, we see Johnson Drive, King Street, Pope Road, also Terry Lane. That's the vicinity where we're seeing some semblance of some rotation. It's just very indistinct. And we jump over to the shear rate, And we're not just seeing really any detection of rotation. So I would say that once we get to 2:30, that this will come to an end, perhaps even expire before then. It just doesn't look like it wants to tighten back up, which again is certainly good news, but it looks not all that bad. Let me go back in time and see how this de-evolves, so to speak. We go back in time and see the rotation we saw at 2 o'clock, the green raindrops moving toward the radar site. You can see this area here, the raindrops moving in that direction, and the raindrops here moving in a northeasterly direction. So this is the rotation that was showing up. So that was at 2:01. We continue to go through time. The greens are rather brilliant here. We'll take a look, we'll sample the winds, and that's 48 miles per hour shear, and this is about 12. So yeah, it's weak rotation, and it's very broad. What you would see is what we saw with Rocky Mount. The bright reds were butted up against the bright greens. And let's go back and take a look at that as an example. And let me reset the radar so we can go back that far. And you can see a great example right there. You can definitely pick up, let me turn off some of the lighting, and you can definitely pick up at 126, the rotation, especially right there. That's when the tornado was likely on the ground at 129. That was River Drive, Gray Street, Thomas Street, there's Sunset Avenue, there's 301, and this is where the tornado was on the ground, just south of 64, Battle Park Lane. It's at 129, and we go to 132, still on the ground. There's Battle Park Lane, Highway 64, Independence Drive. And at the same time, let's check over with the debris detector. And at that point, we're seeing debris elevated in the atmosphere. Okay, so we go one more, and all that blue is the debris that was picked up by the tornado and elevated into the atmosphere. And that elevation is 1,387 feet. And that indicates the damage that occurred in Rocky Mountain. I understand Brian Schrader has brand new video, perhaps what we saw over in Rocky Mountain. Just on the radar, Brian, it's just very impressive, and we're seeing that translating out as that damage.
That debris that the radar was detecting was coming from Wesleyan Boulevard and Rocky Mountain. This is new video just in from WRAL's Heidi Kirk. This is Hing Ta Restaurant. This is on Wesleyan Boulevard, and you can see the immense damage there. You can see where the building itself is damaged, a lot of cars here in the parking lot. There's a car where the back window is busted out there. There's also apparently an auto maintenance shop next door, and there's a lot of damage there with cars that have been flung around that parking lot. Here's another look. There is the inside of that car shop there, and you can see where some of the vehicles that they were working on are still there, but the wall is missing. All of that damage out in the parking lot. A lot of the bricks there and the cinder blocks blown apart. Look at the damage to that truck there on the left side of your screen. No reports about any injuries specifically at this location, but as we've been telling you, Nash County Emergency Management has told us that they have confirmed at least 4 people have been injured in connection with this tornado.
And let's hope that that number does not grow. Brian, that is just startling footage there from the live center. Our reporter Heidi Kirk sending that video back. Of course, we are going to get some live reports from these scenes in Rocky Mount. As soon as we can get them up, we're going to bring them to you live. I'm Dan Haggerty, doing a bit of a refresher of what's been a very scary morning into an early afternoon for a lot of people in our area, and continues to be so. We'll let our meteorologists regroup for just a moment as we recap what has been a difficult day. So aside from the folks who we know at this point were injured in Rocky Mount with what was a tornado touching the ground there and doing devastating damage, and that is just in one spot. We know that there are a few locations that also have damage in that spot. But this is a system that came through our state and at this point has claimed 2 lives. We know that a child, a 4-year-old, a 3-year-old, 3 lives, I'm hearing. 3 people have been killed in this tornado. We know information in this storm as it's moved through. We know a 4-year-old girl is one of the 3 deaths connected to this storm, killed when the car that she was in crashed on a flooded road. We know that another person was killed in the Charlotte area when a tree fell through fell onto a vehicle there or onto a home as well. There are 290 roads closed throughout the state because of high water and debris. Emergency crews have done over 100 swift water rescues. You have seen the video and the images coming from the mountains of entire areas flooded out completely. More than a dozen states have sent more rescue teams to North Carolina to help our crews. But as we know, the massive size of this storm, of course, our state is not the only one dealing with this type of damage. We have some of our crew members, our swift water rescue people who are in other states helping. In fact, if I remember correctly, I believe some of those folks who are in other states helping are from Rocky Mount. I'm from the Cary area. I was watching WRAL News and the great work that Mike and Kat and Chris and Amy have done all day as the tornado warnings were moving through what is a very populated area. And they were scary and tense moments. And I know that people have damage in front of their homes. Their cars have been damaged. Their houses have been damaged. And we're going to continue to update you as we move through this together. So let's get back over to meteorologist Mike Mays, who continues to track this system as it continues, Mike, to show moments where it could become dangerous again.
Yeah, we still have that tornado warning in effect for parts of Halifax County. That's until 2:30. This is the latest velocity scan, and what we're seeing, all these greens are the raindrops moving toward the radar set, which is in Clayton. We're not seeing bright reds next to that, which would indicate really tight rotation. So this is very broad in nature. So in 7 minutes, this expires. It probably will be allowed to. Now, up into Northampton County, the winds aren't looking all that strong, so I wouldn't think that we would see a severe thunderstorm warning issued for Jackson and Conway getting over toward Rich Square, but we'll watch that and be vigilant nonetheless. But still some strong winds around the Halifax community, at least aloft. But again, not a huge indication that there is a tornado on the ground, and the shear is very weak. We're not seeing the strong shear that we saw over Rocky Mount, and that's certainly good news. Again, this does expire shortly, and we will continue to watch it. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that just was issued for Northampton County till 3 o'clock. Let me jump over toward the Wakefield area, and they just issued that, and that is until 3 o'clock. The storm is moving to the northeast. Instead of issuing a tornado warning, they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for Bertie County, Northampton County, Hertford County, Emporia, Southampton County, and Virginia. This is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. Potential wind gusts. And they have a tornado possible tag. So they're going to keep an eye on the possibility that the rotation could spin back up. But right now, it is a severe thunderstorm warning for Northampton County till about 3 o'clock. So again, the rotation detector over Halifax right now not showing strong rotation, but we will continue to watch this nonetheless. We switch back over to velocity, our radar reflectivity. And we can see the heavy rain that's over Roanoke Rapids along the I-95 corridor up there in Northampton County, heading into Woodland, Rich Square getting heavy rainfall right now, and also parts of Halifax County. Zoom in Tillery, Pea Hill, Ruggles community, Crowell's Crossroads, all seeing some very heavy rain. This is, again, all shifting toward the northeast. And this is the last bit of heavy rain that's in our viewing area. Edgecombe County, just a far sliver, the eastern part of the county, still seeing some heavy rain. Let's zoom in there and say hello to you folks. There's Tarboro looking pretty good, but Fountain Fork. Hello to my friends in the Coakley community that watch all the time. We're giving you a shout out. Mayo's Crossroads, seeing the heavy rainfall. We'll put the lightning strikes back on, and there's a little bit of lightning showing up just over the K and Fountain Fork, but there's not a lot of cloud to ground lightning showing up, and this will be exiting your area soon. In fact, Hobgood seeing some rain. Time lapse this is a 30-minute time lapse, and you can see the rain is progressing pretty good. And once that rain moves out of your community, the severe threat will have subsided. Even though the tornado watch goes till about 6 o'clock, this tornado watch does extend all the way up into southeastern Virginia. So that'll likely carry on closer to 6 o'clock for that vicinity, but will come to an end shortly once this line moves through our eastern counties, Halifax County and Northampton County. So the severe threat is pretty much concluded for much of the viewing area. We're just holding out for Halifax County and Northampton County. And once this moves out, it will be the all all clear, and then we can go ahead and talk more of the cleanup. There is flooding going on across many communities out there. There are likely trees down in many communities, and of course, our hearts go out to the folks in the Rocky Mount area that have sustained damage and injuries from the tornado that moved through. It was on the ground briefly, and it had devastating effects. It doesn't take long for a tornado to create a whole lot of damage and calamity. It can be on the ground for a split second and then move back up and then move on and not continue to develop. And so that's what we're seeing right now. What is left of that potential rotation is over Halifax. Now, Kat, standing by, there are so many flooding issues across our part of the viewing area and across the state right now. It's going to take a while for that water to recede, and then the river levels will start to go up.
I mean, as soon as the rain started today, 440 was already flooding when I was on the roads earlier. So, that's the issue with how much rain we've seen. With one of the wettest years on record in the area, it takes barely any rain. Just a quick shower blowing through can lead to flooding. And we saw some really intense rain. So even though the rain has ended for now, there is still a flash flood warning, including all of the triangle until shortly after 3 o'clock. So we're not done with that yet. I did want to mention we've got these couple of little cells back behind the main band. And for the most part, those are certainly not as dangerous as what we saw move through with the main band. However, there is a tornado warning, a teeny tiny one up in Danville, Virginia, which is interesting. We'll keep watching that area. That area wasn't hit hard like we were earlier, so I'm not as concerned about us. We were dropped from the tornado warning around the triangle, which is good news for us. I did want to get a quick update on some of the storm reports. These are just coming in. The National Weather Service has been so busy issuing tornado warning after flash flood warning all day. So they haven't had as much time to get all these reports in. So I think that this map is really going to fill up with more damage reports soon. But we did have some trees down, unfortunately. And the rainfall totals pretty robust. Down here, we have a total estimate from the radar around 4 inches, another one going into Sampson County there. So this has been some really heavy rain on top of the tornado threat that we've seen today. And we had a lot of areas measure about 2 inches of rain. As we move forward in time, 3 o'clock, we still have a couple storms up in Halifax County. Otherwise, it's just some spotty stuff moving through the triangle. I wouldn't expect this to be as intense as what we saw earlier. It's just going to be patchy for the remainder of the evening. So if you have Friday night plans, it's not quite as dangerous. One quick update before we get over to Dan Haggerty. The tornado that moved through Rocky Mount had a pretty robust debris ball on it that we were tracking on the radar. That's how we were able to confirm it right around 1:30. And some of the locations that were hit or at least impacted in some way, some of the businesses in Rocky Mount by this tornado, you got to think this is North Wesleyan Boulevard, the same area that got hit just a short time ago with the July tornado last year, the EF3. Books A Million, El Tapatio Mexican Restaurant, Hing Ta Furniture Fair, and New Beginnings Christian Center. So those are some of the areas, businesses that had at least some impact. We've got our reporters heading to the scene to bring us live reports, Dan.
We saw semi-trucks in that area on their side. This is a busy area. A lot of people go there. We just have to imagine and hope that they weren't busy today when this tornado moved through, but we know the damage has been severe. Brian Schrader in the live center now. Brian, I guess we're getting some images from inside that restaurant plaza that looks very badly hit.
Just received this from one of our viewers. This is from inside El Tapatio, which is on Wesleyan, right around Tiffany Boulevard. Take a look at that damage from inside the restaurant. You can see where the tables and chairs are blown all over the place. Parts of the ceiling tiles have collapsed, and you can also see where all of that rain blew in through those busted windows and through that ceiling there. If you have any damage pictures that you can send to us, and if it's safe to do so, get those pictures. You can send them to me on Facebook, send it to us here through WRAL.com or the WRAL News app. We would like to see whatever you are seeing in your area, if it's safe. I want to talk about some of the other damage that we are seeing elsewhere around the viewing area. We've got a tree down in Wake County on the southern part of Raleigh at Tryon Road at Penny Road, sending the WRAL Storm Tracker out to that location right now. Earlier today, probably around we do have that picture now from Tryon Road at Penny Road, that tree that is down there on the south side of Raleigh. And you can see where they are working to get that mess cleared up there. Of course, Tryon Road, very busy road. Penny Road, also a busy road just south of the NC State Farm there between Fuquay-Varina and Raleigh. It looks like that likely is going to be closed through at least the early part of the evening commute there. It's a situation we'll continue to watch. As I was saying earlier today, one of the tornado warnings that we were covering was in southern Sampson County. We are getting a picture now from Amber Norris. This is in the Garland area, and you can see the damage that they're dealing with there in Garland. Another person not too far from there near Roseboro in southern Sampson County, Taylor Carey, took this picture of what appears to be a pretty suspicious cloud. All of this taken while that area was under a tornado warning. And our own Grace Haba sent in this picture from Wilson. They are dealing with a lot of flooding right now in Wilson County. This is Ward Boulevard at Westwood Avenue, and you can see that as of just a little while ago, that intersection was closed because of high water.
Brian, thank you. Again, just startling images there, especially from the tornado damage we saw in Rocky Mount. We can exhale a bit for a moment because the severity of the weather has moved on. That said, this is the time where the cleanup starts and the helping starts. We've seen this community come together and do it so many times, and we are going to tell you those stories now and all the way through the weekend. We're going to do a quick break, but when we come back, we have reporters live in Rocky Mount as we take a live look there. We have reports from Asheville, the mountains so hardly hit during this weather system. We have reporters in Durham, Raleigh, and throughout the Triangle. We will start showing you where the help is needed most right after this.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable lithium-ion power plant. So fast and so convenient. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Look, you can inflate all 4 tires on a single charge. It has a built-in smart pressure digital sensor that gauges and automatically stops when the set tire pressure is reached. Easily inflate pool toys, exercise balls, and more. Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for the factory direct price of just $79.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free, and we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-714-0410. That's 1-800-714-0410, or go to getbullseyepro.com.
Morning, tornado warning until 3 o'clock for northeastern Northampton County. The storm's moving to the northeast at about 20 miles per hour, so it is a slow mover. Let's zoom in. You see the red polygon within the yellow polygon. The yellow polygon indicates the severe thunderstorm warning. This is the tornado warned area, so let's zoom in. It looks like Jackson is in the vicinity. We'll zoom in and go to street level between Lasseter's Crossroads, Creeksville, Edwards Crossroads. They're facing Galatia, all inside the tornado warned area. And right now, would suspect that the greatest rotation would be Boone's Crossroads and also the Jackson community. So we are seeing, pretty much, look at that, pretty decent couplet showing up that has just formed. We go back in time when we were still on the air with that other tornado warning and no really signs of anything, and then boom, we see that rotation. That green area here, the raindrops moving toward the radar site, and then you have the red moving away. So this is a couplet that has just formed, quick developing couplet. Let me change over to the other radar view in Wakefield, Virginia to see if we can see this any clearer. So give me a moment and see if I can see anything while I switch over to the radar, and nothing is showing up. So let's just stick with the Raleigh radar and go back to the velocities, and that is where we're seeing the rotation. So let me take a look at the shear rate, and the shear rate is not showing strong shear. But it is showing some weak shear, and the rotation on the velocities indicate that there is something brewing here. You can definitely see it for yourself. Again, this vicinity here, just to the south and east of the Jackson community, is where the rotation is showing up. And there's a new image that just came in. We'll zoom on in, go to street level. So it's Dusty Hill Road, it's Duke Service Road between the Rehoboth community and Creeksville that has the greatest rotation right now. Let me broaden this out and we'll do a storm track to see what communities are impacted. It's moving northeast at 20. And let me set this up, northeast at 20 miles per hour. And let me put some cities on, give me 1 second. And the Fasons community at 2:52, Galatia at 3 o'clock, Hugo community at 3:12, and Branchville at 3:22. So if you are in this area between Fasons, Galatia, Jackson, you need to be in your safe spot right now. Get to the lowest level of your home, inside a bathroom, closet, maybe a pantry that's an inside room, away from any windows that would afford you the best protection. The bathroom would probably be the best because the smaller the room, the more structurally sound it is in an event of a tornado that hits. And we have no indication that this is a tornado on the ground, but we have to treat it as such since this cell or this part of the storm has had a history of producing that tornado over toward Rocky Mount. So let me change over to the debris detector to see if anything is showing up here. And don't see anything. So we've run through all our products to see what is happening, and the telltale sign of something brewing is, of course, here on the radar velocities. And we get a little bit closer view again. Between Rehoboth, Boone's Crossroads, Jackson, Creeksville, Edwards Crossroads. That's the area that is under the gun right now, so to speak. So that's the area that is threatened right now with this tornado warning and potential tornado as it moves to the northeast at about 20 miles per hour. So it is a very slow-moving storm compared to the one we saw at Rocky Mount that was moving to the northeast at 35, and prior to that it was up to about 45 miles per hour. So it was much faster than what we're seeing right here. But there is a couplet showing up, and we got to be aware that this could tighten up and produce a tornado and touch the ground. And I'm going through my products to see if there's any other telltale signs except for the velocities. And again, we are seeing that couplet showing up. So let's do a reset. We'll go to the broad view, and this is what's left of the system here in the Triangle and Sandhills. The tornado threat has come to an end. The severe threat has come to an end, I should say, at least on a widespread basis. We'll time lapse this over the past 30 minutes, and you can see the Randolph County showers, northwestern Moore County showers near Robbins. All this is lifting up toward the north. And also here in the Triangle in Fayetteville, it is dry now, but some of this activity to the west could swing through over the next couple of hours. So if you're coming home from work or if you're heading out to an early dinner, say 4 or 5 o'clock, some of these showers may be in the vicinity. And of course, we have wide open bluegrass that is taking place this evening. Most of the weather conditions early on should be dry. Mule days will carry on in Johnston County and Benson. I think your weather will be okay as well. And if there are any high school football games that have not been played, because some were last night, maybe some will be this evening, they should be basically mainly dry. But the eastern counties still seeing that very heavy rainfall. Now, Elizabeth City, getting over to Kill Devil Hills and our Outer Banks communities, they still have the threat for tornadoes. Virginia Beach as well, where the tornado watch goes till about 6 o'clock this evening. So even though it's coming to an end in our area, there are some parts of the eastern viewing area, or far eastern viewing area, not our viewing area, but the eastern part of the state will have that threat for severe weather for several more hours, at least through 6 o'clock. Now, Kat Campbell's waving, saying,
broadened out quite a bit. We just got a brand new scan in.
Let's head over to Kat.
And it's not looking as bad as it was just a short time ago. Mike, while you're at it over there, see if you can get the Wakefield radar in. It may be offline. I think maybe power or something hit it, but we can't get the Wakefield radar in. Luckily, we have plenty.
44.
Same here. So yeah, I wonder if they maybe had some kind of power flash over there.
That's not good.
So let's go forward in time. This is 2:30, so this was about 10 minutes ago, just under 10 minutes ago, and you had reds and greens really close together. This is what prompted this particular scan, the tornado warning, to be issued in Northampton County. And you can see there's that red box. The tornado warning was issued as it moved by Jackson. But the latest scan, you had those tight red and green, bright colors. That was pretty good rotation. And then it just kind of falls apart a little bit as it moves to the north. You're not in the clear yet. This is not, this is just one radar scan. You can't come out of your safe place if you do live in Northampton County just based off of one radar scan, especially with tropical tornadoes, the way that these behave. However, I just wanted to bring you a little bit of good news. We like to see any scan that shows broad rotation, and it's not as menacing looking in the Jackson community with this latest scan on the radar. But it does have a history of producing some pretty tight rotation, so this is definitely one that we have to continue to watch. There is a new flash flood warning that was just issued for Northampton County, so a heads up, in addition to the rotation, we're watching some really heavy rain in this area. Let's go ahead and go street level just to know where we're going to see the rotation crossover next. We've got Fire Tower Road, Mount Carmel Road, Taylor's Mill Road, Edwards Crossroads. You're going to be kind of on the east side of the circulation, just some of the areas that are likely to be impacted there. But we have had some really impressive rainfall rates. So, you know, the tornado warnings have been a concern today, but the flash flood warnings sometimes can produce some pretty widespread issues across areas. So don't downplay the flash flood warning. That is important there in Northampton County as well. And I want to go ahead and put that on the map. Just a reminder, about 20 minutes left to go in this tornado warning in Northampton County. I'm going to go ahead and add the flash flood warning to the map. I've had to take the flash flood warnings off the map today at times just because we've had so many alerts. You know, we've got the wind advisory, we've had the flash flood warnings, and the tornado warnings and watches. So I'm trying to clear them off the map so it doesn't get too cluttered. Here's the flash flood warning. It looks like it's for almost the entire county. It is east of Lake Gaston. It does include parts of Roanoke Rapids there, and this will go until 5:45. So you've got 3 hours to go in the flash flood warning. You're getting hit with some of the hardest rain right now. Big picture here. You know, once this area swings through Northampton County, right here, I mean, the worst of this is going to be moving toward the coast and away from us. So we're almost there. We're almost done. We have one county left, Northampton County, that's at risk from this band that's produced tornado warnings in our area since early this morning, since about 9 a.m. A couple warnings up in Southern Virginia that we'll monitor, a couple of these small cells back here, but just not as menacing as what we're watching cross through our eastern counties right now. So we're almost there to be able to clear most of our viewing area out of the tornado watch. As of right now, Wilson, Edgecombe, Nash counties up toward Warren County and Wayne County are still included in the tornado watch. I do think the Weather Service will be able to clear those counties pretty soon. We just have Northampton County left to go in this band that's swinging through the area, and we should begin to see some improvements. Typically, when the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center team up and issue watches, they do it a bit longer than is needed just to be safe, and they tend to trim them back pretty early. A quick look at our flood alerts across the area. I'd mentioned that new flash flood warning that just came down. Some really heavy rain came down around the triangle between 1 and 3 inches as forecast for most of our area. In the purples and the reds that you see there, we still have flash flood warnings going in the triangle at the moment. But check this out, a really ominous picture. This was the last live shot that we got from the Boone camera before it went out earlier today. So the timestamp, 11:28 a.m. This was the last image that we got. This is King Street. If you've ever been to Boone, you know King Street. This is the main street in Boone, and it is just underwater there. It looks like a river. Flash flood emergencies are ongoing in the North Carolina mountains right now. They are starting to clear some areas, but I just fear what we're going to see in the mountains once it is safe to get places. Right now, I've been talking to friends that I have, family members that I have in the mountains, and they just can't get anywhere. They're stuck in their homes. So I think that emergency management and first responders are going to have a hard time getting to some of the worst hit places for us to see those images coming out of the mountains, Dan.
Yeah, you said it, and I do want to take us back to Rocky Mount for a moment, because we have the video again of the area that was damaged. This is in North Rocky Mount, Wesleyan Boulevard, a shopping plaza there, and it really is stunning to see this. Emergency crews have arrived on scene. Cleanup crews are there. Multiple structures have been damaged. These are restaurants. It's unclear if there were people inside of these restaurants at the time. Obviously, you can see cars that are parked out front of them, you know, inside of the tape that has been put up. You could see not only the damage to the building, but to the vehicles, and very, very powerful winds obviously did what you're looking at now. Our Grace Haba is on the scene. We know, Grace, you just spoke to some emergency officials there. Give us what we know from that area now, including the people who were potentially injured.
Yeah, well, I want to first start right away and just say, if you take a look behind me, one thing's very evident. There is a lot of damage and destruction here. We're on Wesleyan Boulevard, just near the intersection of Tiffany. And as you mentioned, I just spoke with Rocky Mount communications officials. Some of them are expected to come over here. That's why we're kind of waiting around this tape to give us an update here any moment. As far as those injuries, we're not entirely sure at this time how many are injured. We're still waiting for that update. Again, that's why we're standing here. We're told officials are about to come over to us any moment. As you can see, a lot of people here who worked in these businesses, who live in this area, are out here right now trying to piece together what happened, see if everyone is okay. Where we're standing right now is next to the Hing Ta restaurant. Right next to it is an automotive repair shop, and there is also a towing company just down the street as well. There are a lot of people here out and about, as I mentioned, who worked in this area. One of them is this gentleman right next to me, Caleb Braswell. You work in a towing company just down the street. You can't see it from our angle here, but guys, there's an 18-wheeler that's flipped over just past this intersection right in front of where Caleb works. You saw this whole tornado come through here. What did it look and sound like to you?
Yeah, so when it first come through, it was just, it was dark. I was watching y'all on live, and then it come through. I heard the rain. It was torrential rain. Lightning struck. It was like right beside the office when it struck. So I walked outside to make sure it didn't hit the building, and it looked like it was like a half mile, 3/4 mile wide. I just watched it. I mean, black, just straight down. Sounded like a group of like 10 trains, just huge. The wind, I mean, obviously was horrible. And I mean, I watched debris flying around, pieces of wood, siding, everything just flying up in the air. It was wild.
And as you told me at first when you were tuning in to watch our meteorologist on our live coverage, you thought that maybe it was going to hit closer to your home and then realized it was coming towards your business. What was that realization like for you that, oh my goodness, it's actually coming right where I am now?
Yeah, that was a little bit, a little more scary. I was on the phone with my wife, obviously. I was told her because I was worried about the dogs at home. And then I got the notification for a warning here, and it was the same system coming right up. And then, like I said, when I was watching y'all, it said that it got stronger. And then I'm like, you know, I was worried about all the vehicles I have on my lot. I was worried about me, obviously, the safety of everybody around us, because I got a big shop beside us, Carolina Tire, where they work on vehicles and stuff. So the way I am, you know, being a volunteer firefighter and everything, I'm more worried about others. Being in the tow business, I'm more worried about others. So my thought was really everybody else around me before my own. So.
Well, we are certainly all feeling for you and your community right now. Caleb mentioned to me that it's likely he and his coworkers may actually get called in to pull some of these vehicles out. Speaking of those vehicles, I want to have our camera woman, Jendea, come with me. We're going to walk over here, give you a closer look at, unfortunately, all of this destruction that we are seeing. Again, this is definitely the worst of the damage here at the Hing Ta Chinese restaurant. Just next to it, you're going to be able to see something that you don't normally see when you're looking into a car repair shop, and that is all of the cars open. There is no wall. All of the brick is gone. You see a car there still up on the riders there, and a bunch of other cars thrown this way into the side of the building. There is just vehicle after vehicle after vehicle damaged here, which really just shows how strong these winds are. Again, you're not going to be able to see it, but as I mentioned, there is an 18-wheeler just through the intersection, flipped onto its side. Again, that's right next to where Caleb was working. Again, just lots of wind, heavy destruction here, and still waiting and on standby here for emergency management crews to give us that update on those injuries. But again, guys, right now it's really even hard to grapple with the level of destruction that we're seeing here and really where this community is going to start to pick up these pieces.
Grace, wow, just unbelievable footage. Stay with us for just a moment. We do have a couple of updates. One, the tornado warning has expired at this point, so we can give people a bit of relief in that sense. We also know that there are still tornado watches, flood warnings. There are a lot of other dangers that are out there. We also are getting an update from the emergency management crews in that Rocky Mount area, and apparently the number of injured is now at 5. We do not know the extent of those injuries. We'll continue to check on that. Grace, give me an idea from where you are, because we are seeing that area is very clearly hit. You mentioned the semi-truck about a block away that it's on its side. Does it seem as though the majority of the terrible damage is right there in that area?
Yes, it definitely does seem like that. Again, the little bit of information we have been able to get from emergency crews here on site as they're still surveying the extent of this damage, they say it seems to stretch a little bit further. We might as well take you a couple more steps down this way, see just how far we're able to get, while again keeping an eye out for those emergency crews able to give us an update. But yes, it does stretch for a few buildings past this Chinese restaurant here. Again, as I mentioned, right next to it is an automotive building, and there are a ton of vehicles behind it as well that we can kind of see through this tree that are damaged. And one other thing that I want to mention that we noticed while walking across the street here to get to the scene is a very key sign of a tornado, which is when you have those big pieces of metal wrapped around poles. We saw a lot of that here in our area, just showing how the wind was really coming at this area from all directions. So as Jende is pointing back here between these buildings, you can kind of see a bit of what we're talking about. That tree very damaged. Again, this repair shop totally destroyed, and through it I'm looking at what looks like a mobile home or trailer that also has severe damage in that parking lot as well. So definitely right here, truly up the Tiffany Boulevard and Wesleyan intersection, it just seems like that storm tracked straight through this area.
You know, Grace, we're reminding people not to go out unless they have to. That is kind of a major road going through there from Rocky Mount up through Battleboro. Give us an idea of what it's like just driving around the community, getting to that area.
Yeah, we were in Wilson at the time that this storm was really making its way through here. And in Wilson and the drive here, we saw so much flooding. We passed about 2 water rescues where water was up to the windows. So even though those of you watching from home, the rain may not be falling right now where you live, that does not mean it is safe to get out here, get on the roads. There are so many power outages here in the area too. All of the stoplights are out. So there are a lot of traffic hazards to keep in mind. As you heard Caleb say, there was debris flying all over the place. That debris is strewn all across the road. You can see there's a sign down here right next to where we're standing. Again, that truck, clearly that's not a parking place. That truck was blown there. So really important that people watching right now, if you do not have to be out here, if you are somewhere that is safe with you and your family, stay there. Emergency management crews have a lot to handle in this area and simply just don't need someone else to think that they're okay and to make that trek outdoors when really you should be staying put right now.
Grace, thank you. We will check back in with you in a moment. Of course, that is the worst damage that we have seen in our area. Just startling to see the power of this type of weather. We have seen damage across our area, though. We know people are dealing with issues at their house, at their place of business, with their vehicles. There's flooding across our region. We know a lot of folks have family members down in the Charlotte area, out in the mountains, very concerned with them right now. The amount of flooding out there is absolutely terrible, and it's difficult to get in touch with people. There have been some issues with the cell signals. We want to check back in with Brian Schrader. Brian, you continue to get video and pictures sent in, giving us is this a closer look at what we're seeing in Rocky Mount?
This is a building that we believe is just behind the Hing Ta site that we've been showing you live, and this is going to repeat here in just a second. We've got it on a loop for you, but you can see where that building is so badly damaged. We heard earlier about buildings that were destroyed, and certainly this one is. This appears to be the Respicare on Tiffany Boulevard, again, just behind the Hing Ta. And you can see this happened not long after the tornado came through, and firefighters from Rocky Mount are heading into that location. We, through WRAL's Heidi Kirk, she says that Representative Alan Chesser, the State House representative for that area, is saying that people are gathering at K&W Cafeteria in Rocky Mount to connect with emergency responders. And he says that anyone looking for updates or family members should head there. I want to show you the impact on Rocky Mount that this storm has had, and you can see it on the traffic sensors in this area. This is Wesleyan Boulevard, or 301. Downtown Rocky Mount is down here past the bottom of the screen. So this is on the north side of Rocky Mount, just to orient you here. This is Benvenue Road and Highway 64. Golden East Crossing, the shopping mall, is very close to where all of this is happening. This is where that restaurant is, those restaurants we've been showing you with all the damage, and you can see where the traffic is slowing down in both directions of 301 as people slow down for the emergency response out there.
Brian, Grace earlier was doing her live shot, and she said, you know, an image that's indicative of a tornado is seeing that steel kind of wrapped around things, the power of that wind. You know, she's not a meteorologist. I am not a meteorologist, but it seems pretty obvious the power of a tornado, and that this, in fact, was a very strong one. You are a meteorologist. Can you give us kind of just your impression, having that background, looking at some of this footage?
probably tomorrow, the National Weather Service will go out there and do the storm survey where they look at the damage. And it's a complicated system where they look at the damage, they look at the type of structure, how well built it was, and then from there they decide how strong the tornado was and estimate how high those winds were. If you were watching our coverage, you saw that radar, our dual pole radar, was detecting debris, a couple thousand feet in the air. So all of that debris that you can see thrown around here on that video was being lofted into the air, picked up on radar. That allowed the National Weather Service to confirm that a tornado was on the ground. And that steps up the severity, the intensity of a tornado warning to say we know that a tornado is on the ground because we can see that debris on radar, and hopefully that stronger language gets people to take action faster.
Regardless of the strength that it officially becomes tomorrow when things are assessed, it doesn't matter to the folks who were caught in this, who owned those businesses, who were injured in some of this. Just startling stuff, Brian. We'll continue to check back in with you. But to tell you again, 5 injured in just the Rocky Mount area, and we're trying to check on the extent of those injuries, really hoping that those injuries aren't coming from people who were in some of the really badly hit parts of the footage we have just showed you. We do have some video from inside the Hing Ta restaurant, I believe. If we want to take a look, you can see this is from some people taking pictures inside. And as terrible as this is, when you look at it with the contrast of some of the footage we were seeing of entire walls being knocked over and the emergency crews and the firefighters just walking directly into these buildings and into the rubble, it is really something. 5 people, again, injured in Rocky Mount, as I just said, but 3 other people have been killed throughout the state of North Carolina. There was a 4-year-old killed in Catawba County. There was a woman killed in her car when a tree collapsed on it. Another person killed in their home when a tree collapsed on their home. Before the tornado damage was recognized in Rocky Mount, Governor Cooper said this was one of the worst storms in the modern history of North Carolina. We have spoken to so many people who have been through very damaging, dangerous, and deadly storms in this state. And we have heard time and time again that type of reference as everyone is monitoring the damage we have seen from the mountains all the way as we approach the far reaches of our viewing area. Of course, the mountains have been absolutely nailed. The flooding out there in a very busy area, the shots from Boone showing the flooded streets right through a major area in a place where they were having App State's Parents Weekend, where people were trying to contact maybe their child who is at school there and having a difficult time getting a hold of them. We'll continue to try and get information for you out there. We are going to continue this coverage right now as Deborah Morgan comes in to join me, and we'll keep checking in with the folks in the field.
Right now, we are in the thick of Tropical Storm Helene.
This is one of the worst storms in modern history.
So we now have 4 meteorologists in the WRAL Severe Weather Center tracking the tornado warnings, the flash flood warnings to help keep you safe.
King Street is virtually underwater this morning.
Of course, I'm scared. I mean, honestly.
I was definitely expecting flooding, but nothing like this.
This is a very, very dangerous situation. All of this is going to get much worse.
This is a massive tree that's down on the ground. If you're a student, you're at UNC, you need to be in your safe spot.
We've never experienced that normally here.
And that rain keeps coming down.
We're the only TV station with the dual pole radar in Wake County.
We expected this to happen. We knew we were going to get tornado warnings.
Thank you for sticking with us as we continue to monitor the damage that we have seen and the lives touched by this storm. I'm Dan Haggerty, joined now by Deborah Morgan.
Yeah, boy, here in the Triangle, I feel like we're finally able to breathe a little bit. You know, it's no longer raining, but to the east of here, Rocky Mount, that's where we're seeing some of the worst damage in our area. Let's go back out live to WRAL's Grace Haba, who is on the ground there. Boy, Grace, bring us up to speed with what you're seeing.
Deborah, unfortunately, the size of relief here in the Rocky Mount area are in short supply right now. I want to step out of the way and get right to the damage that we have behind me. Earlier, we were showing you the Hatang Chinese restaurant that is right next to us that has suffered a lot of damage. We're right next door showing you the Alpha Automotive. You saw the other side of it before, and as you can tell, the back side of it is completely gone. We could see cars thrown every which direction inside. The ceiling completely crushing the cabs of those cars, and you see this Jeep here that was not originally parked there that is now thrown. There is a truck there next to the building as well, but the top of it is completely blown off. Over to the right, you see Rocky Mount Police making their way around the building, surveying the extent of this damage, and it stretches even further past this. Look down the street here. You can see where that utility truck is working on the power lines just below it. That's not a sign that's flipped on its side. That's an 18-wheeler that was blown over. Earlier, we spoke with Caleb Braswell, who works just next to where that tow truck, or rather where that 18-wheeler flipped over. He works for a towing company. He actually just sent me a text message, guys, right before I came on the air, saying he is rushing out now to reports of an accident on 64 West that he is getting called to. So they believe that was also weather related. So the damage here is definitely being felt far beyond just these buildings here. If you look across the street here, there is a billboard that is flipped on its side right next to an auto sales building. And it's kind of hard to tell from this angle, but we parked over there across the street, and underneath that billboard is another vehicle. So there is a ton of damage here every which direction you look. And Dan asked me earlier, too, about what the roadways were like. And as I mentioned, the rain has stopped, which is a positive thing. But now it's on to this, and that is getting the lights back on in our area. Utility crews just pulling up to this intersection now as well at Wesleyan and Tiffany to try to get these stoplights back on. They got some of them on and were able to reopen this one lane here going by the restaurants and the businesses off to the side of the street that were completely destroyed. Again, we're still waiting for emergency management officials. They have been surveying the damage and want to make sure that they're able to give us a full, complete scope of what is going on here before they're able to talk to us. So we're going to continue to check back in with you, but we want to make sure that we're staying close enough to them to make sure that we're able to bring you that live as soon as they're able to tell us the extent of what's going on. And we're hearing that there were some injuries, so we definitely want to update our viewers on that as well.
Grace, with the rain ending, I know people want to try to get out of their homes. Maybe they want to go see if they can help or see what the damage looks like. What is it like trying to get through that area? Tell us exactly the roads that you're on and how inaccessible that area really is.
Yeah, so Wesleyan and Tiffany is where we are right now. You can kind of see this string of traffic here turning onto Wesleyan, which is where we are. Earlier, that entire intersection was blocked off as crews started to really survey the damage here, and it looks as though people aren't turning this way right now either. Again, they just were able to reopen one lane of this side of Wesleyan, but there is a lot of traffic headaches trying to come through the area, which again is another reason why if you do not need to leave and you want to, hunker down, I know everybody wants to get out and help as much as they can, but honestly, right now, emergency management officials, every which way I look, are tied up actively helping those here on site. And an accident, as I just mentioned, just reported on 64 West. So clearly want to avoid the roadways as much as possible and let those work. Just off behind me as I was talking, I saw yet another tree down, a large one on top of a building. So again, there's a whole lot of that around. Just because you weren't in the direct path of this tornado doesn't mean there isn't going to be some severe tree damage in your area that could be a potential road hazard for you.
Definitely, the hazards are still out there, and we're still trying to figure out where all the damage is. Grace Haba, thanks so much for that live report in Rocky Mount. And we do have WRAL Sky 5 on the way to show you the aerial view.
So it was right around 1:30 when that tornado debris signature showed up. Meteorologist Kat Campbell was on the air at the time, and I remember you mentioning that it looked large at the time.
It did. And, the worst part of all of this is some of the same towns that I had to call out with the EF3 tornado in July and same streets when we were going street level, I had to mention those same communities again. So I know, it's been a rough year and a half for folks in Rocky Mount with these tornadoes. You had the EF3, and then you had the one just to your south in Wilson County that touched down, also the EF3 from Debbie, and then you've got Helene's tornado. Meteorologist Mike Mays was looking at the wind speeds. We were kind of talking behind the scenes. This one definitely doesn't look like an EF3. That's the good news, but a tornado certainly touched down and caused significant damage in a really populated area. So we will continue to get reports in. The National Weather Service will go out there probably tomorrow to assess the damage. They could get out there later today, but I think that they'll probably get out there tomorrow due to some of the flooded roads. And when they're there in person on the scene, they're going to actually look through the damage, and that's what will allow them to rate the scale, how far it traveled, the width of the tornado, and all of those really specific details that we get. So we are still watching these couple of cells to our west. There is no imminent threat with them right now. There have been a couple tornado warnings toward the Virginia border to our west, so we're going to keep our eye on those. But the main tornado threat really came from this band, which is now east of us. So the greatest tornado threat for our viewing area really is over at this point. I do expect the tornado watch, actually, let me check. We're getting in some new information in the chat, should be dropped pretty soon. We're hearing from the National Weather Service in Raleigh right now. They are coordinating dropping the watch as we speak for some of our counties. So I think when that update comes out, we will be dropped from the tornado watch. That is supposed to expire at 6 o'clock, but that should come out any minute now, and I'll let you know when it does. As we look ahead for the next couple of hours, we still have a small chance of a storm or a shower during the evening hours. I really don't think that there would be any lightning, which is good news for Football Friday, but those spotty showers to our west that you saw on the radar, some of those could still move through later this evening. So not entirely dry, but the worst is over, the most widespread threat. And we are still tracking flash flood warnings for much of the area, even some flood warnings out there. We saw a lot of rain, generally speaking. Most of these numbers are around 2 inches of rain. It's already been such a wet year that this is just the last thing we need was more rain. And then, you look at the power outages in the western part of the state, very significant numbers, especially around Charlotte right now, even over toward Greensboro, seeing significant outages that way. We have some outages here locally, but in the blues, it's not as bad as what they're seeing off to the west. It's going to be a long time for recovery for the western half of our state because there's so many river basins. It's kind of like what we see here when we see the coast flood and you see the downstream flow. The western part of our state, over even into the Triad, is going to see some of that water that accumulated in the mountains. That's going to run down some of their river basins and lead to issues. Helene is a tropical depression at this point, so it does continue to weaken. Once that rain band moves out of here, we are going to see improving conditions for the weekend. Meteorologist Mike Mays is putting together the numbers right here. We don't have our 7-day numbers in just yet because we're putting them together, but I'll get a 7-day forecast to you in just a couple minutes. A preview, we did bump up rain chances to 40% on Sunday, but I think that's going to be our biggest update.
They need a break. They need a break from this weather,
for
honestly,
sure.
to dry out. And it's going to be a long weekend as people clean up. A lot of damage throughout our area.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, in western North Carolina alone, the governor's office saying 359 roads closed, 100 water rescues so far. We are nowhere near done with this, but we are blessed that at least this is a very fast-moving storm, and maybe we don't have to deal with additional injury on top of what we've already seen.
A lot of our roads throughout the Triangle area have trees down. They've been blocked off. I know a couple in my neighborhood. I've seen some pictures come in that major roads, Penny Road has a tree across it. So people are dealing with that type of damage, very widespread, and we've been getting a lot of images coming in from our viewers.
As a matter of fact, Brian Schrader is monitoring those in the WRAL Live Center right now. Brian?
Yes. Want to update you. Sky 5 now is about 15 to 20 minutes away from Rocky Mount. This is a live picture from the helicopter heading out toward Nash County and Edgecombe County. As soon as they get to the scene, we will let you know what they are seeing. I want to show you some new video that we just got in. This is from Donnie Gibson, who did a Facebook Live just after the tornado hit. This is from Tiffany Boulevard in Rocky Mount, and you can see that building there that's damaged. This is across the way from the New Beginnings Christian Center on Tiffany Boulevard, not too far from Wesleyan Boulevard. And that really badly damaged building apparently is a medical supply store, according to Google Maps, called Respicare. And you can see that that building is largely gone. We are still working to learn more about what's going on at that scene. This is all behind, just behind the Hing Ta restaurant and El Tapatio, the two restaurants we've been showing you in live reports that have been so badly damaged. I'm going to reach over here and show you a drone picture of that scene. This is the aerial view of the video I was just showing you. The New Beginnings Christian Center is located right here, and this is what is left of apparently what was Respicare, a medical supply store. Also, just hearing from the North Carolina mountains that I-40 is closed in both directions at the Tennessee border. The DOT says it's a mudslide. I am working to confirm that part of I-40 has washed away. As soon as we get any confirmation of that, I will let you know. But again, I-40 right now closed in both directions at the North Carolina-Tennessee border.
Deb, how big of a development is that? That's huge.
That is huge. I mean, it's such a major thoroughfare, and you think about the interstates not being as quite affected as some of the smaller roads, but that is a huge development there. So again, Brian will stay on top of that. Also, just thinking about how some of these areas are now clearing up, but just still being aware that things could be tumbling down. Grace was telling us about how a tree had just come down because it is still very windy out there. The ground has been very saturated from all the days of rain that we've had. So this could continue to be an issue as the winds, until the winds really die down.
Flooding as well, because we have the water that's going to continue to come down as it flows different areas. Different places that may not seem dangerous now could become dangerous. We always tell people, we say it time and time again here on the news, the turnaround, don't drown. If you see an area, a piece of roadway that is covered, please don't try and cross it. Take your time, find another way around. We know that people have been injured and killed as this storm system has moved through our state. Let's keep the numbers from growing at all as recovery begins. So we've been focusing on Rocky Mount, and for good reason, because of the damage that you have seen there has been startling. But we do have crews across the area, and we are going to have Sky 5 images and more of our reporters from around the Triangle when we come back.
My husband and I are going through IVF treatments now. It could be our only chance to have a family. But Donald Trump's plan could ban IVF in some states. My husband is in the military. He volunteered to serve. We are patriots and we go where he is assigned. What if we end up in a state where IVF is no longer legal? What will we do then?
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, please listen closely. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Many policies you see don't have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. This plan was designed for people on a fixed income with coverage options that start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate is locked in for life. Coverage can never be canceled, and your acceptance is guaranteed. You cannot be turned down because of your health. See for yourself. Call for an information kit and gift. Both are free with no obligation.
Call 1-800-618-5557 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-618-5557. 1-800-618-5557. Call now.
Bless you, God bless you.
Level 2 threat for Thursday.
WRAL Severe Weather Center.
We begin at 5 with the forecast as we expect multiple days with the risk of severe weather.
WRAL is the most watched news in the Triangle.
The largest team in the Triangle means more local news that impacts you.
There are a number of crews out trying to help these families.
WRAL News. Now that's coverage you can count on.
We are continuing our live WRAL coverage of now what's left of Hurricane Helene, plus the spin-up tornadoes that have happened now that have caused damage here in our area, especially in Rocky Mount, where we're hearing about 5 people at least injured. Boy, and some of the images that we're seeing, Dan, just show brick buildings just leveled and just pieces of brick all over the place.
And it is indicative of the strength of these tornadoes. You see Sky 5 en route right now. Wesleyan Boulevard running through Rocky Mount is the road you see here. A couple of images of a shopping plaza, restaurants. You see the Days Inn in the background. That is a semi-truck that was tossed onto its side. This was right around 1:30 today when the signature of this tornado was identified. The debris field was started popping up on the equipment that we have here at WRAL, and this was the aftermath when that storm had moved on. We heard from an eyewitness moments ago who was working in that area, who at first thought that maybe they would be missed in that area, but kept watching our coverage, saw the direction of the storm, and he said, I looked out the window and there it was, the giant tornado that was ripping through the businesses nearby.
Boy, and think about the power to be able to not only knock down that building that just is in pieces now, the twisted metal, the cars that are overturned, that semi that was overturned, the power of the wind and the rain that was coming down all at the same time, making for very treacherous conditions there. We want to go back to WRAL's Grace Haba, who is on the ground there. Grace, at least the rain has stopped now, and you have some new information to share with us about what happened there in Rocky Mount.
Yeah, the rain having stopped is one silver lining, if any, we can take out of all of this destruction. And you all just mentioned the strength of this storm and just how strong these winds had to be to not only knock over an 18-wheeler, but really to level buildings. This is one that we just found. It's off Tiffany Boulevard, just past the intersection of Wesleyan, as we mentioned. It's completely leveled. You see cars there in the parking lot, too, tossed around as if they were just paper. Right next to where I'm standing, too, are pieces of brick just tossed around as though they're nothing. I mean, it's kind of heavy, I'm not going to lie, so I'm going to drop it back down. But all over this parking lot, tons of brick, glass everywhere, so you really need to watch your step, too, if you're out here, because you don't know what's underneath you. Some of the areas, too, are flooded. And if you look over to the right, now we're starting to get into a residential area. So there are homes that have definitely suffered some severe damage. And if we could come a little bit further, Jendaya, I don't know if you're going to be able to zoom in this far, but I just spotted it just down there past that yellow truck on the right-hand side. You're going to see what I was just talking about, that twisted metal wrapped around objects. We see that often in the aftermath of tornadoes, and that is exactly what I'm seeing here, wrapped around what looks like a tree that seems to be in front of an apartment building. We're going to try to make our way down there too as well, just to make sure that everybody is all right. But this is the extent of the damage that we're seeing in this area of Wesleyan and Tiffany. We told you that this was extensive, and we're finally starting to make our way around and see just how bad it is. The front of the shop here, all of the glass in it, completely knocked out. The cars the cars that were parked in front of it, those are destroyed as well. The top of the cabs, the rear windshields, all of them are completely damaged. We see families around hugging each other, just looking around. I would assume that they were either in these buildings or perhaps even live nearby. So a lot of people really wondering, where do we go from here? Where do we start to repair? And right now, there's just going to have to be several days worth of cleanup here, weeks, months. It's going to take a while.
Have you spoken, when you speak to those people who are emotional in that area coming down to see the damage, what kind of sense are you getting from them?
You mentioned that one eyewitness earlier, Caleb Braswell. He works for a towing company, and as you mentioned, he told me he looked outside, thought, okay, it's going to miss us, continued to watch our coverage, and then realized the sky got dark, and not only was it not going to miss him, it was coming straight at him. His business here, just on the other side of this building that we're next to, they really dodged this by a matter of yards. So very, very, very close to home for him, and unfortunately, so many other businesses, as you can see if you look all around us, not having that same good fortune today. Again, just a lot to clean up, and those people who were fortunate enough to not have this hit directly on them. Very grateful at this moment, and a lot of people in the community coming out here asking, what can I do? How can I help? But again, emergency management crews, we continue to stress this. Those that are out here, they are all busy. They are all surveying this damage, helping those in need. Over here, I just saw this fire truck as well pull up as well just near this apartment complex. I believe that's our own Destiny Patterson as well, setting up down there, so she may have a closer look for you here in just a moment at that apartment complex. But clearly a lot of damage, a lot of emergency crews out here. So if you do not have to be out here, stay safe, stay at home. There are a ton of traffic hazards. All of this debris that is in the roadway are hazards that emergency management crews simply don't need you going out and hitting it and then having to divide crews even further out here, because this is an all hands on deck type of situation.
Grace, we want to play a little bit of that interview from that eyewitness that you did maybe about an hour ago. So let's listen.
The rain, it was torrential rain, lightning struck. It was like right beside the office when it struck. So I walked outside to make sure it didn't hit the building, and it looked like it was like a half mile, 3/4 mile wide. I just watched it, I mean, black, just straight down. Sounded like a group of like 10 trains, just huge. The wind, I mean, obviously was horrible. And I mean, I watched debris flying around, pieces of wood, siding, everything just flying up in the air. It was wild.
Boy, the noise is something that we haven't talked about yet. I mean, not only the heavy rains and the winds, obviously, but then the noise of that tornado coming through.
There's nothing. It's a frightening sound that I have heard before, and I know what he was listening to, and that is nothing you ever want to hear. We have seen, again, weather that has been so impactful from the mountains all the way here to the Triangle. King Street in Boone looked like a rushing river earlier.
That was unbelievable.
Just terrible. And we've heard now of a potential landslide that causing issues on the interstate. Brian Schrader is joining us now. Brian, you know, App State had a football game that was canceled this weekend. It was the parents' weekend. So many families here have students who are going to school there. We have people that we know who are trapped in the mountains, who can't get out because of road closures, as well as cell signal being an issue, which really can create anxiety in folks.
You know, we heard earlier from the DOT to consider all roads in western North Carolina to be closed. That's just how bad the situation is. And part of the problem about getting pictures and information out of there right now, at least, is because we are having trouble with cell signals and cell service out there. So I anticipate as we get through the evening, hopefully we'll get some more pictures and some more data. A lot of people have been curious about Lake Lure, a very popular destination in the North Carolina mountains. We heard earlier today the warning that the dam was failing. Just got an update from the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office saying that water is cresting the dam and flowing around the sidewalls. The structural supports have been compromised, but for the moment at least, the dam is currently holding. Still, they say that they have evacuation sirens sounding downstream, and they are ordering people downstream of Lake Lure to leave their homes and head to shelter. They say that they are working with structural engineers now to better assess the situation. So the bottom line, the dam is holding, but it is compromised.
Oh, that is good news, because we know when we have storms like this around here, sometimes those dams will fail. Thank you, Brian. We'll be back in touch with you. All right, we want to let you know that we're just hearing from Rocky Mount officials. They plan to do a news conference in about 15 minutes, so we'll be sure to take that live. We have Destiny Patterson and Grace Haba there on the scene, and we'll bring you very latest information, especially of the 5 people who are injured and all that damage. The wind's blown out, the windows blown out, the high winds, really something to see there.
Meteorologist Kat Campbell joins us again now. Kat, the mountains, just startling. Of course, it was part of the forecast. There was this anticipation that this would be the worst weather seen there in 100 years. And the way that people are talking, it has met that awful threshold.
Absolutely. I was on the phone with my friend's parents this morning about the situation. The last video I had gotten from her was a trash can floating by her window, and then she went dark for hours. And unfortunately, that's the issue that a lot of people are having with the cell service there. She is okay now, but you know, you're seeing these really horrific sights, and you're contacted by family and friends in western North Carolina, and then, you know, they go dark just because of the cell service issues out that way. And that's why we're having having a really tough time getting any real-time images and information out of that area right now. So, this is just has had a massive impact on infrastructure. Of course, we're worried about the dam there. So far, so good at Lake Lure, but we're watching that closely. And with the I-40 closure, that is absolutely significant from North Carolina into Tennessee. The good news is the rain is ending in the North Carolina mountains. Still pretty windy there. The center of tropical depression, Helene, now is moving into Kentucky. So it is kind of veering in this general direction now, moving away from us. We just have this final rain band moving through the northeastern part of our state. The worst is over for us here in central North Carolina. And to some degree, the worst is over in the mountains. Not all rivers have crested, though, in the western part of our state. You have to keep that in mind. Look at the damage reports coming out. You got to keep in mind these numbers, the dots on the map, they're going to go up because a lot of the National Weather Service offices that are responsible for updating these reports, they've been busy keeping people safe in tornado warnings, flash flood emergencies all day. So they'll get those on the map, but that's low on the priority list when you have people's lives in danger. The dual Doppler 5000 radar looking a little funny right now. We actually, this will probably reassure you, we changed the scan mode back to normal on the dual Doppler 5000 radar because we expect the threat for tornadoes going down in a significant way through the evening. That's great news. If we take a live look outside, still a lot of clouds lingering. Temperatures are in the mid 80s, so it's pretty warm out there right now. Now that the rain has cleared the area, we're not entirely done with rain chances just yet. We've got a couple of these little cells that are going to move through this evening through about sunset or so. This is 7 o'clock. There could still be some spotty showers, but it's not going to be that wall of rain and winds like we saw with the earlier rain band. It's going to be much more spotty, and we may not see the clouds clear until about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. The good news is we just updated the 7-day forecast. We finally, Mike Mays had time to sit down and get those new numbers in. We, of course, update all these numbers, all the icons by hand at WRAL. 85 for the high tomorrow and Sunday. Dry tomorrow. We did bump up storm chances to 40% Sunday. It'll be pretty scattered. Upper 60s, 8 a.m. A muggy start to the day tomorrow. By noon, 80 degrees, and then we'll warm up during the afternoon. So tomorrow, we get a little bit of time to dry out. And boy, are we going to need it. We'll keep in the chance for some hit or miss thunderstorms Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. And then by the end of next week, a week from today, we could have much, much better weather to look forward to. Highs in the upper 70s, lows potentially in the mid 50s. I've been waiting for weeks for another sign of fall air. We might get it by the end of next week. So we'll monitor that. But for now, conditions are improving locally, but we continue to monitor Rocky Mount for that press conference that should come out shortly. And then we'll hear from the National Weather Service soon. That's kind of our next step. We'll get in touch with them to see when they're going out to do the storm survey.
That's right. Thank you, Kat.
The Rocky Mount community cleaning up yet again after another spout with having to deal with tornadoes yet again. You're looking at some live pictures as the officials continue to survey all of the damage there. And again, as Kat said, we are awaiting a news conference. We'll have more live coverage from Rocky Mount right after this.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
Hey travelers, everybody wants cheap airfares, but where can you find them? You call Smart Fares. Our prices are direct from the airlines and they're so low they're not published anywhere. Smart Fares specializes in cheap flights, discount hotel rooms, cheap car rentals, and great package deals anywhere around the world. Wherever you want to go, Smart Fares can help you get there cheaply and with the best price guarantee. If you want the absolute lowest prices on your airline tickets or other travel services, call us right now. That's right, call. That's the only way to get these low rates. Experts are standing by 24/7 to get you the lowest rates available. So don't wait. Call Smart Fares right now for the best price guaranteed. Save up to 50% off business and first class.
All the orders were transported to UNC Healthcare.
Any fatalities?
No fatalities. No fatalities.
Can you describe their injuries at all or what the extent was?
As of right now, I don't have all the information. They were just mainly transported to the facility for the most part. So UNC Healthcare.
When you look at the extensive damage, where do you and your crews start?
So yes, first we do an assessment of the entire facility. We actually meet with the occupants of this area, try to get an assessment of exactly where the damage is at. We start doing a assessment and doing a walkthrough of all the areas just to make sure there are any lost lives and assess the damage. And we go back triage those patients and those victims, and then we transport them to UNC Healthcare.
Okay, you gave me a lot of numbers off the top, so I want to roll through them all and make sure I got them right. There are 14 buildings.
14 total buildings with serious damage.
14 buildings with serious damage.
Correct.
How many total people injured?
15 total injured.
15 total.
15 total injured.
4
of those are serious. That is correct.
All at UNC?
That is correct.
UNC here.
UNC Healthcare.
I see that you have some drones up in the sky right now. Walk me through where you guys are, because there's a lot of people out here, a lot of first responders. Where are you starting this?
So right now we're currently in the recovery phase. We're just trying to wrap our hands around everything. We are actually doing a damage assessment, make sure all the power is cut, the gas is cut, utilities are cut, and then once we get that, make it deemed safe for the occupants to go back in, then they can assess the area. Currently right now, each building is being assessed by a building inspector to make sure that they check the integrity of it, make sure there's no additional hazards just from the devastation of the tornado.
Are there any injuries to juveniles?
No.
Is there anybody missing?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Were there any fires? Any fire breakout?
No, only a gas leak.
So where's the gas leak?
The gas leak was right on Tiffany Boulevard.
You guys have it under control now?
Everything's under control as we speak.
And there's a lot of people watching, too, who want to know what can they do to help. What's your message to others in the community tuning in right now?
The biggest thing currently right now until we can get the situation more stable, just make sure you stay out the area.
And right now, no fatalities. How many people do you have injured? Sorry, I got in a little bit late on it.
15 injuries, 4 seriously injured.
I'm also noticing, I don't even know if somebody has gone through, but a lot of vehicles damaged here. Do you know how many in total at this point?
Right now, we don't know it at this point. So,
as someone who works the city, I mean, where are you at with seeing this? And it wasn't so long ago there was the incident over at the Pfizer building.
Yeah, that is correct. So yes, a lot of devastation. I just my heart goes out to the families that was involved in this, the business owners as well too. But we have a resilient city. I'm pretty sure that we're definitely going to bounce back.
We can let our city manager jump in here real quick. We'll swap the microphone. Hold that for me.
Could we get name and spelling as well, too? Yep. Thank you.
Peter Varney. S-P-E-T-E-R. Varney. V-A-R-N-E-Y.
Thank you. City manager to come up. If you can, sir, can you just give us your name?
Can you repeat that?
Can you just give your full name so we have it?
Peter Varney.
Let's spell that if you would, sir.
P-E-T-E-R, V as in victory, V-A-R-N-E-Y.
So what's your opinion of seeing the damage scene?
Well, it's a surprise, and it's devastating, obviously, and hate to see this happen. Surprised to see this happen inside the city, especially in a business district. I was trying to think when the last time we've seen tornado damage back in the 1980s, and then most recently in the last year out on Pfizer and up I-95, and now we get to do it again, only this time it's inside the city.
If there's any silver lining to that damage, was there anything you learned in the response with what happened a year ago to today?
Anything we learned? I don't know that I can say that we learned anything new, other than everybody responded very quickly. As you can see, this place is pretty well wrapped up with law enforcement and fire protection and EMS, and so it's good to see. I guess if there is a silver lining, it is that we've had good response from the responders.
I mean, this rolled through an area where there's a good deal of commerce. It's a shopping center right here. There's a number of businesses. It's a Friday. People are out there running errands, grabbing lunch, whatever it is they might be doing to wrap up their work week. You have to be extremely thankful that there were no fatalities, considering where this is.
Very much so, yeah. Friday is a heavy traffic day. Our traffic on Fridays is heavier than any other day of the week. And as you said, this is a shopping center, and so people are out here and they're moving up and down 301. Looks like the tornado came across from Airport Road and jumped across the highway and into this shopping center area, and then on down Tiffany Boulevard. There's some damage in the apartment complex area. Looks like most of that is debris-related damage, but some roof, where the wind has removed shingles and sheathing and that sort of stuff, roof damage there. But yeah, it could have been a whole lot worse. 15 injuries is not what you want, but it's not any worse than that.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Good luck.
Ask the chief a question.
Yeah, just step down here.
Okay, if you are all still listening to us, that was the latest information that we just got here. We're going to go off the shoulder, walk away, again, give you a look at the damage here in the area. Again, you heard them mention the Hing Ta restaurant, and in this area, a lot of people injured, 15. But if you tuned in a little late, fortunate news, none of those were children. 4 of those injured were taken or were seriously injured, and those who were taken to the hospital are UNC here in the area. So that is the latest information that we just got from emergency management crews. You heard me ask, too, if there was any silver lining in terms of what they might have learned the last time this area was hit by a devastating tornado, and they said, truly, it's just the quick response time, and that is every single time I've been on air with you guys, I've made sure to point that out. Everywhere you look, there are a ton of emergency management crews here, and they have just continued to flood in since we have been here. They're talking to people in the area, standing by. They're walking down side streets. They're surveying the extent of this damage, and there is a lot of damage here. So we're going to continue to walk around, find those who may have been impacted, and continue to bring you team coverage of the impact of this storm here in the Rocky Mount area.
Grace, this might seem obvious from where you're standing, but, you know, looking at it through a lens, some of the destruction seems to be total collapse of buildings and walls. Are they certain, and I'm sure that they are, but how did they go about searching for everyone to make sure that there were no other victims there?
And, you know, that is a great question. It seems like they are just actively checking in with everyone who was there at the time. And again, what we know as of this time is they said no missing people have been reported. Another positive sign out of this, as it is very obvious here. This is a commerce area. There were a ton of people in the area at the time that this happened, too. It happened very suddenly. You heard our meteorologist tracking it and saying that the storm was moving quickly. So a lot of the people who were here in the area, unfortunately, just had to stay here. There was no way really to leave when this hit, and that's evident by the amount of injuries that were reported. But again, the positive news out of that, Dan, is no missing people. So if we can take some positive out of this this very unfortunate situation here in Rocky Mount, I hope that it's that. And again, no children injured in this destruction either.
Grace, thank you. 15 injured now. It was 5 moments ago.
Right.
That number jumped pretty quickly.
4 of them seriously injured, too. So we will continue to update any conditions that we have coming into the newsroom. But the good news is at least no missing people and no fatalities at this time. WRAL's Destiny Patterson is also there in Rocky Mount. You know, Destiny, the city manager just talked about this being a surprise. I mean, we can track the hurricane for days, but these tornadoes just pop up at the spur of the moment, and it's so hard to prepare for those.
And another really interesting thing that he mentioned was the high level of traffic on Fridays. I mean, we're going into the weekend, a lot of people coming in and out of this shopping center here. You can see all of the debris that's on the ground. I mean, this is a street sign. We have a crutch here on the ground, broken glass. I'm having to watch where I walk. This here is a cafe and hookah lounge, Dream Lounge, completely blown through. It looks like you can see parts of the building that are just hanging there. The windows are completely blown out. And even taking another step this way, you can see this building completely just collapse. Emergency crews tell me that this was an emergency supply building, so that explains why we saw that crutch there on the ground. Again, a shopping center, lots of people coming in and out of this area. We just talked to a couple of people who were walking by. They said that they were coming from this salon. You can see that area is still blocked off. Lots of people that are surveying the damage themselves. I saw a lot of them taking their own videos, and they tell me they were in the hair salon and their car was actually damaged because of this storm that came in to the area, and they said that they had nowhere to go. So if we continue to walk this way, you can see this building here, the roof completely destroyed here. all because of that storm that came in last minute for the people in the area. As he mentioned, he said that he was surprised by the way that this storm came in and swept the area. And I mean, just taking a look around, it was pretty incredible for me to see when I got on the scene. So we'll continue to survey this damage. We'll continue to talk to people, and we'll continue to keep you guys updated here. Destiny Patterson, WRAL News, Rocky Mount.
Destiny, stay with us for just a second. Those 2x4s look like they impaled the roof of that home. So that's pretty amazing. Just again, think about the power of this storm. Destiny, as you said, you just got on the scene, so you were driving to that area. It does seem like a lot of the damage is right here off Wesleyan Boulevard and Tiffany Boulevard. So can you explain, did you see anywhere else where it looks like this tornado touched down and did more damage?
Well, I mean, just walking through here, you can kind of see where it looks like that storm may have swept through, the way that the trees have fallen and the way that the damage looks here. And even when we were coming, we're on Tiffany Boulevard right now. Even when we were coming here, emergency crews had so much of the area that was blocked off. So it's possible that there are still other parts of this area that did have damage that we just haven't been able to see because we don't have access to it at this point. And that's why we'll continue to stay out here and continue to talk to people who might have had that opportunity to even talk to loved ones about what they were seeing nearby.
You know, we did have WRAL Sky 5 on the way too, but the weather just changed enough that we can't get that aerial view just yet, but we certainly will. Destiny, thank you. We'll check back in with you.
The damage all startling, but the one building that's just been...
The brick building.
It is gone all the way down to the foundation, and you think about the debris, those bricks flying through the air. Really just a scary situation. Maybe of all of this, outside of the individual lives that are being dramatically impacted in Rocky Mount and other places around our state, one that will impact so many people is what we are seeing right now on the border with Tennessee on the interstate.
Yeah, I-40, we are hearing, has been closed down. I mean, obviously a big section that we deal with commerce and traveling, especially the big trucks going through that area, transporting supplies. Let's check back in with WRAL's Brian Schrader in the live center with any updates that you're hearing. Brian?
I-40 washed away, according to the DOT, because of a mudslide. WBIR TV in Knoxville is reporting that the eastbound side of I-40 has washed away into the Pigeon River just inside the North Carolina-Tennessee line on the North Carolina side. I want to show you what it looks like over on the Tennessee side. This is video from just a couple of hours ago on I-40 at the Pigeon River. This is just a few miles from the North Carolina-Tennessee border. Pictures from, video rather, from the Tennessee Department of Transportation, and you can see where that river is pushing up against the bottom of the bridge there. Also wanted to show you what it looks like in Hendersonville. This is a picture from the North Carolina Department of Transportation. This is US 64, and you can see the water rushing over the road there. A lot is going on in Tennessee just over the North Carolina border, and we have so many people who have interest in the mountains. You're also going to be interested in what's happening so close by along the state border. Downtown Newport, Tennessee, in the past 30 minutes is being ordered to be evacuated because Walters Dam in Haywood County, North Carolina, has suffered a catastrophic failure. So they are scrambling now to get people out of the way. Also in the Bristol area, Irwin, Tennessee, there's a hospital there. They're dealing with flooding, and at last check, more than 50 people were on the roof, and they are trying to rescue those people because the waters have risen so quickly there in Irwin, Tennessee.
My goodness, just so dramatic. Wow. It really all is so dramatic. WR's Grace Haba, again, in Rocky Mount, interviewing an official now. Can we listen in on that interview?
Around the corner, and her peak season is getting ready to come up between Thanksgiving, Halloween, and Christmas. And so the goal is going to be to get as much help in here as we can as quickly as possible to minimize that impact. Unfortunately, we can't make it not exist, but we can do everything we can to minimize it.
And when you talk about the second tornado, you're talking about the one that hit the Dorchester area?
Yeah, the one that came through Red Oak, Dorchester, and then came through and hit the Pfizer plant on the way into Edgecombe County. Yes, sir.
Cool, thank y'all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks so much, Steph.
The representative.
Grace, can you hear us? I don't know if she...
I will definitely take you.
Okay, it doesn't sound like she can hear us. So again, we're talking about that this is a community that within a little more than a year has dealt with some severe tornado damage.
It wasn't long ago, right? The Pfizer plant was hit. People in there at the time, we remember the devastation. There was a daycare across the street. We interviewed children and daycare workers who had to hunker down and listen to that tornado as it ripped through. And here we are again, right down the road.
Yeah, but like he said, we will rebuild. We will be here. We can't take it away, but we will be able to help people as they recover. All right, we are going to take another break. Let's take another live look at Rocky Mount Mills, where you can still see a lot of low clouds. And then a live look at the Whirligig Park in Wilson. You still see those winds pretty strong out there. We'll have more live team coverage of what's left of Helene when we come back.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal. Just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-0389 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. So call 1-800-519-0389 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. Order now.
Get breaking news first with the WRAL Live Center, Breaking News Tracker, and Sky 5.
And investigators are focusing in on that loading dock.
Now that's coverage you can count on. Welcome back. We continue to monitor the aftermath of the tornado in Rocky Mount.
The good news is the tornado watch has now been dropped for our area. We're going to check in with meteorologist Kat Campbell just a moment. First, we want to go back to WRAL's Destiny Patterson, who is in Rocky Mount, right at the scene at some of the worst damage that we've seen today.
I mean, if you look this way, you can see the devastation that this community is dealing with now. And on the other side of this street here, there's a salon, and they have a lot of people that are surveying this damage in real time. Tell me your name.
My name is Keisha Justice.
And she has a business that's just across the street here from what I just showed you. She tells me that she was taking cover in the moments that storm came through. Describe that for me.
In the moment when it came through, all I could hear was the howl of the tornado. With the howl of the tornado, I knew that it was something that was very serious. And so at that point, what I did was I made sure that I got my patient an eye, and we said, let's go take cover. And we ran into cover in the bathroom in the safest place of the building.
And when you came out, what was that like?
When I came out, it was a surprise. We saw that building that was completely torn down. We saw the hookah bar that's beside me that was completely demolished, my business demolished. But at that point, all I could say was thank God. That was the only emotion. That was the only thing that I could have on the forefront of my brain was thank God.
How does it feel looking across the street? You said that there's this thankfulness that you were able to make it through that. Mm-hmm. So what happens next? Looking across the street at your business, at the businesses next door?
We will thrive. And I'm speaking that into existence. Pretty Essentials, we will thrive. The businesses that are around us, they will thrive. I do believe with the help of the community and the help of those that are around us, we will make it back.
I mean, it wasn't that long ago that there was another tornado that was just up the street from here. Were you around for that one as well?
Fortunately, I was not around for that one, but that did a lot of damage. And it just seems like every time something of a tornado sort happens, Rocky Mount has taken a hit. Nash County has taken a hit.
Anything else that you'd want to describe for people who aren't seeing this here in real time and not seeing the devastation here?
It's devastating. That is the word. And again, all I can say is it was nothing but God. Nothing.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So you can hear there just how devastating this has been for the people in the area. As I mentioned, there was another tornado that wasn't far from here just last year. We'll continue to bring you updates live from Rocky Mount. I'm Destiny Patterson.
Boy, she's still just so shaken, and I've never wanted to just reach through the TV more and just want to give her a hug because that is just really emotional.
It was in her voice the whole time.
Yeah.
You could tell just a little bit of shock, a little bit of sadness, and feeling a bit picked on too, which I'm sure the folks who live in that area feel that way. It seems like anytime a tornado is touching down, it's right in their backyard. Meteorologist Kat Campbell joins us now with a look at, why people feel that way. It's right there in the data.
It is. I mean, unfortunately, when I was going back and looking at the tornado tracks around Rocky Mount, so Nash, Edgecombe, down into Wilson County, we can plot them all the way back to, the 1940s. And when you look at the recent tornadoes, they all stack up in recent years, and you heard her say it was just so terrifying that they feel like they keep getting hit time and time again. So we don't yet have the official track on today's tornado out, but it was in this area. It was the north side of town in Rocky Mount, especially the northwest side of town here. And you look at where the EF3 tornado passed through in July of last year, and the intersection of where we potentially had this tornado still on the ground because it was moving north, kind of in this direction. Once we get the official track out, I'll be really interested to see if it was still on the ground right here and actually intersected where there was the EF3 that we had last summer. Unfortunately, these areas so close together. I mean, you can drive between them 5-10 minutes, no problem. And that may be, driving very slow between the two. So it just time and time again, I know it feels like they're getting hit hard. This was the EF3 tornado that you had in 2023 there last summer. And then this was the EF3 tornado that you had with Debbie. So it's not just that areas around Rocky Mount. You got to remember they were in that tornado warning as well in Rocky Mount. It's not just tornadoes that the areas around Rocky Mount have been getting hit with. I mean, these are EF3 tornadoes. That's about as strong as we get here in our area in central North Carolina. That's as bad as these tornadoes get. So it's really been a rough go there. We won't yet get the rating until probably tomorrow, maybe even the next day from the National Weather Service, but they will be out there and they're going to let us know the width of the path, the maximum wind speeds, how far it traveled, and exactly, where on a map the tornado touched down. But we were able to confirm the tornado for you pretty early on because we saw a debris ball show up on the dual Doppler 5000 radar. That's the advantage of a dual pole radar, is we can actually detect when there's not raindrops, not hail, it's not wind, but a lot of debris being lofted over 1,000 feet in the air. This debris ball, I was on the air tracking it in real time. It was right over North Wesleyan Boulevard, and that same debris ball was about 1,300 feet in the air was how high that debris went. And, it was just really hard to see that, especially knowing North Wesleyan Boulevard, very populated area, and that's where we had all the damage as well. Let's breathe a sigh of relief. Good news I have for you, the tornado watch is over for almost our entire viewing area. The only remaining county is Northampton County, and I really think the threat is over for you if you live in Northampton County. The only reason why you haven't been cleared from this map, I believe, is because you are in a different weather service office than most of our viewing areas. So that's why they're still busy with some of the threats off in their eastern counties, so they probably just haven't had time to clear you yet. So the worst is over from Helene as it continues to circle visible into Kentucky right now. Pretty remarkable. It's no longer a prominent tropical system. We've got that rain band moving through here. And for us at home, we could still see a little bit of rain. You can see a few spotty showers here. We've got that tornado warning off to our north and west. You got to keep in mind these areas in southwest Virginia are closer to what's left of the center of circulation. So they've got more wind shear in the atmosphere than we do now at this point. Got a lot of flood alerts to tell you about. All of the green boxes that you see, they are flash flood warnings that have been downgraded now a tier to a flood warning. So the worst is flash flood emergency, then flash flood warning, and then flood warning, and that's where we are right now. And then below that is flood advisory. Let's take a look at your weekend. High temperatures are going to be in the mid 80s. We are it looks like my graphics are auto advancing, so we'll get you to your 7-day here in just a few minutes. I think our weather systems have had quite the workout today, so I think they may need a quick reboot after all the data that they've had coming in all day. Okay, meteorologist Mike Mays just ran over here to help me out and pull up our 7-day forecast for you. Over the weekend, we'll be in the mid 80s. Tomorrow is dry, few scattered showers and storms Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, but the end of next week, we should finally have a couple days in a row. No rain and some sunshine.
Take that.
Oh, we do need that. Thank you, Kat.
Nothing brings people together quite like the weather, the good weather and the bad weather. And I think something that was a little unique today, of course not unheard of, but the fact that the warnings went through some of the most populated areas here in the Triangle. A lot of people felt the fear today of what might happen if a tornado touched down. Of course, we saw the devastation and what people feared when it finally did in Rocky Mount.
Let's go back to WRAL's Brian Schrader. He is in the live center now with some new images coming in. Not only are we talking about Rocky Mount, but even you have some damage that you're seeing in Orange County, Brian.
Yes, Sky 5 live over the scene of a washed out road. This is Harmony Church Road north of Hillsborough. We got that word earlier this morning that the road had been damaged because of flooding, and you can see where a big chunk of it there is gone. The DOT says that it likely is going to be a long-term closure. They're going to have to replace the culvert there, the drainage system, so that water can flow under that road. This is something we talk about with every hurricane in our area. We get the flooding, and then the roads will wash out because the culverts that channel all that water simply can't handle that amount of rushing water when that flash flooding is at its worst. Then the DOT has to go in there, and in the repair work, they have to widen those culverts and strengthen them so that it can withstand all of that pressure. A lot of roads in central and eastern North Carolina have dealt with this in years past, and we've got a fresh batch right now, especially in the western part of North Carolina, where we have so many roads that are closed right now. We told you about I-40 closed in both directions at the North Carolina-Tennessee border because it appears as though the eastbound lanes have washed away.
What a way to end the week. Fortunately, we have some dry weather tomorrow and the weekend to begin an extensive cleanup.
We have many reporters scattered across our area to bring you live coverage, starting with our 4 o'clock news in just a moment.
With our dual pole radar, you can get updates up to 6 minutes faster than anyone else. Let me show you some of the cool features. You're able to zoom in and get precise weather information down to street level.
We're the only station to have a dual pole radar right here in Wake County. That allows us to really focus on this area to keep your family safe.
We can see things in the atmosphere in 3 dimensions. Rain, snow, hail, even tornado debris. It shows you where that possible tornado would be heading in the future.
Dual Doppler 5000 radar only on WRAL News.
Breaking tonight, we have Sky 5 live up over the scene here. They're calling this a cybersecurity incident.
We've learned that U.S. Capitol Police arrested
You need to be headed to your safe place.
This is the moment a crowbar flew right into her windshield.
Live from the scene in the WRAL Breaking News Tracker.
First on WRAL.
If you're stuck in one of these backups, your best bet, come back up US 1 to Raleigh.
We are about to show you new video into WRAL.
A lot has happened, Nick, in the overnight hours.
That's coverage you can count on.
When we're tracking the tropics from here,
right here is always on our minds.
It's your family, your home,
your neighborhood, and all the way to the coast.
That's why we're hard at work here using tools no one else has.
Dual Doppler 5000 is picking up flying debris
to keep you informed,
to keep you safe. We're keeping a close eye on Debbie as
with 100 years of combined experience tracking storms.
Major event is coming to an end.
I want to show you why things were worse there. That's weather coverage you can count on.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call 1-800-224-1654. That's 1-800-224-1654.
The largest team in the Triangle means more local news that impacts you.
There are a number of crews out trying to help these families.
WRAL News. Now that's coverage you can count on.
This is one of the worst storms in modern history.
This is the advantage to having a dual pole radar at WRAL. We have a live look at a tornado on the ground.
We are starting to get damage reports now from Rocky Mount, and you can see the immense damage.
Total of 15 injuries, 4 seriously injured.
I've been through many hurricanes and nothing like this.
This is a very, very dangerous situation. All of this is going to get much worse.
It was dark. I was watching y'all on live. Sounded like a group of like 10 trains.
Just take a look at this. This is the devastation that was caused by Hurricane Helene.
This is a system that came through our state and at this point has claimed 3 lives. And we're going to continue to update you as we move through this together. Our breaking news right now here at 4 o'clock. Helene wreaking havoc across North Carolina as we take a live look at Rocky Mount from where a confirmed tornado has touched down, destroying multiple businesses and injuring, we're learning, at least 15 people. Thank you for joining us. I'm Dan Haggerty.
And I'm Deborah Morgan. We have been on the air continuously for 11 and a half hours now, alerting you to every threat as this storm system has moved through North Carolina.
Helene leaving a path of destruction far and wide. We've seen historic flooding, downed trees, power outages, deadly car crashes.
Here are some of the latest impacts from the storm. At least 15 people injured when that tornado touched down in Rocky Mount. We have seen at least 3 deaths in North Carolina. Right now, more than 930,000 people are without power across the state. And I-40 at the Tennessee state line is closed in both directions due to a mudslide.
We do have team coverage for you, of course, tonight, surveying all of the damage, everything you need to know. We're going to get to our live crews in just a minute. But first, let's send things over to meteorologist Kat Campbell.
And Kat, hard to believe we've had nearly a dozen tornado warnings today with that 1 touchdown confirmed in Rocky Mount.
We have been on the air with you since the first tornado warning this morning around 9 a.m. We have been fully staffed here in the WRAL Severe Weather Center. The good news is the tornado watch has been allowed to expire in our area, and the worst is really over at this point. We still have a couple of cells crossing over I-40 up in Caswell County, Alamance County to our west. Those should cross up into Virginia. And for us, a pretty quiet radar. We could still see a couple of spotty showers arrive later on this evening and tonight. So just don't be caught off guard if you do see a little bit of rain. The odds that this would be anything other than a quick shower is pretty low. I don't even think that we'll really see much in the way of lightning. So that's the good news. The worst is over. But I want to take you back in time to 1:30. This is what we were looking at on the Dual Doppler 5000 radar. This is our debris detector tool. This is downtown Rocky Mount. This is at 1:30, right on the north side of town when we started to see debris showing up about 1,300 feet in the air. That is when we knew, and we were the first to alert you, that there was a tornado on the ground near Rocky Mount. And unfortunately, our reporters have some pretty devastating images coming out of there. I'll walk you back in time at this tornado coming up.
Thank you. Let's get to Brian Schrader in the Live Center. Actually, we'll move to Rocky Mount. Of course, that is a place we've been showing you throughout the afternoon. Devastating, the sheer amount of damage still unfolding this afternoon.
We have team coverage from there. Destiny Patterson, Carly Haynes, and Grace Haba are all on the ground in Rocky Mount. Grace, let's go ahead and start with you as we go to you live. And you were there shortly after that tornado touched down.
Yeah, the storm that left all of the devastation behind me that you're looking at rolled through this area, according to witnesses, right around 1:20 this afternoon. Sounded like a bunch of freight trains is how one eyewitness described it to us as it rolled through here. You're looking at definitely some of the worst damage we have seen in this area. This is just off of Wesleyan Boulevard near the intersection of Tiffany. And as you can see, cars are inside the Hing Ta restaurant. Right next to it, there is a repair shop. So many cars there damaged as well. Tons of brick and glass and vehicles just thrown around as though they were weightless. We have billboards across the street knocked down, power outages, and a ton of just people thankful that they are okay, that their friends and family are okay. We did hear that there were 15 injuries. 4 of those were severe, and none of them were children. So if there is a silver lining in this, it is that there is no reported fatalities from this storm that came through Rocky Mount. Again, we do have 3 statewide, so thankful that that did not pan out to be the case here. But we do hear of some people here in the area reuniting, and I want to make sure we get to our other crews here in the area who are talking to some of those folks here on the ground, making sure everyone is okay.
It's been a very emotional time. Thank you, Grace Haba, live there in Rocky Mount.
We have to get to our Carly Haynes. She is speaking to people who were inside of one of those businesses that was just hammered by that tornado. Carly, what can you tell us?
We're seeing families reuniting right now. It's very emotional, and we just witnessed a tearful reunion right here with Sonny. I saw you both were tearing up. Describe what just happened there.
I haven't seen all this happen, and it's just so good to make sure.
Blessed.
Blessed. My husband's
blessed
okay.
To be alive.
My granddaughters are okay. I mean, you cannot understand how much.
And all the families in there.
Yeah.
We were blessed.
He saved families, and I'm so proud of him.
Where were you at the time? What happened?
Well, we kept getting text messages about tornadoes in the area. My sister-in-law sent me one saying there was 15 minutes there was going to be a tornado coming through here, and so we was kind of preparing for it, but there was nowhere we could go, all of us, because we knew it was pouring down raining and it was windy. So I went outside and looked. Anyway, we went in there, and I told my granddaughter Carly and Sophie to look for those trees, and if they started blowing, just get up under the table, wherever you can, So I went, they got their food. I went and got my food, and I heard them chimes were just ringing like that movie, and then I knew something was fixing to happen. So I ran over there to get them, and at the same time I grabbed them, went up under the table, and I grabbed some other people, went up under the table, and it was just horrific. Everything was twisting around, bricks were falling down, and blocks and wood and everything, and we just was all under there huddled praying,
What was going through your head when you were under there? What were you hearing at the time?
You could hear everything beating around on the walls, like all the bricks and everything was beating around in this like a washing machine, and we was all up on it. You could just hear it. It didn't stop. We didn't think it was going to stop that quick. We just kept praying. All of us were praying.
And when you walked outside and you saw the destruction,
we looked up at the Lord. Thank the Lord that we made it through that.
And for those moments where you didn't know where your husband was, what was that like for you?
It was very emotional. We were able to get on the phone right away, and I knew he was okay, and that's all I could do. It's just thank God. Just thank God he was okay.
On the phone while we was up under the table. Man, that man was stuck. My leg was stuck, and he was way up in there stuck.
You gotta know we're right there. We're at the hip.
So I just started grabbing and just telling everybody, get out, grab the kids and push them out. And everybody pushed out that little hole. And then his brother-in-law came in there, and we helped him get out. And then I got out. And yeah.
We helped a lot of people here today.
He's a wonderful man.
Thank you so much.
God did. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Sonny. We'll talk to you after this as well. A lot of emotional stories coming out of this in those scary moments when people just really didn't know what was going to happen, and you come out here and you see the destruction, and it's truly hard to watch. Back to you.
What an account. What an interview.
Underneath a table.
It really is.
And being able to pull people out as they can. Carly, are you still with us? I know we were asking about the extent of the injuries. Just wondering, we're hearing 15 injured in that area. Carly, if you're still with us, can you explain what types of injuries people are telling you about?
A lot of this is truly amazing. as well. We're seeing a lot of people who were able to escape injury. They were inside the building, but they say if they had been outside in their car, there was a picnic table that was thrown through their front windshield that they could have been hit by. So there are a lot of miraculous stories through this as well. But we are hearing that at least 15 people were injured. 4 of those were critical injuries, so we're really hoping that they're going to pull through. But a lot of people are just regrouping with family members right now, making sure that they're okay. This is the first time that they're actually getting to be with their family members right now. So it's a story of just hope, of thankfulness, but also of just complete emotion as they're seeing what other people had to go through with all of this.
Carly, thank you so much. His account, the way he described it as a washing machine, but filled with debris and bricks swirling around them. Really, my goodness.
The accounts have been incredible, and a lot of people just talking about how they were helping each other out during such a terrifying time. So
unfortunate.
What happens here?
That region, that area, has been through this recently. Many will remember parts of Nash County were destroyed by a tornado just 1 year ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's a total sense of deja vu. The tornado touched down on July 19th, 2023, around 12:30 p.m. in the Brattleboro and Dorchester communities. An estimated 90 homes and buildings were damaged or destroyed, including the Pfizer plant in Rocky Mount. This was something that we covered extensively. This is the first EF3 tornado to ever hit central North Carolina in the month of July. No one was killed in this storm, thankfully. And our coverage does not stop here. We have much more of Helene's impact still ahead.
The WRAL's Destiny Patterson also in Rocky Mount for us. Destiny.
It's a scene of debris and devastation here in Rocky Mount. Coming up, I'm giving you a closer look at that and how residents say they plan to rebuild.
And just into the WRAL Live Center, we are getting a really dramatic look at some of the tornado damage in Rocky Mount from before the storm and after the storm. I'll show you that coming up in just a few minutes.
Mike, where exactly is this storm now?
Today's a WRAL Weather Alert Day.
There's the WRAL Storm Tracker right in the middle of it all.
If you live in Brattleboro, you need to head to your safe place.
Have a flash flood warning. You may have just seen that alert on your phone.
We have the only dual pole radar in all of Wake County. And
there's more of a consensus now.
It is hailing right now.
What we're looking at on the live dual Doppler 5000 radar.
We're tracking a tornado that's on the ground.
So storm track, and then I'm going to show you what's going on inside the storm.
It's going to get a little worse out there. You'll want to stay inside.
That's coverage you can count on.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Have you ever considered getting a walk-in tub? Well, look no further. Safe Step's best offer just got better. When you purchase your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub, you'll receive a free shower package. Yes, a free shower package. And if you call today, you'll also receive $1,600 off. Call now to receive a free shower package plus $1,600 off with the purchase of your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub.
There is a road laid out for me.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
Leading down to the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
What do you think?
I know this road is there for me. If I'm really free, take me down to the river and walk.
When tropical weather threatens our home,
expertise counts.
Dual Doppler 5000 picking up flying debris.
That's why the WRAL Severe Weather Team is gearing up.
To protect what matters most, your family.
Your safe place is where you want to be.
Tracking the storms from where they form.
Since the very beginning
to our shores.
The center of circulation.
Right to your neighborhood.
A tornado that has touched down and kicked debris into the air. And only WRAL has the tools to get it done. Preparing you every step of the way. The only answer is the WRAL Severe Weather Team.
The power of the WRAL Severe Weather Team in a one-of-a-kind storm tracker. The only team to control a dual-pole radar where it matters most. Giving you real-time data up to 6 minutes faster than anywhere else.
And we are staying on top of this breaking news in Rocky Mount, where the tornado hit this afternoon.
WRAL's Destiny Patterson joining us from Wesleyan Boulevard, where this all happened there in Rocky Mount. Destiny.
I'm not far from Wesleyan Boulevard right now. We're on Tiffany, and you can see this car here. The family that owns this car describes that it flew from the other side of the street and landed on this side. You can see the damage here. I talked to the daughter of the woman who owns this car. Can you explain to us again what you saw?
Where? Well, we were over there, and then the tornado got closer to us, and then everything was flying away in circles, and then the car was like going in circles, and my dad did something to make us stay alive, and then we get out, we get inside to pick up my mom, and then we left.
Well, I'm so glad that you guys are okay. Yeah. Thank you for describing that. Her father previously told me, you know, he believes in God and he's just thankful that they were okay. To be clear, they weren't in the car. They went across the street to pick up her mom from work. And then that's when they saw a car nearby fly across the street during the midst of that storm. If I take you this way, you can really see kind of the path of where that storm was coming from. You can see the debris here at this shopping center. The windows are completely blown out here at this hookah lounge. And we also talked to a woman who works in this shopping center who says that it was a devastating situation that they'll continue to build on.
When it came, all I heard was the sound or the howl of the tornado, and we ran for cover. I had a patient on the inside with me, but thankfully him and I, we're okay.
How are you dealing with all of this now?
Obviously I'm a little bit shaken up, but I will be okay. Business will be replenished, and there's no doubt in my mind that it was nothing but God.
She felt very strongly about that, because if you remember, it wasn't that long ago when a tornado hit Rocky Mount not far from here. So she knows that they will continue to rebuild. Obviously, they have a lot of work to do, but there are a lot of crews out here, a lot of people out here who are working to help their neighbors and help this community rebuild from here. Destiny Patterson, WRAL News in Rocky Mount.
Thank you to Destiny, interviewing a little girl who had to witness that, who saw that happen. Yeah. Scary for her and her father, who was probably worried so much about her during all of that. But I'm glad everyone there is okay.
A lot of people talking about their faith, too, getting them through these moments. Now let's take you to the mountains in western North Carolina. They are still experiencing some catastrophic flooding.
Video here from Asheville, that dumpster and the shipping container floating down the street. I mean, just startling to see. WRAL's Sean Gallagher is there talking to people impacted by all of it.
Yeah, we're here in Biltmore Village, where the water has just been creeping up all morning. We've had to move back from a coffee shop that's not too far from here all the way back, probably 100 feet or so throughout the morning. But now that the rain has let up, a lot of people are out here to try to basically take in this spectacle. I now have TJ here with me, who's lived in this neighborhood for a while. I mean, TJ, first got out here and you see this. What goes through your mind?
I would say memories, because I've seen it many times before. I'm 69 years old, so I've seen it many, many times. So that's why I do come out, look, observe, and say, when is the next time it's going to happen?
How does it make you feel? I mean, you see it a lot, but I mean, how does it make you feel when you see there's water all the way up here to the gas station?
You can't control it. It's only nature. And so you do what you do. When it rains, and snows, it snows, so you just do what you do. That's it.
I know there's a lot of businesses here. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of like residential homes, but what goes through your mind for your fellow man, the other neighbors that you have here?
Well, as far as the businesses is concerned, I watched many businesses just close down because the water was so bad. But after a while, everybody gets back on their feet and everything opens back up. Everything runs smooth as ever. That's it.
Tell me about this community. You know, it sounds like they're going to be pretty resilient and dealing with this. Is that what you think?
Oh, we always do. You know, you always bounce back. Like in every community, when something happens, everybody rallies together and get back on your feet, and that's what you do.
Yeah. And TJ, for you were saying that, you know, your house is up, it's elevated, you got some damage from some trees, but, you know, no really worse for wear. What do you think is your role now in this effort to try to help build the community back?
You do what you do. You help your neighbor out, your neighbor help you out, and no matter what you can do, that's what you do. You bring your chainsaws out and get your hands dirty, do what you do.
You have any? Where's your faith in this all returning to normal?
Well, it's not faith. It's just going to happen. I mean, you have to do what you got to do. Faith is not really involved in all of that. It's just like doing what you got to do. That's it. Yes, sir.
Well, really appreciate your time. Best of luck moving forward, all right? Yeah, so it's been very busy out here. You know, crews in Asheville specifically have had to deal with 6 rescues, and you're seeing things like this all day. There are large garbage dumpsters that just are being swept away. I mean, those things are very heavy. That should give you some kind of aspect of how powerful this storm and this flooding is, and that's why so many people are out here taking pictures, taking this in, because this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime type of an event. Sean Gallagher, WRAL News in Asheville.
Well, out there in Boone, in Asheville, in the mountains, they feared the worst, and in many cases, those fears are being realized.
So many roads washed out. And, you know, earlier today, when there was a flash flood warning here in our area, I was in an office, and all of our phones went off at the same time. So there is a warning system, and hopefully, Kat, I know you were looking at this. How much warning did the people in Rocky Mount get before the tornado touched down?
So let's go back in time. Let me first say the image behind me is old. This was the tornado warning from earlier. There's not a current tornado warning in Rocky Mount. This is the timestamp. 1:17 is when we first saw the tornado warning issued. It was right as the storm passed north of Elm City. We saw the tornado warning at about 1:17. I want to go forward in time. I'm going to switch products on you. I'm going to go over to our debris detector tool. This looks like a mess right now. There was nothing on here at that point in time that indicated debris. So it was just before, you can see the box up at about 1:16, 1:17 when that warning was issued. And it was right here when we got closer to 1:30 p.m. that we had a clear debris ball on the radar. So it's this little area that you see just north of Rocky Mount. Right here at 1:30, we were able to confirm using the dual Doppler 5000 radar here in Wake County that there was unfortunately a tornado on the ground. And we spotted the tornado with our debris detector tool right on the north side of town in Rocky Mount. This is North Wesleyan Boulevard, so really populated area. And that debris was about 1,300 feet in the air. Pretty remarkable. We followed this all the way through about 1:42 is when we actually saw that diminish, the debris ball. So, you know, I can't guarantee that it was on the ground that entire time, but unfortunately, you know, it was about 10 minutes of the dual Doppler 5000 radar seeing that debris. So we still have some flash flood warnings that are in effect for our eastern counties that have been downgraded, but let's go to our current radar right now. So we're going to go back to real time here, and I want to pull up and just let you know there are a couple of cells that we are watching still. This is nothing like what we saw earlier, but we've seen a lot of tornado warnings now from these small cells in Southwest Virginia. We got to watch these cells as they continue to move to the north. For the most part, they're really going to stay west of our immediate viewing area. But if you live in if you live in the northwestern part of Orange County there, northwest of Hillsborough or Roxborough, you know, you're just kind of right on that edge of these final cells that we'll watch swing through the area. But we're almost there, almost done. Over the next 7 days, here's what is to expect. 85 tomorrow. It's warm. It's pretty muggy out tomorrow, but it's dry at least. Sunday, some scattered thunderstorms will be possible during the day, and that'll be the case Monday as well. Just an isolated storm chance on Tuesday, and then we could actually get 3 days in a row of dry weather. Finally, it's been a while since we've been able to see that. Can't wait to have some sun to help dry us out.
All right. Thanks so much, Kat. We continue to follow the impacts of Helene from Rocky Mount to the mountains to the Triangle.
WRAL's Chelsea Donovan, live for us in Durham. Chelsea.
Yeah, so the bottom floor apartments here in South Durham, all vacant tonight due to flash flooding. Coming up, we'll show you all of the damage inside.
Report severe weather at WRAL.com/reportit.
Join us for our latest season. Visit CarolinaBallet.com or call the box office at 919-719-0900 for tickets.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with my Bionic Blade, the new handheld blender that's rechargeable, so you can make a fast, healthy shake anywhere. It has the motor and blades built right into the lid, so blend a shake at the gym, make pina coladas by poolside, or grind coffee beans for an iced cold brew on the go.
Get the Bionic Blade for just $29.99 with free shipping. You'll also get 2 sipping lids, a second container, and the sports lid. Get it all for just $29.99. Order now.
WRAL weather alert days are simple. It's a way for us to say bad weather is coming your way.
It gives you, the viewer, a heads up of what's coming.
There are a lot of different reasons that we might issue a WRAL weather alert day.
People have busy lives. They need to pick their kids up from school. They need to run errands.
Hey, I need to pay attention to the weather today. Something serious is on the way.
Something significant is coming your way that you need to pay attention to that day.
It's important not just to alert people to bad weather, but to alert people when that threat has ended.
2 hours later, we got a call from the company. There it is. It's right there.
That's amazing.
Because of 5 on your side, I'm able to live.
Very fortunate to have you on my side.
Small actions can have big payoffs.
I've seen what happens when you get involved.
They work for everybody on television. I'm trying to see what it worked for me too.
I was so happy because I needed that money.
If you need help, call 5 on your side.
A 5 on your side success story.
That's coverage you can count on.
Some stories are impossible to tell in a few minutes. That is where the WRAL Doc Unit comes in. I want people watching these documentaries to see things that they might never see. They may feel upset,
Talk to me.
empathy, shock.
That is the Neuse River.
Most importantly, I want them to learn something. I'm Kristen Severance, and I'm the WRAL Investigative Documentary Reporter.
Here in the Triangle, we had a lot of rain come down, and 6 families are displaced in Durham after heavy rains this morning caused flash flooding.
Just terrible. WR's Chelsea Donovan joining us now live with their story and what they're dealing with there, Chelsea.
Yeah, so just take a look here at this high water line here. We're at the Triangle Park Apartments in South Durham. You can see just how high that water got this afternoon due to that flash flood here. And you can see some of that leftover residual water here. 6 families displaced tonight, and everything inside their apartment waterlogged and ruined. This is video from inside Victor Yu's home off South Alston Street in Durham. Floodwaters came rushing in around 10 this morning.
It was at this level, at this level, just above my knee.
He and other neighbors called 911 as they were trapped inside. That's when Durham fire crews showed up to help.
Me, my wife, and my 2-year-old son, we are on top of the water.
What about the damage inside? Tell me about that.
Everything is gone, like, the bed, the furnitures, everything, clothes, the boxes, everything is soaked. My laptop.
The waters from the Buck Branch stream overflowed here in the Triangle Park Apartments. That water made its way into about 6 apartments. You can see the water line on the bottom floor.
We couldn't go out because, the water level outside was higher than the one inside.
He and other families bagged up what they could, hoping for a place to stay tonight. Where do you go from here?
I don't know right now.
Yeah, so we understand from some of these families that we talked to, they're working with the American Red Cross to get help tonight. We should mention, even talking with some of these families, some of them were so scared they actually had to jump through the window for safety. Live in Durham, Chelsea Donovan, WRAL News.
Rest of that families, he has his 2-year-old, just awful.
Very frightening. We continue to survey the damage in Rocky Mount after a tornado destroyed multiple businesses. As we've been showing you, WRAL's Grace Haba is live in Rocky Mount. Grace?
This restaurant here behind me, Hing Ta, one of the hardest places hit here in the area. We just spoke to the owners who unfortunately learned some devastating news about the structural integrity of their building. We'll let you know the latest update here coming up in just a moment.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
How many times has something broke down, but the right size tool is nowhere to be found? What you need is Red Dog, the amazing universal socket tool that fits, grips, and tightens virtually any fastener. And now may be your last chance to get one before they're gone. Look at all the different sizes and shapes, nuts, bolts, and screws. Any head will do. Red Dog grabs on tight and locks into place fast. It replaces hundreds of different tools, yet it's smaller than a battery. 54 telescoping steel pins mold around any object. Then, up to 150 pounds of torque knock out rusted fasteners. Attach the deluxe drill adapter and drive screws into concrete with ease. Don't let a stubborn project ruin your day. Red Dog grabs on tight. Plus, it tackles odd jobs with precision and speed. No more heavy toolboxes or guessing which size to use. With Red Dog, you'll never search or guess which tool to use again. Look, you could use a ton of different tools for this project, but we did it fast and easy with just one Red Dog. Amazing! You could spend over $100 for a socket set, or you can get the incredible Red Dog for just $19.99. But wait, there's breaking news. Red Dog may be discontinued. Due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, Red Dog is stopping manufacturing immediately. There's a strict limit of 3 per order while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Red Dog, but you must act fast. Once the current inventory is gone, it's gone forever. The amazing Red Dog. Order now.
Call 1-800-519-6931. That's 1-800-519-6931. Or visit buyreddog.com. So call 1-800-519-6931 now.
You are our focus.
Coverage for you and your family.
Covering your neighborhood and town.
Covering breaking news like no one else.
And certified accurate weather.
Before, during, and after the storm. You are the most important part of coverage you can count on.
Now, breaking news from WRAL. Coverage you can count on.
As we show you the images, the startling images from Rocky Mount and just the buildings destroyed by a tornado today. A very busy day of tornado warnings for so many more people across our area. Fortunately, the rain has pushed off to the north and east.
Whew, the worst is over, but we still have a little bit yet to deal with. Let's go back to meteorologist Kat Campbell in the WRAL Severe Weather Center. Kat.
And we're still monitoring some showers that are popping up. We're keeping an eye on these in the western part of our viewing area. There have been a couple of tornado warnings on these small cells, but not a widespread threat or anything like that. We're monitoring it for you. We do want to let you know the band that brought us the tornado in Rocky Mount earlier and all the tornado warnings is in the eastern part of our state, and Bertie County is currently under a tornado warning. Unfortunately, that area, no stranger to some pretty significant tornadoes, especially that tropical tornado that touched down there. It was at least an EF2. I think it was an EF3 just a couple of years ago. So the worst is over for us. We still have a couple of showers that we're going to be monitoring through tonight. The good news I have for you is tomorrow looks completely dry. High temperatures will be in the mid 80s. And meteorologist Mike Mays was just talking to me about how muggy it'll be tomorrow. It's not going to be quite as bad as it was out there today, but definitely feeling like summer. He'll have a closer look at some of the rainfall totals in the North Carolina mountains. Those numbers about 15 inches in spots coming up at 5 o'clock.
Boy, the worst is being realized. Thank you, Kat. And we're following some breaking news in Rocky Mount where a tornado touched down causing extensive damage.
And hurting people. In the last hour, officials say 15 people were hurt. We know 4 of them were hurt seriously. As we go back out live to WRAL's Grace Habo, getting some new information in just the last few minutes. Grace.
Yes, I just spoke with the owners of the restaurant here behind me, Hing Ta. It's one of the hardest hit buildings we've seen here in the Rocky Mount area. The owners were very emotional, didn't want to go on camera just yet, but were able to give me some unfortunate news that they were just provided by some building inspectors. They were told that it's likely their building is going to be a total loss. Now, the area that you're looking at behind me, you can see some cars. They say those were obviously parked in the parking lot, and and got picked up and thrown into the side of their building. They say, fortunately, where they went was on the side of the dining room where nobody was. They said they were very fortunate that the storm rolled through when it did at that time in the afternoon. They say it was around 1:20, and they say that was a lull for them in terms of customers and how busy their dining room is, because they said if it had happened a little bit right around now or a little later around 5 o'clock, they said their dining room is typically packed. Again, they're very emotional. Unfortunate news for them that this will likely be a total loss for them at this point, but they are fortunate to say that nobody here at this restaurant were part of those 15 injuries that we reported, so some fortunate news on that side. But again, for this family, they've owned this restaurant for 29 years, multiple generations, and right now they are just trying to grapple with this devastating news and trying to figure out where they go from here.
Wow. The tornado did hit right at 1:30, Grace, so it was during a possibility where a lot of people could have been eating lunch.
How about the detail about the cars landing in an area where nobody was eating? And you think about just a matter of feet and how different this story could be. Interestingly, I've been getting messages from a viewer named Donna, and she says that the business that was leveled to the ground was a healthcare business, helped her with her brother who had passed, and that this restaurant, she says, is the best in town, the best, most popular Chinese restaurant in town, and she was intending to go there this weekend. So, you know, Grace, obviously, thank you, has been reporting about how busy it is during the lunch rush on a Friday. Right. This is a place that people go and expect to be there the next day.
Yeah, and so much traffic on the roads right around there at that time, too. And we saw that the power of the tornado just lifting up those cars, blowing out windows. So it is not surprising that 15 people are injured, 4 of them seriously, but we are just very grateful right now that no fatalities that we've heard of so far.
Brian Schrader in the WRAL Live Center. As we continue, Brian, to look at the impacts across our region.
Yes, and we're getting our first aerial video of the damage in Rocky Mount, just behind Grace there. Take a look at this from Hunter Lilly, and you can see all of these areas we've been showing you from the ground. This is that medical supply store there off of Tiffany Boulevard that was so badly damaged. Very little left of that building. You can see where the bricks, part of the brick walls still remain at one of the corners, but the rest of it blown across that parking lot and on into this neighborhood back here. You can see some of the damage landed there. This video is going to restart in just a second, and you'll get a better view of those restaurants that were so badly damaged that Grace was talking about. You can also see where the cleanup continues there in the bottom left part of the screen. Here is El Tapatio. This is that Chinese restaurant. Here's that auto repair shop so badly damaged in that tornado. So those are our first aerial pictures. Sky 5 was on the way, but the weather turned nasty, so they had to turn back. But at least we have some drone pictures for you. I want to show you the before and after of this tornado. Our assignment editor, Kara Lyle, went back to Google Earth to find what it looked like before the storm. There are the restaurants and the auto repair shop, and then this is a drone image of what it looks like now, and you can see that devastation. Here's another one. This is that medical supply store, and this is all that's left of it this afternoon. So tremendous damage there in Rocky Mount. I want to talk about I-40 out of the North Carolina-Tennessee border. I got this picture some time ago, didn't want to show it until I confirmed it was real, and DOT tells me it is real. This is I-40 at mile marker 3 at the Pigeon River, just 3 miles inside North Carolina at the Tennessee border. And on those eastbound lanes, you can see where the mudslide has washed into the Pigeon River and taken those eastbound lanes of I-40 with it. Both directions of I-40 are closed right now. DOT told me just in the past few minutes they have several failures within a 4-mile stretch out to the Tennessee border, and they have absolutely no idea how long it's going to be before I-40 reopens.
Brian, do we have an idea if anyone happened to be in those lanes when the road gave way?
There are no reports of any injuries at this point. If you notice here, back in the distance there on those eastbound lanes, you can see where there clearly was traffic there just before that road gave way. Now, talk about an operation to get turned around on those roads with so little in the way of shoulder to get back onto I-40 and back to the next exit. I mean, one thing we don't know is how many people are stuck out there with both directions of I-40 being closed.
You know, Dan and I talked about, you know, in the mountains there's not a whole lot of options.
Right.
I mean, I-40 is such a main thoroughfare and not a lot of back roads to take you through the mountains.
Exactly. I mean, you think about the detour that this is going to involve. There just are not too many great options, and they are saying that they have detours set up right now for when they are encouraging people to get back on the roads. Right now, though, they're asking everyone to stay off the roads in western North Carolina.
That is by no means a quick fix. That is going to be a long time before that road is up and running again. Brian, thank you so much. So we are still watching, Helene, as North Carolina and other states southeast of us kind of deal with the damage that's been happening. Coming up, a live report from Florida's Gulf Coast as crews assess damages there left behind.
And he's been an unbelievable Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson.
For me, there's no compromise on abortion.
I think you're better than Martin Luther King.
We could pass a bill say you can't have an abortion in North Carolina for any reason.
The abortion in this country is about killing a child because you aren't responsible enough to keep your skirt down.
I've been with him a lot. I've gotten to know him, and he's outstanding.
Donald Trump and Mark Robinson. They're both wrong for North Carolina.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Certified Accurate is a team effort. We are all working together in the WRAL Weather team.
Everything that you see on WRAL TV or on WRAL.com or any of our platforms is coming from here, and it's not coming just from numbers that are spit out by a computer.
We have the experience. The computer doesn't have the experience. We've been here for many years. I've been here for 30 years forecasting the weather. Wouldn't you want people who know what's happening here in North Carolina?
We're comparing our numbers and we're collaborating to give you the most accurate forecast.
Mike, where exactly is this storm now?
Today's a WRAL Weather Alert Day.
There's the WRAL Storm Tracker right in the middle of it all.
If you live in Battleboro, you need to head to your safe place.
Have a flash flood warning. You may have just seen that alert on your phone.
We have the only dual pole radar in all of Wake County, and
there's more of a consensus now.
It is hailing right now.
What we're looking at on the live dual Doppler 5000 radar.
We're tracking a tornado that's on the ground.
So storm track, and then I'm going to show you what's going on inside the storm.
It's going to get a little worse out there. You'll want to stay inside.
That's coverage you can count on.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 in the morning, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. He asked all his therapists to help him undertake some of the house chores. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
What a day here in North Carolina. We saw at least 11 tornado warnings earlier today in our area. Earlier today, one of the tornado warnings we were dealing with was in southern Wake County. WRAL's weather team was on the air continuously alerting you of warnings and the rotations that they saw.
Now we want to show you the moment WRAL meteorologist Chris Michaels realized his family could potentially be in the path of a tornado. Again, this was recorded earlier. Wake County is not under a tornado warning at this time.
I do need to interrupt, and I hate to be selfish, but this is heading like right toward where my family is. So mom, dad, brothers, if you're watching, just please get in your safe spot. There's Walter Myatt, there's Kennebec Road, okay, there's Maud Stewart. Please get into the central part of your house, and for my brothers, the kids, just make sure that you make it a little light for them. This is something I've never had to do before, but for my family that's in South Wake, please make sure that you're in your safe spot, because it does look like this has the makings of potentially a confirmed tornado.
I was at home watching that live. And, boy, it gets your attention. And me and my family were shortly thereafter on that path.
Right.
So I know the feeling he was having. It was probably difficult for him to be here knowing his family was in the line of it. They canceled schools in most of the area.
So a lot of kids were home.
And I was grateful for that, you know, the unit was all together in that spot. I know a lot of families were listening to Chris and our meteorologists and feeling those same feelings.
I think that's why we do what we do, too, because we feel like we are protecting our families when we are here talking with you and doing this continuous coverage.
Parts of Florida dealing with massive damage from the storm that hit the state there. Coming up, we have a live report from the Gulf Coast as cleanup is underway.
And I'm closely monitoring the radar with these storms in Caswell County moving up into southern Virginia. Just letting you know there are still a couple of tornado warnings there. Right now it appears the greatest threat is going to stay west of Person County. I'll have a full radar update coming up shortly.
Come over here to the Doppler desk and let me show you some of the really cool things that the Dual Doppler 5000 radar does. We can zoom in all the way down to your street level. We can tell you when it's going to be in your neighborhood so you can be in your safe place in plenty of time.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes. I'm attorney Alex Riddle. When you've been in an accident, it can be an incredibly stressful time. You wonder, what do I do? Where do I turn for the help I need? That is where we come in. Since 1985, we have been helping our clients through this very difficult process. From beginning to end, we will be there for you, fighting for all the compensation you deserve. If you've been seriously injured in an accident, call us today. Riddle and Brantley, when justice counts.
Weather's something that affects us every single day, no matter what kind of weather it is. Elizabeth Gardner, I've been forecasting the weather for 30 years. It's just fun. It's exciting to know how the world works, especially the world of weather. Everybody's busy and weather can slow you down. The commute in the morning, for example, you know, if we have rain, boy, it can really slow things down on the roads. And so we're here for you every day to let you know how to plan around even everyday weather.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, and fixing a drain is a pain. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Just remove and replace. In seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy. Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps prevent clogs in your sink, catching hair, food, even jewelry. Made with brass and chrome and a silicone gasket, it creates a watertight seal. Order your Mermaid Drain Magic today for only $19.99 and get a Mermaid Toilet Bowl Cleaner absolutely free. Drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of cleaning. But wait, this could be your last chance to get Drain Magic at this low price with free Toilet Bowl Cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3, so order now.
Call 1-800-518-7794 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. So call 1-800-518-7794 or visit GetDrainMagic.com. Order now.
Tracking severe weather with the latest forecast models. We have a weather alert day in effect because of the severe weather.
These slick roads, they've definitely caused some problems for drivers.
Preparing you for tomorrow before you go to bed. During the morning commute, we cannot rule out a shower. Watch WRAL News at 11.
New aerial video just in from Georgia as we get our first look at the flooding from Helene here in the Atlanta area. This video shows a fire department rescuing people who were trapped in their homes.
So many similar scenes can be found in North Carolina down through Florida as the impacts of Helene carry through a number of states. Michael Yoshida joins us live now from Steinhatchee, Florida, another hard-hit community. Michael.
Yeah, some devastating damage throughout this part of Florida in the Big Bend. You can see some of the cleanup has started. We have parts of docks, trees, even a mattress was pushed into that pile right there. All of that the result of that powerful storm surge that we saw from Helene. National Hurricane Center saying a short time ago they calculated about 15-foot storm surge here. Another example of how powerful that was. Take a look. You can see a dock sitting there is actually hundreds of feet further on shore. Crews just recently moved it back closer to the marina. This entire area actually was underwater last night. We were further up on higher ground watching the full effects take place, and The water, if you can see some of these buildings here, was up to about the rooftop level. So that's the strength of a storm we're talking about here in this part of Florida. Obviously, the cleanup just getting started. Officials saying if you did evacuate, please stay out of the area. Don't come back until they can check the infrastructure, those bridges, those roads, clear some of the potential dangers out of the way. But no question, following Helene, there's going to be a lengthy recovery process. Back to you.
All right, Michael, thank you so much. Appreciate the report.
Boy, Kat, it's nice to see the sun there in Florida, and we certainly can't wait to see the sun around here.
I think we're going to see it tomorrow afternoon. I do want to let you know we're continuing to watch these storm cells. Not a high alert for our viewing area right now, but we've got our eye on them. We've got you covered. If you're maybe opening up the WRAL weather app, checking the radar before you head out to dinner tonight, there is a tornado warning in Caswell County. That's one county west of Person County. So here's Roxborough. This is no threat to you in Roxborough. We are going to watch the southern tip of this line, which doesn't have any strong rotation in it right now, but we'll watch that just to make sure it doesn't clip Person County there on the northwest side of the county. After that, we just have a couple spotty showers that we're watching right now, and for the most part this evening we're going to see things really quiet down. Quite a few damage reports. We have 2 confirmed tornadoes now, one near the Garland community in southern Sampson County, the other one around Rocky Mount. And the National Weather Service will be sending teams in person to go out and survey the damage tomorrow, and that'll give us the EF scale rating of those tornadoes. For the remainder of your evening on Futurecast, it's going to be this kind of spotty stuff that we see swing through the area. We'll watch that for you through about sunset, and then after sunset, we should begin to see the clouds finally clearing in the area. There are some models that have clouds or some fog perhaps building back in tomorrow morning, but it should burn off by the afternoon. So you'll wake up to temperatures in the upper 60s early on. By noon, we're at 80 degrees. Our forecast high 85. It's dry, partly cloudy. Should be able to get outside, enjoy the day. There's so many things happening around the area tomorrow, and the weather looks great for Saturday events. It's improving out there tonight. Still a lot to watch, though. Basically, what's going to happen with Helene here is it just turns into a normal low pressure system, and it's just going to kind of hang out in this general vicinity for a couple of days, and eventually we could see some more rain swing through the area Sunday, and that would primarily come during the afternoon and evening, but there is still a small chance Sunday morning as well. Early in the week, it's unsettled, some scattered storm chances. Highs will be in the low 80s, but once we get to the end of next week, we could finally see a couple days in a row of nice, drier weather. Meteorologist Mike Mays is going to have a look back minute by minute at the Rocky Mount tornado on the dual pole radar that we have here at WRAL coming up at 5.
Kat, thank you. You can hardly tell Kat's been up running around doing this severe weather for hours on her feet.
Just a lot of adrenaline going, yeah. All right, we are going to take a break right now. More live coverage from Rocky Mount when we come back.
More people covering more news where you live. Now that's coverage you can count on.
Designing a new kitchen or updating your bathroom? Triangle Restore's cabinet program is in full service. The Restores are known for selling donated items, but did you know they also carry brand new high-quality custom cabinets? Crafted locally, Restore's solid wood cabinets come in a variety of styles and colors and feature soft close hardware. Why pay more at a big retailer? When you purchase your new cabinets from the Restores, you're getting a great deal and supporting Habitat for Humanity's mission right here in the Triangle. Visit our showrooms in Wake Forest and Cary to learn more.
There is a road laid out for me.
Boxes everywhere, and this is gonna be Addie's room.
I am blind,
you really like it?
I hope so. Yeah. I know this road is there for me. There is a long way.
First night here, but Amy seems cool.
The ways down by the river. I am blind, but I need not see.
I got this.
I know it's there for me.
Okay.
If I'm really free, take me down to the river and wash me.
Not being able to see up close can be frustrating. Introducing Eye Candy, the sweet new way to see everything bigger, brighter, and better than ever before. This lightweight, easy-to-hold magnifier utilizes an optical-grade lens that enlarges print by 300%. Yes, 300%. Embedded in Eye Candy's frame are 12 anti-glare LED lights that dramatically help increase clarity. It's a flashlight and magnifier in one. Lightweight and portable, Eye Candy is ideal for dimly lit restaurants. Read recipes, prescription bottles, or nutritional information. Order now to get your Eye Candy for only $19.99. But wait, there's breaking news. Eye Candy may be discontinued. Due to rising costs, Eye Candy is shutting down and stopping manufacturing effective immediately. There's a strict limit of 3 Eye Candies per order. Order now.
Call 1-800-931-6414 or visit tryeyecandy.com. That's 1-800-931-6414. Order now.
Introducing Paisano, the authentic pizza oven by Granite Stone. Now make the world's most delicious pizza with real stone right in your own home. You simply set it and let it make golden, crispy, extra cheesy stone-baked pies in under 6 minutes. You can get your Paisano pizza oven for just 3 easy payments of $39.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free.
Call 1-800-589-5591 or order online at buypaisano.com.
Boy, in just seconds, a tornado in Rocky Mount turned lives upside down this afternoon.
Let's get things back out to our reporters live at the scene. Destiny Patterson from that area right near Wesleyan Boulevard, where most of the damage has been seen.
Of the people that I've spoken to today, many of them are saying that they are just thankful, citing their faith for the way that things turned out today, because you can see how devastating this storm actually was, but they say that it could have been worse. When we talked to emergency crews, they told us that there were no fatalities in this, so that is the good news here. But I want to give you an example of what I'm talking about. Take a look at this car here just across the street. This car, you can see the damage to it, the windshield, the glass is blown out. We talked to the people who own that car, and they weren't in the car at the time, but they saw the car spin multiple times in the air and then land across the street from where it was originally parked. So that just shows you how strong this storm actually was. And if we walk this way, you can see here in this shopping center how they were so brutally affected by this storm here. I mean, take a look. The glass panes in this hookah lounge are blown out. You can see straight through that business. And on the other side, you can see some of the furniture that is just completely turned upside down from the force of those winds. A great example of how the shopping center was affected. You can see this huge tree that has blown out all of the names from the shopping center. I mean, that is just symbolism of how the shopping center was truly hit. So we're continuing to talk to people in the area. They tell us that they're thankful again that they were able to survive this. Of course, we know that there were 15 people that were hurt in all of this, but they are so thankful and they're ready to rebuild. Destiny Patterson, WRAL News, Rocky Mount.
So much work to do. Destiny, thank you.
Really seems like a movie, doesn't it? And then you see that, no,
wow,
that's real life. All right, let's send it now to Brian Schrader. He's in the WRAL Live Center to tell us what's coming up tonight at 5 o'clock. Brian?
Well, Deborah, we are watching traffic also this afternoon. A lot of news out there. A lot of people, though, heading home from work. I got good news for you. According to our live traffic sensors all over the triangle, traffic is flowing freely. We're seeing very light volume this afternoon. That ride between RTP into West Raleigh, all clear on I-40 eastbound and westbound. There may be some roads that still remain closed because of earlier damage. I know that Tryon Road at Penny Road is one of those roads where they're working to get a tree cleared, but our major routes, at least, are in pretty good shape. You can see a lot of people downtown on Fable Street for the Bluegrass Music Festival there. That gets started here in just a few minutes at 5 o'clock. Of course, our team coverage of Helene's aftermath continues on WRAL News at 5. We're just getting in some startling new pictures from the North Carolina mountains. I will share those with you coming up in just a few minutes.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready. And health insurance is your financial safety net. Health insurance has never been so easy and affordable. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-779-8923. That's 800-779-8923.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and in bookstores across the country. We'll even help you promote your book. That's right, we do all this for you. Biography, self-help, mystery, novels, sci-fi, even a children's book. No matter what genre, Page Publishing can bring your book to life. Call today for your free author submission kit and find out how you can be the next published author at Page Publishing.
For your free author submission kit, call 1-800-224-1654. That's 1-800-224-1654. 1-800-224-1654. Call now.
Inside a WRAL certified accurate forecast, you get the largest team of meteorologists verifying everything that impacts you,
while using the most powerful tools in North Carolina.
Customized alerts written by us, sent directly to you.
So you'll always know when severe weather
or everyday weather is at your doorstep.
No matter where, how, or when you watch.
WRAL is always live, always local,
and always protecting what matters to you. That's weather coverage you can count on.
You're watching Next Generation Television, WNGT.
Our worst fear coming true with some pretty significant damage.
That's not a sign that's flipped on its side. That's an 18-wheeler that was blown over.
I was watching y'all on live. Sounded like a group of like 10 trains, just huge.
Blocks and wood and everything, and we just was all under there huddled praying.
And we ran into cover in the bathroom. All I could say was thank God.
I've never wanted to just reach through the TV more and just want to give her a hug.
This is why we do what we do. We want to try to keep people safe and give them as much notice as possible.
Continue to bring you team coverage of the impact of this storm.
Boy, the images today are jarring. This is a live look at the radar and Rocky Mount, where a confirmed tornado churned up by Helene slammed into the area this afternoon, injuring at least 15 people. The worst of the storm is pushing out of our area. Now the recovery begins. Thank you for joining us on this WRAL Weather Alert Day. I'm Gerald Owens. Here's the latest information at the top of the hour. 15 people were hurt, 4 seriously, after that tornado hit Rocky Mount. Statewide, at least 3 people are dead from this storm. I-40 is closed at the Tennessee border because of a mudslide. Part of the highway washed away.
And hello, everyone. I'm Deborah Morgan. We can almost take a breath. The threat for severe weather in our area is almost over. We do have a lot to talk about with impacts here. We have team coverage with 3 crews right now in Rocky Mount, while we also monitor the impacts in the mountains. Let's go ahead and start with WRAL's Carly Haynes. And Carly, you witnessed such an emotional reunion this afternoon.
We're at a staging area right now where families are starting to reconnect with their loved ones for the first time since that severe weather hit. And people are also walking out of this destruction for the first time to see what they escaped here. I want to show you this drone video that we have. People lost their livelihoods today. Some of these businesses, they were wiped from their foundations. Others, people can't get inside because there's an ongoing gas leak around right now. So a lot of the buildings are blocked off. We spoke with one man who crawled through the debris to safety. He was inside a restaurant when the tornado hit. He grabbed people and brought them under tables to protect them.
You could hear everything beating around on the walls, like all the bricks and everything was beating around in us like a washing machine. And we was all up on it. You could just hear it. It just didn't stop. We didn't think it was going to stop that quick. We just kept praying. All of us were praying.
And we caught the tearful reunion that he had with his wife. This was the first time that they had seen each other since that tornado was ripping through this area. And there were so many incredible stories out here today. Some people were thankful to have been inside some of those buildings, because had they been inside their car out in the parking lot, picnic tables were flying through the air, crashing through windshields. And had they been sitting in the seat in their car, they would have been hit by some of that debris. Carly Haynes, WRAL News, live in Rocky Mount.
I bet that hug never felt so good. Carly, thanks for sharing that story with us.
WRAL's Grace Haba continues our team coverage live from Rocky Mount with that tornado touchdown this afternoon. Businesses were destroyed, and as Carly said, people's livelihoods washed away. All in all, a very terrifying day. Grace, what are you hearing from the people in that community?
Gerald, livelihoods washed away is the best way to put it. The restaurant that you're looking at behind me is Hang Ta. It is definitely one of the areas with the most destruction that we've seen so far today. I spoke with the owners who were so emotional and did not want to yet go on camera, but were able to share some information with me about the history of this restaurant. They said it's been in their family for 29 years. Multiple generations have grown up here, and now they were told today that it is likely going to be a total loss after this storm rolled through. You see some cars there off the side of the building. Fortunately, those went into a part of a dining room where nobody was at the time, and the owners tell me nobody at their restaurant was harmed, so some good news for them in this. Now, just down the block, we spoke with a eyewitness who thought at first that this storm was going to pass by. He was actually tuned in to our coverage at the time. Take a listen to what it sounded like from his ears.
The rain, it was torrential rain, lightning struck. It was like right beside the office when it struck. So I walked outside to make sure it didn't hit the building, and it looked like it was like a half mile, 3/4 mile wide. I just watched it, I mean, black, just straight down. Sounded like a group of like 10 trains, just huge. The wind, I mean, obviously was horrible. And I mean, I watched debris flying around, pieces of wood, siding, everything just flying up in the air. It was wild.
That was Caleb that you just heard talking there. And as we spoke to him earlier today, he mentioned, Grace, I have a feeling later today they're going to call me. He works for a towing company. And just about a minute ago, I saw him here. Yeah, I'm looking at him right now talking to Rocky Mount Police. Looks like they are calling him in. I see his tow truck now here on the side of the road. Again, we have so many cars here that were just blown around, some of them ending up inside this restaurant. So clearly a lot of people being called in here to help start this lengthy cleanup effort underway here in Rocky Mount.
And I'm sure the community will come together in this recovery effort. Grace, thank you very much.
Meteorologist Mike Mays is in the WRAL Severe Weather Center. Boy, Mike, you've been very busy today with all of these tornado warnings, multiple of them over the last few hours. And really, they were coming in rapid fire. 2 of those tornadoes are already confirmed that they touched down.
Right. One over southern Sampson County was the Garland community, and this one in Rocky Mount. I could show you how the tornado came together looking at the velocities, because we can look inside the thunderstorm and we look for rotation. And let me stop this. In that red area that you see butted up against the green, if you watch us all the time when we cover tornadoes, we look for these areas of rotation, and we see one. There's downtown Rocky Mount, there's Wesleyan Boulevard, there's Highway 64. So there's the area where the rotation was showing up. That's where the tornado initially touched down. Now, as we go through time, that's at 1:31 this afternoon. The tornado warning was issued at 1:17. So as we go through time, you can see that what we call a couplet or shear continues to move to the north, and it gradually dissipates. Now, at the same time, we switch over to what we have on the dual pole radar. This is called the correlation coefficient or debris detector, and it shows debris elevated in the atmosphere. So that was proof positive that there was a tornado on the ground that created damage. This was elevated in the atmosphere about 1,500 feet. And then once the debris disperses, we lose that signature. But that is a definitive sign on the dual pole radar, and we're the only one in Wake County who has one. That's definitive proof that there was a tornado on the ground. Deb?
All right, Mike, thank you.
Here at the WRAL Live Center, of course, we are watching conditions all over the state, and in the North Carolina mountains now, those people are dealing with historic flooding. We are getting some new pictures in of some of that damage. This is a look from Boone in Watauga County, a huge sinkhole in this parking lot. Also, Banner Elk. I know a lot of people go to the Wilderness Run Alpine Coaster. Well, on Instagram this afternoon, they posted this picture where the road is washed out. Now, we've been dealing with a lot of communication issues with the mountains today because cell service is out. There are extensive power outages. We are working to get new details, new pictures in, and as we get those in through the evening, we will share them with you here on WRAL. We've been telling you about roads closed throughout western North Carolina. The DOT says to consider all roads in western North Carolina closed right now because there are so many problems with roads that are washed out. These are just the specific reports that DOT is dealing with, and maybe the biggest one of all is on I-40 at the North Carolina-Tennessee border. If you did not see the picture in our last half hour, this is at mile marker 3. Earlier today, the Pigeon River washed away a section of 40 eastbound. Both directions of that highway are closed right now, and the DOT says they're not sure when it's going to reopen.
You can understand why. That's going to take a lot of fixing. Thank you, Brian. 6 families are displaced tonight after water rushed into their homes in South Durham. This is the video from inside one of the Triangle Park apartments. Water was about knee-high, and many families were trapped in their homes and had to call 911. Durham fire crews helped many families to safety. These families tell WRAL it all happened so fast just before lunch, and now they've lost everything.
What about the damage inside? Tell me about that.
Everything is gone, like, the bed, the furnitures, everything, clothes, the boxes, everything is sold. My laptop.
The Red Cross is involved to help the displaced families.
The Bluegrass fans were delayed but not deterred. This is a live look at the IBMA World of Bluegrass Festival in downtown Raleigh. That's there on Fayetteville Street. Organizers delayed the start of this festival until 5 o'clock. Normally, the event starts in the midday, but it just got underway a few minutes ago because they had to wait. They set it up yesterday. They had to stop and wait for the weather to clear before they could finish with this event. WRAL is always a proud community sponsor.
Let's take a live look at RDU, where flights are finally back on track. There's a plane taking off right there after Helene prompted some disruptions to travelers. More than 96 flights were delayed, with around 40 canceled at one point at RDU. RDU is not the only airport dealing with the impacts from Helene, of course. Charlotte had well more than 100 delays and about 25 cancellations. Atlanta also reported major issues, more than 100 delays and dozens of cancellations.
WRAL has continuing team coverage of the lingering effects from this storm. The worst may be over, but the cleanup and the rescue efforts continue. WRAL has you covered throughout the night.
And WRAL is always accessible, even when we are off the air. You can always count on WRAL.com and the WRAL News app to keep you up to date with the most pertinent information.
And as we had another day of tornado watches and warnings across the state today, scientists warn climate change is shifting Tornado Alley eastward.
Coming up on WRAL, we explain what this means for you. Plus, flooding slammed the state today. The images coming out of Asheville and parts of Boone are simply stunning. We're going to share some new images coming up. Mike?
Well, Deb, the live dual Doppler 5000 radar, just still a couple of showers left out there. When we come back, I'll have a look at your weekend forecast. Stay with us.
The attacks against Attorney General Josh Stein are unfair and untrue.
As North Carolina's top law enforcement official,
Josh Stein aggressively prosecuted murderers and drug traffickers
and put more rapists behind bars.
Josh has always supported law enforcement.
Josh supports strong border security.
Josh worked across party lines
to stop fentanyl from coming across the border
and to protect our kids from sexual predators.
Josh is tough.
He's tested
and ready to be governor.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Get ready, Carolinas. The Great Outdoors SUV season is here. Discover great savings on a great selection of Ford vehicles, like Ford Explorer, the best-selling SUV in America, the smart and versatile Ford Escape, and the legendary Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport. Great adventures and big savings are calling. Hurry in to the Great Outdoors SUV season today. Get 1.9% for 60 months on a 2024 Ford Edge or Ford Escape, or lease a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport for just $379 a month.
Here's an important message from the U.S. Med Diabetes Solution Center. If you have diabetes, you know the pain of pricking your fingers. But now, by wearing a small device called a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, you can reduce your pain right away. It's easy to use and helps you make more accurate diabetes treatment decisions. So call us right now to see if you qualify for a CGM at little or no cost. U.S. Med. Better service. Better care.
Certified Accurate is a team effort. And it's not coming just from numbers that are spit out by a computer.
We have the experience. The computer doesn't have the experience. Wouldn't you want people who know what's happening here in North Carolina?
And we're collaborating to give you the most accurate forecast.
Get the most watched, most trusted news in the Triangle 24/7, only on WRAL News Plus. Go to WRAL.com and click on WRAL News Plus to watch anytime. Don't miss a moment of your favorite news team on WRAL News Plus, bringing you breaking news as it happens and live weather reports from the largest, most experienced team of meteorologists. WRAL News Plus, everywhere, all day and night, wherever you are.
The cleanup really is just getting started in Rocky Mount, and at least 15 people are hurt after a tornado touched down this afternoon.
WR's Destiny Patterson joins us live from Rocky Mount. Destiny, people shared some harrowing details with you.
It's been a tough day for a lot of people here in Rocky Mount. I mean, even emergency crews said that they were surprised by just how strong that storm really was. I mean, you can see the windows blown out of this hookah lounge here, and you can see the furniture that's completely upended because of the strength of those winds. There's also debris all over the ground here, to the point where we have to be careful where we step to make sure that we're not stepping on any nails or any glass, because all this debris was blown around from the force of those winds. If you follow me this way, one of the most interesting details that I was told while I was out here today, this car that you see at the end of the road here, a family told me that they saw it start on one end of the street, and the force of those winds picked them up, spun it around, and it ended up on the other side.
We were going to pick up my mom, and then when we were about to pick up my mom, then we just were over there, and then the tornado get closer to us, and I saw everything flying. Our car was almost flying away.
My friend, direct from Chile, South America. We are here.
You can hear the family there. That her father told me that they were leaning on their faith in that situation, and they're just thankful that they were okay. I also talked to one of the business owners that has a business within this shop here. She told me that they also had to run for cover, and she again was just thankful that they were able to make it out of here to tell the tale of what happened. But they're continuing now, and they're starting their rebuilding process. After all of this devastation, it's going to be a long road ahead. Destiny Patterson, WRAL News, Rocky Mount.
You know, when something like this is happening, there's not much else you can do than lean on your faith. Thank you, Destiny.
Take a look at this video from Clinton from right around noon today. This is Sampson County. This is the WRAL Live Cam Network. This was the moment a tornado warning moved over the downtown area, and it was just one of several tornado warnings we saw today. Helene prompted more than 300 road closures across North Carolina. 25 counties and 41 municipalities declared a state of emergency. More than 100 swiftwater rescues were reported statewide. Now, conditions are continuing to deteriorate in the western part of North Carolina. Cell service is down in many areas. Some people are even unable to contact 911. Governor Cooper said this is one of the worst storms to hit western North Carolina in modern history.
I'm telling people, consider all of the roads closed in western North Carolina and do not leave unless you're trying to evacuate, get to higher ground, or unless there is an emergency, because these rivers are rising, and in the mountains it happens faster than in the east.
Yeah, it's such a different topography. Governor Cooper said 30 swiftwater rescue teams from 7 states are on the scene right there in the mountains. High winds and flooding have delayed repairs to power lines and cell towers.
Now, this is video from earlier today in Blowing Rock showing the severity of the flooding. You know, pictures of the rushing water may look the same, but these are all different areas as water just covered this roadway. This is part of a 1-2 punch for that area. The National Weather Service confirmed an EF1 tornado hit just north of Blowing Rock Wednesday night. Take a look at this as new aerial footage from Tampa, Florida. Look at the widespread flooding here. Helene made landfall in Florida late last night as a Category 4 storm. This video over Tampa was shot by the mayor there, Jane Castor. She surveyed the damage across her community. The National Guard is in that area to help with the rescues. Meteorologist Mike Mays is back with us from the WRAL Severe Weather Center. Mike, it's just mind-blowing when you look at the video from all of these communities devastated by that storm.
And it's so sad to see all the impact that Helene has had, not only here in North Carolina, but it's Florida, it's Georgia, it's South Carolina, it's Tennessee, and it's going to be weeks, if not months, for some locations to get some kind of semblance back, some kind of normality. Now, I wanted to show you the live, in fact, let's go to Weather 2 if we can. This is a different source than I need. If we can jump over to Weather 2, and it'll show a different radar view. I wanted to show you the wide view if the director can hear me. There you go. So I want to let you know that the rain has ended in the western part of the state. This is the radar view out of Greenville, Spartanburg. There's Roanoke. We are seeing some showers close to home, but the rainfall, these are the rainfall totals of the last 2 days where you see the brown here. That's 10 to 15 inches. Now, there are some locations that actually had more than that. These are some of the numbers I've compiled. Banner Elk had 18.2 inches. Lake Toxaway, this is a 72-hour total. So 3 days worth of rain, the rivers go up, and it's just devastating. Sparta, 16.18, Blowing Rock, 15.45, Asheville, 11.83, Cataloochee in the southwestern part of the state, 10.75 inches of rain. Close to home, we're still seeing a few showers. Chatham County, Orange County, Alamance County, there's a tornado warning. Halifax County until about 5:45. We'll watch this area just in case something spins up, getting over to Person County, maybe even Mecklenburg County. Not seeing that being an imminent case, but we'll watch that closely. And on the WRAL Live Cam network, we're seeing sunshine. Southern Pines, you're having a beautiful afternoon. Fayetteville, the sun has come out. Clinton, rather gusty. You can see the trees in the downtown, and the sun is out at North Hills. It's been a beautiful afternoon and a warming afternoon. 86 with a dew point of 76. It feels so tropical out there. Now, the dew points will drop a little bit tonight. Our morning low today was 76. Tomorrow morning should be about 10 degrees cooler. The high tomorrow will probably be in the same territory, but the dew points really fall back. 85 tomorrow at least with partly cloudy skies. South wind about 10 to 15. 40% chance for a shower or storm on Sunday. 85. This would be focused more in the afternoon. So Saturday's partly cloudy, a little less humid. Dew points today were in the upper 70s. Tomorrow this should be in the low to mid 60s. So you may notice a change. Sunday it's very warm, a little bit more humid with a chance for those afternoon thunderstorms. And there's what's left of Helene. It's post-tropical cyclone Helene, and our tornado watches have been dwindling away. Rainfall across the Ohio Valley will linger over the next few days. And again, our next chance for rain would come Sunday. So overnight it will be clearing and it will be mild. 67 the low, 68 for Fayetteville, 63 in Roxborough. And then tomorrow it's a little less humid. We're trying to find a positive spin on the day tomorrow. 85 at least here in Raleigh, 87 in Fayetteville. So it stays warm into the weekend, but it's a little less humid tomorrow. Dew points drop by at least 10 degrees. 7-day forecast, 85, 30 to 40% chance for storms Sunday and Monday, 30% on Tuesday. And then could it be, finally, look at the morning lows, 58 Thursday, 55 on Friday. There's the possibility the air could dry out and we could get a little taste of fall. Fingers crossed that this one really happens.
We always see a perfect forecast after a storm like this comes through.
It typically dries out.
All right, Mike, thank you.
All right, Brian, what are you watching in the Live Center?
Well, we've, of course, been watching those live pictures from Rocky Mount. I want to show you what it looked like, though, in the moments just after that tornado struck. This is from Donnie Gibson's Facebook Live broadcast in those chaotic moments afterward. This is in front of New Beginnings Christian Center and that medical supply company that was so badly damaged. Of course, our coverage of this continues through the evening. We'll have more coming up in just a moment.
Breaking news, live weather, and traffic every 10 minutes, all morning long.
Get alerted first.
When you see this,
bad weather isn't far behind.
Severe storms, flooding, extreme temperatures, and snow.
If it impacts you, we activated WRAL Weather Alert Day,
giving you advance notice so you
and your family
can be prepared.
The largest team of meteorologists
working with weather tracking tools that no one else has.
Keeping you alerted first.
Stay safe with WRAL Weather.
That's weather coverage you can count on.
My name is Terrence Everett. I'm a dad, husband, and small business owner. I ran for office to help families, protect our freedoms, and stop self-interested politicians from getting in the way. I called out corruption and extremism. Some folks didn't like that, but I refused to back down. I'm running because the stakes keep getting higher. I'll protect women's rights, bring down costs, and fully fund our public schools. I won't stop fighting for North Carolina.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
The most important part of coverage you can count on is you.
You are our focus.
Coverage for you and your family.
Covering breaking news like no one else.
Covering your neighborhood and town.
And certified accurate weather.
From the only station controlling a dual pole radar right here in Wake County.
With real-time data 6 minutes faster than anyone else.
So you're ready before, during, and after the storm. Our friends.
Our family.
Our neighbors.
You are the most important part of coverage you can count on.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. Basically, he had to relearn everything. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Here's a live look at South Hill, Virginia through the WRAL Live Cam network. You see some heavy clouds moving through the area, though there is some sun trying to peek through. Residents there will be looking forward to a dry weekend after a washout of a day. You're watching WRAL News, available on Hulu and the WRAL app on your TV or streaming device. Here is a live look at Appalachian State University, where Helene disrupted Parents' Weekend. The university canceled several events for Fall Family Weekend, including tomorrow's game against Liberty. The welcome reception and Apple Fest also canceled. All classes in Boone and Hickory were virtual today.
We've seen a tornado touch down today in Nash County and warnings all across North Carolina today. WRAL's climate change reporter Liz McLaughlin examines if tornadoes are really popping up more often in our region and why.
Fueled by Helene, tornadoes touched down across the state over the past 24 hours.
If you put wind shear where there's an unstable atmosphere, you can get tornadoes.
In August, an EF3 tornado spawned from Hurricane Debbie blew through Wilson County, killing one person and causing damage, including to structures and crops at Sharp Farms, cutting their income in half.
We're in this business for the long haul, but we keep taking these hits after hit, and we just can't keep doing it.
According to National Weather Service data, 20 tornado warnings have been issued in Sharp's area since 1986, and 14 of those occurred after 2010.
And I think the most noteworthy thing is that you're seeing a bit of an expansion of some of the tornadic areas overall.
Meteorologist John Davis says tornado activity is increasing and shifting east. Tornadoes in the Great Plains have decreased by 20% since 2000, while the southeastern region's share has risen by 45%, according to the National Weather Service. A trend that scientists say has a climate change footprint.
That'll probably continue over the next century or two, eastward and northward a bit.
Tornadoes are rare, but it's yet another example of extreme weather getting more extreme. Liz McLaughlin, WRAL News.
Coming up at 5:30, we will take you back out to Rocky Mount, where another tornado made its mark on the community today. A live update from the scene from one of our 3 crews on the ground getting a look at the damage. Plus, we're taking a look at Helene's impact in Wake County as downed trees and flooding close some roads.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Have you ever considered getting a walk-in tub? Well, look no further. Safe Step's best offer just got better. When you purchase your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub, you'll receive a free shower package. Yes, a free shower package. And if you call today, you'll also receive $1,600 off. Now you can enjoy the best of both worlds, the therapeutic benefits of a warm, soothing bath that can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and even improve sleep. Or, if you prefer, you can take a refreshing shower all in one product. Call now to receive a free shower package plus $1,600 off with the purchase of your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub.
There's never been a better time. Call now. 1-800-635-0416. That's 1-800-635-0416.
Get the most watched, most trusted news in the Triangle 24/7, only on WRAL News Plus. With more ways to get your news on your TV, on your radio, and streaming on all your devices.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Deborah Morgan.
And I'm Gerald Owens. This is
WRAL News Plus brings you breaking news as it happens.
Breaking news in Raleigh. 2 people were killed after a crash.
Live weather reports from the largest, most experienced team of meteorologists.
See some rain moving in on the live dual Doppler 5000 radar.
And WRAL investigates and 5 on your side, all at your fingertips. Don't miss a moment of your favorite news team on WRAL News Plus, with exclusive expert analysis covering crucial moments in your community and a team dedicated to bringing the most up-to-date information directly to you. WRAL News Plus, everywhere, all day and night, wherever you are.
Weather alert days are simple. It's a way for us to say bad weather is coming your way.
Hey, I need to pay attention to the weather today. Something serious is on the way.
Something significant is coming your way that you need to pay attention to that day.
It gives you, the viewer, a heads up on what's coming.
Now, breaking news from WRAL. Coverage you can count on.
Right now at 5:30, we're following breaking news in Rocky Mount, where more than a dozen people are hurt after a tornado touchdown. You are now looking at brand new drone video that we have into the WRAL newsroom. This is from the scene in Rocky Mount. Thank you for joining us. I'm Deborah Morgan.
And I'm Dan Haggerty. An emotional situation for the community for a lot of reasons. This marks the 3rd tornado to touch down in that area in just over a year.
Here's a look at the headlines right now as we track Helene's impact. 15 people were hurt in that Rocky Mount tornado, 4 of them seriously.
A busy day in the WRAL Severe Weather Center. 12 tornado warnings in our viewing area and 2 confirmed tornadoes. Catastrophic flooding hitting the western part of our state, leading to mudslides and roads closed.
We're going to check in with meteorologist Kat Campbell in just a moment. First, we're going to go to WRAL's Carly Haynes, who is live in Rocky Mount. Carly, you've been talking with people in that community. It's been a very emotional afternoon.
It's so difficult for them to come out and see the buildings that they were inside of and really just seeing what they survived here. Right now, we're standing in front of a building where cars were tossed around like toys, including that car that you see that's actually lifted in the air in that building right now. This is some video over the damage in the area. Businesses were ripped from their foundations here. Some people devoted years of their lives getting these businesses up, and they were gone in minutes. We spoke with a man who was in a restaurant with his granddaughters when he saw the wind and told people to take cover.
I knew something was fixing to happen, so I ran over there to get them. And at the same time I grabbed them, went up under the table. I grabbed some other people, went up under the table. And it was just horrific. Everything was twisting around. Bricks were falling down, and blocks and wood and everything, and we just was all under there huddled praying.
And we caught that tearful reunion that he had with his wife. This was the first time that they were seeing each other since he was in that building while that tornado was coming through. Back to you.
Oh my goodness, what a couple there, and what an incident that they had to endure. You may remember it was a year ago, a tornado devastated parts of Nash County.
Yeah, the tornado touched down in the Brattleboro and Dorchester communities last July. An estimated 90 homes and buildings were damaged or destroyed, including this Pfizer plant in Rocky Mount. It is the first EF3 tornado to ever hit central North Carolina in the month of July. No one was killed. Now let's take a live look at the radar. Most of the activity is pushed off to the north and east, but we have a few lingering storms around.
This is a welcome sight compared to what we saw most of the day today. Meteorologist Kat Campbell joins us in the Severe Weather Center with how things are going from now through the rest of the evening.
Well, the worst of this is over. The only county we can't entirely clear from the severe weather threat is Person County. At this point, the way it looks, most of us, we should be fine for the remainder of the evening. Some new information just in. You know, we've been telling you for over a week now that it is the wettest year to date on record at RDU, but we have seen almost 50 inches of rain so far this year, 49.3 inches at RDU, and that means we're running 13.81 inches above normal. So in addition to the tornado threat that we were tracking today, there was some significant flash flooding. We saw a lot of damage from the flash flooding out of Wayne County and out of Durham counties. Let's go back in time to the Rocky Mount tornado. The tornado was warned around 1:17 p.m. and it touched down right around 1:30, and we saw this little notch start to form right in here that was alarming, and the dual Doppler 5000 radar allowed us to actually see some debris on the ground as this tornado passed through downtown Rocky Mount and continued on the north side of town. It's right in here where we had the tornado touch down. We're waiting on the National Weather Service to survey that tomorrow. I'll have a closer look at your weekend coming up.
All right, thanks very much, Kat. This is Brian Schrader in the WRAL Live Center. I want to turn our attention now to the North Carolina mountains. Historic flooding underway right now in the mountains. And one of the biggest impacts that is going to be felt for a long, long time is happening right now at the North Carolina-Tennessee border. This is a picture of I-40 next to the Pigeon River. And earlier today, the river caused a mudslide there, and you can see where on the eastbound side of I-40, the ground gave way and took lanes of the interstate with it. Both sides of I-40 are closed right now. The DOT tells me there are several points of failure within several miles of the North Carolina-Tennessee border, and they simply don't know when they're going to be able to reopen that huge repair work to be done there. Just getting some new pictures and video in from the mountains. We've had communication problems all day, of course, and some of this is just now starting to make it from the mountains out here. This is from Aden Haas and Boone. You can see that debris flow from the flash flooding there in Watauga County. Here it comes again, and you can see that debris, the force of that water pushing through that parking lot. Another picture. This Todd McGee says that his daughter's friend at Appalachian State sent this of tremendous flooding there. This matches up with some of the flooding that we saw earlier today on King Street in Boone. This is from Luke 13 on X, sending some pictures of some of the flooding on the Appalachian State campus right now. I want to tell you that there are about 900,000 customers without electricity in North Carolina, and you can see that almost all of that is in the western part of the state. Also, quickly wanted to mention Lake Lure. We heard earlier today that the dam was failing and evacuations had been ordered. The latest update from the Rutherford County Emergency Management people say that the dam wall is holding. Water, though, is flowing over the dam. There are roads closed there, and they are working to get some high clearance vehicles from the state to resume evacuations downstream.
It's not over yet, Brian. Thank you so much. Such incredible images he was showing us, and now we have some more from the mountains in western North Carolina. They are really experiencing catastrophic flooding. Both Asheville and Boone are hit hard. Take a look at just how serious the flooding is both places. In Asheville, floodwaters swept away dumpsters and shipping containers, and flooding filled King Street in downtown Boone, just a place so many of us have gone. WRAL's Willie Danley was in Asheville all day and has a look to the damage to our west.
We're here on Hendersonville Road near Biltmore Village. Just take a look at this. This is the devastation that was caused by Hurricane Helene, this storm. It's uprooted trees completely. You can see those trees literally just folded in front of this yard. I was just speaking to a man here. He's doing some work trying to remove these trees. Can you talk to me about what it was like, being at home during the storm, and when you came outside, you saw all this? What was that like?
Most interesting. Well, as I told you earlier, it was like in Raleigh in the late 90s when one of the hurricanes came through, and I was there. This is very much the same kind of devastation. But I mean, this actually is part of Biltmore Forest on this side of the road. Asheville's over there, and this came out. This stretch of land came from the Biltmore, what's now the Biltmore Estate. It was still their property when they started all this. So these trees are old, and as much rain as we had the last day and a half or so, ground was saturated, and yeah, I mean, they're uprooted things, but I mean, it's just devastating, yeah.
Devastating is definitely the word that I would use. This is like something that I've never seen before. This is just a taste of the toll that Hurricane Helene has taken on this area. We're going to remain here in Asheville and keep you updated on what we come across. In Asheville, Willie Danley, WRAL News.
Boy, it's just such widespread impacts. And still ahead, we're going to show you the damage here in the Triangle.
The WRAL Storm Tracker takes us to some other damage we're seeing in Wake County. Also, dramatic video shows the moments Coast Guard crews rescued a dog and a man from sinking there in a sailboat off of the Florida coast. Look at that video.
That is pretty amazing.
And we take a live look at Wilson. Things starting to clear up, fortunately. A lot of clouds still filling the skies. Kat Campbell will have your full forecast for the days ahead coming up.
The power of the WRAL Severe Weather Team in a one-of-a-kind storm tracker that takes you inside the storm. The only team to control a dual-pole radar where it matters most. Your home, right here in the Triangle. And we control it right here while on the road, giving you real-time data up to 6 minutes faster than anywhere else. So when the storm hits, you're prepared because weather's on the move, and so are we. The WRAL Storm Tracker.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
I'm calling in regards about my mother, and I'm here, and I just want to thank you because it saved my mother's life yesterday. And I'd like to know the names of the people that came in and saved her so I could call and thank them. And she's doing fine. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you.
When you fall and cannot get up, an accident can turn into a tragedy. But with Life Alert, one touch of a button can get you help fast. Life Alert saves a person from a catastrophe every 10 minutes.
Life Alert is a lifesaver. If it weren't for Life Alert, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
For a free Life Alert brochure, call 1-800-650-3605. Call now, 1-800-650-3605. For a free brochure, call 1-800-650-3605.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. If your employer doesn't supply health care coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. To get the coverage you need, call the number on the screen now.
What's different about a dual pole radar is it actually scans in 2 directions, and this gives us really critical information, like debris in a tornado. It can also tell us the difference between snow, sleet, or just rain falling.
As we take a live look, the tall tower cam looking out over Wake County, a couple of clouds spotting the sky. It's nice to see things starting to clear up just a little bit because it's been a day of flooding, trees down, a lot of damage.
It's been a mess, and in Cary, roads were blocked by trees in some places. Brent Neese spent the day in the WRAL News Tracker touring some of that damage.
This is Holly Springs Road, where this massive tree fell earlier this afternoon, spanning the entire roadway, taking out these power lines and that power pole. You can see it's snapped right there in the middle. It's also snapped at the base of the pole. This tree taking out these power lines on Holly Springs Road right near Lily Atkins Road. You can see there is a lot of work that crews will have ahead of them to be able to chop this tree up, get it off the roadway. Once they do that, those Duke Energy crews that are off in the distance, they will get in, they will start to fix these power lines, they will replace that pole, and then eventually reopen Holly Springs Road. It'll take several hours before they are able to do that. We're going to stay on top of the story and keep you updated. In Wake County, Brett Neese, WRAL News.
Thank you to Brett, and when we are back, we will take you back to Rocky Mount.
Boy, that's where people are just getting a look at some of the damage the tornado caused there before nightfall. A live update from the scene coming up. Kat?
And we just have a couple of showers left on the radar that we continue to monitor. I'll let you know when you'll get to see some sunshine finally coming up.
Tired of that pan that always sticks? It's so scratched and worn, you can't cook in it.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with my new hammered pans from Gotham Steel. This complete 9-piece set is guaranteed to beautify your kitchen like never before. Hammered pans are ultra non-stick and they're even oven safe up to 500 degrees. So bake homemade chicken pot pie or this whole chicken dinner. Use metal beaters straight in the pan for a gourmet souffle that slips right out. Plus the entire set is dishwasher safe and PFOA free.
Get the full 9-piece Gotham Steel hammered set for just 5 payments of $49.99, and we'll even ship it to you free. But order now and we'll drop 1 payment. That's just 4 payments of $49.99. Plus, we'll include this free steamer and strainer, and our 5-piece bakeware set with every pan you'll ever need to make delicious breads, cakes, and desserts. That's a huge 15-piece set with free shipping. Call or click now.
Call 1-800-608-1528 or go to buyhammered.com.
I'm Jeff Jackson, and I'm running for Attorney General. When I was a prosecutor, I'd always give an opening statement, so here it is. I'm running to keep you and your family safe from fentanyl, violent crime, scammers, and corrupt politicians. As a prosecutor, I put away violent criminals. As a soldier, I served with the Army in Afghanistan. And as Attorney General, I'll defend your family just as strongly as I would defend mine. How'd I do?
Vote for my dad.
Imagine this is your money and someone wants to take it from you. Who is it? The IRS. Guess what? They want your money and they can take it, all of it if they want. Remember, they sent you that letter right over here that said, hey, you owe us a bunch of cash and we're going to take it from you right now. So what do? You fight back by letting our team of experts work it out with the IRS so you can keep your money. And hey, we're good at what we do. When you hire us, you get a team of guys on your side that know the IRS laws, and we'll fight really hard to save your money. So, if you owe the IRS a ton of cash and you want to keep it, call right now and learn for free how we can help you put it back in your pocket. 5 minutes of your time right now can save you thousands of dollars. And the best part, it's a free call, so please call right now.
Several people had to be rescued from the roof of a Tennessee hospital today after severe flooding from Helene.
Look at this video. This is from Irwin, Tennessee, rushing floodwaters outside of that hospital. Pictures from the police department show massive flooding surrounding that hospital, covering vehicles, covering ambulances, a fire truck covered in water. So a SWAT team in the area was training at the time, and they managed to save patients and staff and medication.
Very lucky.
Imagine that,
Yeah.
having first responders, SWAT right there ready to act, and boy, were they needed. A couple driving from Tennessee to Virginia escaped a landslide in western North Carolina.
Well, as you can see by the mud on the door inside and the windows and the shattered back window, we narrowly escaped a landslide. I can't imagine what the roof looks like because there were some big boulders coming down.
That's near-death type of thing right there. I mean, that is scary. Wow.
And they're still driving. I think I would have pulled over to the side. Wow. They were driving through that area in Black Mountain. They say the landslide started on the other side of the interstate from where they were driving, so they thought they could escape it, but the mountain started sliding even faster. The couple was able to escape unscathed, but you can see that their car, at least they're going to have some windows to replace.
I'm sure they'll take that over the alternative when you're that close.
Absolutely, no doubt about that. Well, let's talk again about the tornado causing major destruction in Rocky Mount.
15 people there hurt during this storm, several seriously. 14 buildings were damaged. WRAL's Grace Haba has been out there since just after the storm passed. Grace, you were one of the first crews to arrive there now about 3 hours ago.
And the scene behind me has changed quite a bit over that time period, too. You see now several of those emergency crews that we saw scattered all around this area among the debris. A lot of them have left. Some of them, though, still here. We just saw a group tuck around the corner of the building here as they continue to look at these buildings, the structural integrity of them, as a lot of the surveying of this damage will likely continue well into the evening and the coming days. Now, as far as Hing Ta, the restaurant that you're looking at here, as you may guess, the owners tell me it is likely going to be a total loss. The fortunate news is that none of the 15 injuries, they tell me, came from people here at the restaurant, which, looking at the cars into the side of the building, is very, very fortunate. Now, earlier today, we were able to speak with some of the officials here out on site. Take a listen to how they say they're navigating this massive cleanup effort.
14 total buildings with serious damage. Right now, we're currently in the recovery phase. We're just trying to wrap our hands around everything. We are actually doing a damage assessment, make sure all the power is cut, the gas is cut, utilities are cut.
And now back here in front of the restaurant, we're pointed right now to where there used to be another Hing Ta restaurant sign here. It used to be right in between those metal stanchions that you're looking at. Well, recently I learned from someone who came by here, they were driving up Wesleyan, tracking the damage, just looking at what happened to their community, and they tell me they spotted that sign 2.1 miles down the road at a Hardee's. So that just shows how far the debris here is scattered and just how long it is going to take this community to really rebuild here. And again, the fortunate news, though, is about those 15 injuries. None of them were children, and so far, no reported deaths related to this storm.
Boy, 2 miles away that sign landed. That's really something. Thank you, Grace. Now we're getting an aerial view of the widespread damage Hurricane Helene left behind in parts of Florida. More than 24 people have been killed across the southeast. And this is Treasure Island. Flooding started to recede now, but you can see the roads are certainly a mess, littered with sand, standing water, and debris. And on the ground, you can see many boats were pushed onto the front lawns of homes. Parts of Florida's coast saw record-breaking storm surge.
Dozens of water rescues playing out across Florida and Georgia. People were rescued from their home as floodwaters were rising overnight and into today. Crews even battling fires. Take a look at this video as they get people to safety. I mean, they're flooding with the fire on top from where it isn't submerged in water. Some incredible Coast Guard video you need to see. This shows a man and his dog being rescued from a sinking sailboat. This was 25 miles offshore near Sanibel Island in Florida. Crews say the sailboat broke down and then started taking on water. Both the man and his dog are safe tonight.
Oh. That is very heartwarming, isn't it? This is very heartwarming, too. Take a look at the sun shining again, downtown Raleigh active. We're going to have more on all that devastation across the southeast in a moment, but we want to now talk to meteorologist Kat Campbell. It's been a very busy day, but boy, Kat, it's great to see people enjoying bluegrass music out there on Fayetteville Street in Raleigh.
It is. It's nice that Friday night comes. We're starting to see things quiet down for us out there. We've got the Bluegrass Festival happening this weekend. Duke had some flooding on their football field earlier, but hopefully that water recedes a little bit. It's going to be muddy. NC State's got a game tomorrow at noon as well. We've got football games happening around the Triangle this weekend. All kinds of things happening. I think that I actually know the Carolina Hurricanes had their first preseason game tonight. Kind of ironic with dealing with the hurricane impacts. But the good news is things have really quieted down for us. The worst of the weather is over at this point, and it's just a couple of spotty showers left for the remainder of your evening. It's pretty hot out there, though. 86 degrees in the Triangle right now. Still pretty muggy. 87 in Fayetteville. Fayetteville's high was 89 earlier today, so it was really hot out there. It is still mostly cloudy, but we're starting to see more sunlight through the clouds. There are breaks in the clouds out there. 76 the dew point. The air very soupy feeling. A 20% chance of rain, but the rain should really taper off after sunset tonight. The weekend looks awfully warm. High temperatures are in the mid-80s both Saturday and Sunday. Tomorrow, not as muggy as today. That's the good news, and it's going to be dry with some more sunshine. You could wake up to a little cloud cover early in the day tomorrow, but more sun for the afternoon. By noon, we should be up to 80 degrees, 85 for the high, and dinner time temperatures are in the upper 70s. Let's take a look at Futurecast for the remainder of your weekend. There are those morning clouds. By 2 o'clock, you can see a lot more sunshine. We're not seeing the white, of course, indicating the clouds here on Futurecast. As we get into tomorrow night, we'll watch for some showers mainly to our west, and there could be some more rain in the mountains in the western part of our state this weekend. However, it is not going to have that severity of what we saw earlier, from this storm here locally. So let's take a look ahead. Sunday, we could start out with some showers Sunday morning, and then as we get to the afternoon, we'll see those roll out. Banner Elk, over 18 inches of rain. We had over 16 inches of rain at Sparta. Blowing Rock, over 15 inches of rain. Asheville, about 12 inches of rain. These numbers are remarkable. And unfortunately, you add the terrain to that kind of rainfall, it just creates devastation. I've got to say, I am nervous to see what it's going to look like in the mountains once we actually get better communication with the folks out west. The images that I'm starting to see come out, I have a friend, and my college roommate is from Rutherford 10, and she's been sending me some pictures from her hometown and the area around Lake Lure. And it's going to take some time to rebuild in the mountains for sure, and in Rocky Mount from this storm. We've got a little bit of time to do that tomorrow with the sunshine. We'll have some storm chances return as we head Sunday through Tuesday, but some drier weather overall next week.
Yeah, I feel like we're just starting to see some of the impacts, especially in the mountain areas that are so hard to get to. Thanks, Kat.
Still ahead, Helene's path of destruction does stretch not just to the mountains, but through several states. Millions of people are still in the dark tonight, while some people are fearing that these outages might last weeks. Next.
More breaking news, weather, and traffic than anyone else in the Triangle. That's coverage you can count on.
I knew I was probably losing the pregnancy. I was able to have a DNC, which is an abortion.
When the time came to protect her life, she didn't have to get government approval.
But Ashley Adams is working with anti-abortion extremist Mark Robinson. Adams could be the deciding vote to ban abortions with no exceptions.
We are capable of making our own decisions.
And to rob other women of that right is cruel.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Get the most watched, most trusted news in the Triangle 24/7, only on WRAL News Plus. Download the WRAL News app on your TV or streaming device to watch WRAL News Plus anytime. Don't miss a moment of your favorite news team, bringing you breaking news as it happens and live weather reports from the largest, most experienced team of meteorologists. WRAL News Plus, everywhere, all day and night, wherever you are.
WRAL is the only station with a dual-pole radar right here in the Triangle.
This powerful radar, controlled by the WRAL Severe Weather Team, gives you life-saving information up to 6 minutes before anyone else.
This is the only team that can point a dual pole radar at your neighborhood, your street, your home, and dive into the storm.
Revealing accurate up to the second street level impacts. WRAL Severe Weather Team, Dual Doppler 5000, and HD Doppler Network. Tools and expertise to keep your family safe.
If you need to do something to feel okay to drive, you're not okay to drive. Don't drive buzzed.
A dual pole radar is a game changer. WRAL has the only one in Wake County.
2 different radar beams to understand the shape.
There must be a tornado on the ground because there's debris up in the atmosphere. It shows up as a blue ball.
We got to get people to safety as fast as we can.
WRAL is the only local station live all morning long, so you can get the news you need on your schedule. Now that's coverage you can count on.
It was supposed to be Parents' Weekend at App State. They had a home football game this weekend. All of that has been canceled as things certainly change for the folks out there in the mountain as we take a live look at Appalachian State University right now. And man, it's going to be a big cleanup effort there. More startling images showing the destruction, the devastation in parts of Florida where the hurricane moved through. Hurricane Helene just wreaking havoc in the southern part of our country.
What a mess with all of the boats, all of that debris in the water, homes not even recognizable. This is Taylor County. Historic storm surge and 140-mile-per-hour winds hit the Florida coast right around 11 o'clock last night. Millions of people are still without power, and Jay Gray is in Tallahassee tonight, and he explains people could be in the dark for weeks.
The assault from Helene continues. The storm, no longer a hurricane, but no less of a problem.
Helene is causing life-threatening flash flooding, numerous landslides and downed trees, causing power outages. Flooding will continue through the weekend in some areas.
Those floodwaters swallowing entire communities across Georgia and the Carolinas now, spilling into homes, climbing up to the tops of cars.
This is so crazy, and I feel so bad for the people's cars that are underwater. I'm like, oh my gosh. I don't know what I would do.
Millions across an expanding strike zone, unsure about what to do or what comes next. The massive tropical system pushing inland and across the southeast, tearing apart homes, pulling down trees and power lines. After making landfall overnight along Florida's upper west coast as a Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds of over 140 miles an hour. First responders, rescue and recovery teams, along with 30,000 line crews, all rushing into the hardest hit areas from the Keys through the Panhandle as soon as conditions begin to ease.
The first 24 hours we focus on search and rescue. Over the next 48 hours, we will add what we call search, secure, and stabilize.
But for survivors, it will be a while before anything feels secure or stable again. Jay Gray, NBC News, Tallahassee.
So much cleanup up and down the East Coast, and we will be here with you for it all. Thanks for joining us at 5:30. The 6 o'clock news starts now.
Our worst fear coming true with some pretty significant damage.
That's not a sign that's flipped on its side. That's an 18-wheeler that was blown over.
People lost their livelihoods today.
The family that owns this car describes that it flew from the other side of the street.
The tornado got closer to us.
Blocks and wood and everything, and we just was all under there huddled praying.
And we ran into cover in the bathroom. All I could say was thank God.
I've never wanted to just reach through the TV more and just want to give her a hug.
The mudslide has washed into the Pigeon River and taken those eastbound lanes of I-40 with it.
That is going to be a long time before that road is up and running again.
This is why we do what we do. We want to try to keep people safe and give them as much notice as possible.
Continue to bring you team coverage of the impact of this storm.
Now, breaking news from WRAL. Coverage you can count on.
And right now on WRAL, communities on both sides of the state coping with the impact from Helene. Here at home, a tornado slammed into Rocky Mount, one of 2 tornadoes confirmed in our area today.
Out west, I-40 is closed at the North Carolina-Tennessee line. If you look closely here, you can see lanes of the interstate simply fell away, carried off by a mudslide from the flooded Pigeon River. Thank you for joining us. I'm Gerald Owens.
And I'm Deborah Morgan. WRAL has been on the air with you since 4:30 this morning tracking Helene. Now our focus is on the storm's impact in our area.
We have team coverage of the tornado and the aftermath in Rocky Mount. WRAL's Grace Haba was our first reporter on the scene. She begins our coverage with the latest update from there. Grace?
Yes, what we know at this time is 15 people were injured, 4 of them seriously taken to UNC here in the area, UNC Nash. We do know that none of those injured were children. Now, as far as exactly what their injuries were, we do not know that at this time, and we are working to get that information for you. I'm going to step out of the way to show you the extent of this damage. We've seen crews coming in all day since this happened at around 1:30. What you're looking at right now is Hang Ta. It's a Chinese restaurant that's just off of Wesleyan Boulevard near the intersection of Tiffany Boulevard. And this is the area that got hit by far the hardest in this area. You can see cars there thrown into the side of the building. There's an automotive repair shop next door, and the cars inside there just tousled all around. The roof completely gone. I spoke with someone who works just down the street earlier today. He felt so thankful that his business was missed, honestly, by a few yards. Take a listen to what it sounded like as that storm rolled through.
Sounded like a group of like 10 trains, just huge. The wind, I mean, obviously was horrible. And I mean, I watched debris flying around, pieces of wood, siding, everything just flying up in the air.
And talking about that debris, one of the things that flew away that we just learned here recently is one of the signs from Hang Ta. It used to be inside these metal stanchions that you're looking at here. Right now there's nothing, and that's because I'm told that sign ended up about 2.1 miles down Wesleyan at a Hardee's. So that just shows just how far this debris is being scattered all around the area. We're seeing tons of metal wrapped around poles, just a lot of things for businesses and for the community, for residents here to start to have to repair. This is definitely going to take several hours. And as I leave you all right now, I want to make a note that emergency management crews did ask people if they don't need to be out and about in this area, please stay home. They have their hands full, and a lot of work needs to be done here in Rocky Mount.
All right, Grace, thank you. We're also hearing of touching reunions from people who were on the scene when the tornadoes hit.
WRAL's Carly Haynes joins us now live. And Carly, you have brought us some very emotional moments. Boy, they've really made me tear up just watching people appreciate still being alive after all of this.
And knowing that their loved ones are okay after they hadn't heard from them while this tornado was going through these buildings in real time. And we spoke to some of these people, including one couple that you'll hear from in just a moment, who are getting the chance to see the destruction that they escaped from for the first time, including one man who actually crawled from the debris of that restaurant that he was inside of. People, they're losing their livelihoods today. This was just devastating for some of these businesses who were wiped off of their foundations. Others can't get back inside because there's an ongoing gas leak right now. So a lot of these buildings are blocked off at the moment. And back to that one man who had crawled through that debris, he was inside the restaurant and grabbed people who brought them and then brought them under tables to protect them.
You could hear everything beating around on the walls, like all the bricks and everything was beating around in this like a washing machine. And we was all up on it. You could just hear it. It didn't stop. We didn't think it was going to stop that quick. We just kept praying. All of us were praying.
And we watched the moment that he was able to hug his wife for the first time after escaping that, tears rolling down each of their faces. A very emotional moment there. We're also hearing stories of celebration after people were grateful that they were inside of these buildings. Had they been inside some of their cars in the parking lot, they would have been hit by some of the debris that went through some of their windshields. Back to you.
People so selfless in times of need like this to help others when they themselves are in danger. Thank you, Carly. The Rocky Mount area has really seen its fair share of severe weather recently.
A little more than a year ago, an EF3 tornado tore through that area. Meteorologist Mike Mays in the WRAL Severe Weather Center with a look at the recent history of storms there. Mike, I'm imagining people who live there say, why us?
Yeah, enough is enough, really. Last year, we had the tornado near Dorches, the Pfizer plant, EF3, July 19th. Then this year, south of Rocky Mountain in Wilson County, over the course of Debbie moving through, an EF3 tornado touchdown August 9, 2024. And then we have today's tornado. Now, we won't know the ferocity of the storm until the Weather Service goes out and does a survey either tomorrow or Sunday. We'll let you know over the weekend when we find out. And then you go back in time, April 19, 2019, an EF1 tornado touchdown northwest of Rocky Mount. So yes, that area has seen a share of tornadoes over the past several years. We have quiet weather coming up this weekend and hopefully no thunderstorms that'll cause any issues in this area. The next chance for rain will come on Sunday. I'll have more about our weekend forecast coming up in less than 15 minutes.
All right, Mike, thank you. Now, let's go down to western North Carolina where the DOT says all roads should be considered closed. And here's why. These pictures on either side of me. The DOT shared this with us on social media this morning. This was taken from a closed section of I-40. The muddy water looks like a river, but that's US 74. You can't even see the pavement there. This is one of many pictures from the DOT who are asking people to please stay off the roads. I-40 is closed on both sides of Asheville tonight. One at the top of Old Fort Mountain, closed lanes on the east, and one at the Tennessee state line, closed lanes to the west. This is video of the Pigeon River against the side of I-40 just west of the state line. The Tennessee DOT says a mudslide took out the eastbound lanes about 3 miles into North Carolina. The lanes were closed for some time before, as you just saw earlier, they simply crumbled.
Here in the WRAL Live Center, we're keeping an eye on video coming in from the mountains. It has been a slow process because of the power outages and problems with cell phone service. Getting some new video in, though, from the Buncombe County area. This is Biltmore Village. Take a look at this debris in that floodwater. There's a propane tank there. Looks like some other debris washing through that area. We're talking about tremendous flooding in Biltmore Village. Here's another view. This one may be a little easier to orient yourself what you're looking at here. You'll notice that distinctive architecture there at Biltmore Village. And in just a second, you will see that McDonald's right there in the middle of the village, and you see just how high that water is at the McDonald's. This is historic flooding. We told you that this was likely to set a record. The old record from 1916, 20.7 feet. Right now, the Swannanoa River at Biltmore Village is at 26 feet. But the good news is that it appears to be leveling off just a little bit. Some more video coming in from Black Mountain. This is at Tomahawk Branch, and you can see where it spilled its banks there, closing the road and stranding drivers. And we just got this video from Avery County at Sugar Mountain. The ski resort there, shooting some video of some of what they are dealing with right now. We are working really hard to get some fresh pictures in from Lake Lure, where we understand that the damage is extensive there in Rutherford County.
Boy, records just shattered today. Thank you, Brian. We're also tracking power outages across North Carolina, and that number has made a pretty dramatic drop. When you consider we are down now to 776,000 customers without power. That's down from nearly closer to 940,000 earlier today. Most of those outages are in the western part of the state, and it really could take days, maybe even weeks in some areas to restore. Several families in Durham are without a place to live tonight after flash flooding inundated their apartments. WRAL's Chelsea Donovan shows us the damage.
You can see the water line here at the Triangle Park Apartments. It was almost 3 feet high when the water rushed into the apartments. This is video from inside Victor Yu's home off South Alston Street in Durham. You can see everything just floating in the murky floodwaters. He and other neighbors called 911 as they were trapped inside, many floating on mattresses. That's when Durham fire crews showed up to help.
I'm really shocked because this is the first time. This is the first time I'm experiencing flood.
And it was the waters from the Buck Branch stream that overflowed here at the apartment complex. That water made its way into about 6 different homes. These families are now working with the American Red Cross to find a place to stay tonight. Chelsea Donovan, WRAL News, Durham.
Still ahead, we're going to go back to Rocky Mount, where a community is starting to consider the next steps after the tornado tore through a busy part of town. And now that Helene is gone, what is it going to look like for the weekend? Meteorologist Mike Mays has that answer coming up.
Tonight, the countdown to a potentially crippling port strike, the goods we rely on that could be held up if workers walk off the job, and what Kamala Harris hopes to gain as she heads to the southern border this evening ahead on Nightly News.
Get the most watched, most trusted news in the Triangle 24/7, only on WRAL News Plus. Now, listen to WRAL News on the radio in Durham at 96.5 FM and in Raleigh, turn to 99.3 FM. WRAL News Plus brings you breaking news as it happens and live weather reports from the largest, most experienced team of meteorologists. WRAL News Plus, everywhere, all day and night, wherever you are.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes. It's a sacred duty, ensuring those who made the ultimate sacrifice made it home. And it's one I took seriously. I'm Don Davis, and today that duty takes a different form, representing Eastern North Carolina in Congress, where I fight for our men and women in uniform, saving Seymour Johnson Air Force Base from job cuts and delivering essential aircraft for Coast Guard Air Station Elizabeth City. I'm Don Davis, and I'm honored to approve this message.
This is North Carolina. It's not like we have normal weather weeks here. Hi, I'm Kat Campbell. I am a meteorologist here at WRAL. Some days we're saving lives, but some days we're helping people figure out what they need to wear that day. But we always know that there's something that's going to change in the weather, from seeing a tornado threat to seeing snow in a matter of 48 hours. But the reason we do what we do is to help people. We're there for you. We're here to hopefully make your life a little easier and safer.
You need to lose weight, but you hate lugging out that big blender for a healthy shake. Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with my Bionic Blade, the new handheld blender that's rechargeable, so you can make a fast, healthy shake anywhere. Designed like this shake bottle you take to the gym, it has the motor and blades built right into the lid. Bionic Blade quickly creates smooth drinks just like the big blenders. But this is portable, so you can make a shake anywhere. Make pina coladas right by poolside. Even grind coffee beans and make a quick, refreshing iced coffee pick-me-up on the go.
Get the Bionic Blade for just $29.99, and we'll even ship it to you free. But wait, order now and get 2 sipping lids, a second large blender container, plus the sports lid, yours free. You'll get this entire portable blending system for just $29.99. Call or click now.
To order, call 1-800-707-9555 or go to buybionicblade.com. So call 1-800-707-9555 or you can order online at buybionicblade.com.
WRAL is the only station with a dual pole radar.
This is the only team that can point a dual pole radar at your neighborhood, your street, your home, and dive into the storm,
revealing accurate up to the second street level impacts.
You are looking live at Rocky Mount Mills. The clouds finally starting to clear, but a long way to go for this Rocky Mount community to clean up after the devastating tornado we saw today. You're watching WRAL News, available on YouTube TV, Spectrum, and the WRAL app on your TV or streaming device. Well, those clearing skies are really a welcome relief after the tornado that touched down just about 1:30 this afternoon.
The tornado damaged 14 buildings and injured 15 people. WR's Destiny Patterson is part of our team coverage in Rocky Mount and joins us live after talking with business owners who must be wondering how they're going to continue after this. Destiny.
Well, for those of you who have been watching our coverage throughout the day, then you probably heard me talk about all of the debris that was scattered here along Tiffany Boulevard. And you can see how hard hit that is. You can still see that debris. But because of that, emergency crews have pushed us back quite a bit, and they've pushed back this caution tape. You can see this big metal piece here. Looks like it's a piece of a roof. And this is one of the hardest hit areas here. This shopping center here, you can see straight through some of these buildings because of the way that the windows were blown out. There's also a medical supply building that was there before, and now there are brick pieces from that building all over the place. One of the business owners that I talked to today, she said that she actually had a patient with her when that storm hit, and they ducked for cover.
Especially when I saw my neighbors, they were screaming for help. There were people buried under the blocks and the bricks of the building, and all I could see was them just screaming for help.
Now, she's one of many people that have told me that they were leaning on their faith, especially during those moments when that storm hit, because we know that this could have been a lot worse. 15 people at least who were hurt, 4 of them seriously hurt. And if you look through these trees here, you can see some of the equipment that's still out as crews have started to remove some of the debris. This is an apartment complex back here. And we have also talked to some people who were staying within that apartment complex, and they tell me that they actually had people who were stopping by here for business, staying in these apartments here, and they were here experiencing this storm along with the residents who live here full time. So this was one of those situations where people say now they're focused on rebuilding, they're focused on building back better and hoping for the best moving forward. Destiny Patterson, WRAL News, Rocky Mountain.
Thanks, Destiny. Brian Schrader back here in the WRAL Live Center. A lot of cleanup to do in Rocky Mount, and a lot that is we're still trying to measure in the mountains. Take a look at this new picture coming in from the Edneyville area in Henderson County, where the road is in pieces there. Another picture of some of the other damage that they're dealing with. It's not just flooding, but of course they've been dealing with high winds as well in the North Carolina mountains. All of this is just south of Asheville. I want to show you this video from Boone. This is from Aiden Haas, and take a look at that debris flow as water rushes through this parking lot there in Watauga County, where we're going to get more pictures in from Boone and Banner Elk up there in Watauga County. And we talked about record setting. Take a look at this. This is the French Broad River at Fletcher, which is just south of Asheville. Old record was 20.1 feet back in September of 2004. Right now, it is crested at more than 30 feet, so shattering that record by more than 10 feet.
Yeah, just obliterated that, that's for sure. Unbelievable. Thank you very much, Brian. Now, we showed you problems with the roads in western North Carolina. Helene's impact can also be described in the Asheville area with the words historic flooding, as we've been talking about. Take a look at this video from the Biltmore Village area. The roads are completely covered in floodwater, and the current is carrying away the debris, and that includes a dumpster swept away in the water. People in the area say they have seen this flooding before, but nothing ever like this.
Dumpsters just going by. I've never seen anything like this around here. It's devastating.
I don't like to be afraid of what's going on, but it doesn't look promising for the next few days, that's for sure.
Well, the French Broad River has reached levels higher than the record flood stage here as well. The river reached 23.1 feet in October of 1895. Today, it was observed at 24.4 feet at 4:45 p.m. North of Asheville, Watauga County is seeing dramatic flooding for torrential downpours. Several inches of rain were seen rushing down the streets of downtown Boone. This weekend is family weekend for App State. Now, some activities have been canceled, and the football game against Liberty University has been canceled because of the flooding. Eastern North Carolina is sending help to get some of those roads reopened. A crew of DOT workers from Wilson left about 3 hours ago. They are heading to the North Wilkesboro area to help with the roads in the Boone area. More crews from our area are expected to go west this weekend to help out in the mountains.
How about this? The skies have cleared over RDU International, and for all intents and purposes, the flights have cleared up there at the airport so far today. We've seen more than 100 flights delayed, with dozens more canceled. Much less red on the big board right now. Most of the cancellations are flights in and out of other areas affected by this storm. I'm here with meteorologist Mike Mays in the WRAL Severe Weather Center. Mike, it rains all over North Carolina, and it floods all over North Carolina. But when it floods in the mountains, that's different.
Yeah, and it's so ironic whenever we have tropical systems, we're so focused on the coast. We know what happens there because it happens all the time. It doesn't happen all the time in the western part of the state. So now, as Brian's been saying, that once we see everything that's done, we'll see the extent of the damage. Still the water's rising. Some of the record levels, they're just it's just hard to fathom the French Broad River at Fletcher being up to 30 feet. That's just insane. So the good news is the rain is done for them for the time being. We still see some showers close to home, and some of the rainfall totals that we've seen over the past 72 hours, quite remarkable. Banner Elk 18.2, Lake Toxaway 17.52, Sparta 16.18, Blowing Rock High, Asheville 11.83, Cataloochee 10.75. Yes, very extensive rain. They may see more rain over the weekend. I'll show you that with Futurecast coming up. We're keeping an eye on these little showers that are popping up. None are showing any signs of circulation or rotation here. Farther north they are. That tornado warning up here for Halifax County goes until about 6:45. We've seen numerous ones pop up, but not in our viewing area, and they continue to lift to the north. I'll keep an eye on those. Kat will have a radar update coming up at 7 o'clock. Taking a look at the WRAL Live Cam network, it was nice to see the sun come back out. There's North Hills, Clinton, Fayetteville. We got up to 86 out at RDU. It was 89 at the Fayetteville Regional Airport, and temperatures currently are still very warm with 85 at the airport, 85 in Fayetteville. Those dew points, insanely high. Feeling tropical out there today. The dew points will drop probably by 10 degrees tomorrow, so it may not feel quite so humid. And there's what's left of Helene. It's post-tropical cyclone Helene. This upper level low will spin closer to us as we get to the end of the weekend, reintroducing rain chances. We see it on high resolution Futurecast. So at 6 o'clock, there are little showers that are still out there. Overnight, we'll see clearing skies, possibly some cloud cover in the morning. Some models have it, others do not. But we'll have partly cloudy skies in the afternoon. Dew points tomorrow again drop by about 10 degrees, so it'll probably feel less humid. And then there's what's left of Helene, very big area of low pressure in the upper atmosphere. So on Sunday, we could see a few showers and storms here, a few in the mountains, but nothing like the rain that we've just experienced. And I don't see anything coming along that would have a repeat or close to a repeat of that for some time. So clearing and mild overnight. Lows will be in the 60s, 67 in Raleigh, 68 Fayetteville, 69 in Goldsboro. And then for the day tomorrow, it stays warm. But again, dew points fall a little bit, so it may not feel quite so humid, but still going to be warm. If you're heading to Mule Days, make sure you have some sunscreen on because it's going to be very warm and bright when you're out in the sun. Also, the Bluegrass Festival in downtown Raleigh is going to be very warm too. 7-day forecast, 85 on Sunday with a 30 to 40% chance for storms. Likewise on Monday. And the air we've been waiting for comes at the end of the week, next week. Dew points fall, low temperatures go down in the 50s, highs in the 70s.
All right, sounds good, Mike. Thank you. And still ahead, looking ahead to some ways to enjoy the weekend forecast. Get breaking news first with WRAL News. Now that's coverage you can count on.
Is your closet cramped and cluttered? Is it impossible to find that shirt to wear and then even harder to fit it back in there? Not anymore. Introducing Space Triangles, the clever new hanging device that fits over any hanger to save you closet space in seconds. And now may be your last chance to get them for a low price. Now you can vertically hang multiple items, guaranteeing that you'll have up to 70% more space in your closet. Watch, your closet can go from messy to marvelous in no time with ease. And just look at all that extra space. Just place space triangles on each hanger and start hanging your clothing one after another, piece by piece. Daisy chain up to 6 shirts or more. The lower you go, the more closet space that'll show. The secret is the ingenious slip-over design that secures the hangers in a perfect vertical position.
This is hands down the easiest way to get more closet space. It took me just a few minutes to completely transform my closet, and now I can go shopping again.
It snugly fits all types of hangers, from plastic to wood to metal and velvet, and works with any type of clothing, from shirts and blouses to slacks and jeans, or designer dresses and big heavy suits. Stop searching through clutter for the right outfit. Now you can build an outfit and group it together so it's easy to find. Even hang purses, belts, and more. Just slide the space triangles onto any hanger and start hanging. You'll instantly create closet space like never before. Order now to get an 18-piece set of space triangles for just $9.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get space triangles at this low price. But you must act fast. There is a strict limit of 1 closet pack per order while supplies last. Once they're gone forever. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-1518. That's 1-800-957-1518. Call or visit spacetriangles.com. So call 1-800-957-1518. Order now.
Get the most watched, most trusted news in the Triangle 24/7, only on WRAL News Plus. Now, listen to WRAL News on the radio in Durham at 96.5 FM and in Raleigh, turn to 99.3 FM. WRAL News Plus brings you breaking news as it happens and live weather reports from the largest, most experienced team of meteorologists. WRAL News Plus, everywhere, all day and night, wherever you are.
Are you tired of seeing money all around the house? Then start saving money with First American Home Warranty. First American covers the systems and appliances you depend on every day. And if we can't repair your covered item, we'll replace it.
I've saved thousands, and that makes me happy.
All plans include a no questions asked money back guarantee and flexible payment options so you can never pay for covered repairs again.
Call 1-866-270-2084. That's 1-866-270-2084.
Earlier, we mentioned that football game at Appalachian that was canceled this weekend because of the storm. WR's Chris Lee is here now. And Chris, will that game be rescheduled?
Yeah, both Appalachian State and Liberty are saying that the game will not be rescheduled. Of course, weather in Boone is making the game conditions dangerous for those involved. It'll be tough to reschedule this game in particular. Appalachian State comes into this weekend at 2-2, and this will be a huge opportunity for them to potentially upset an undefeated Liberty Flames team. Liberty, however, is reportedly looking to replace this game and add a game to their schedule to get them to 12. With the expanded college football playoffs, the Flames could potentially make the 12-team group if they are a Group of 5 conference winner, and having 12 games instead of 11 would really help their chances. So while this game between them and App State won't happen tomorrow, Liberty does have a bye week on October 15th. They're looking to try to get another game.
All right, Chris, thank you.
And the final World of Bluegrass is happening right now. It's a busy evening in downtown Raleigh. We have so much more coming up on WRAL's 7 o'clock news on the impacts of this storm.
There's something that affects us every single day, no matter what kind of weather it is. Elizabeth Gardner, I've been forecasting the weather for 30 years. It's just fun. It's exciting to know how the world works, especially the world of weather. Everybody's busy and weather can slow you down. The commute in the morning, for example, if we have rain, boy, it can really slow things down on the roads. And so we're here for you every day to let you know how to plan around even everyday weather.
Popeye's crispy, juicy, tender signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces of the chicken you crave for just $5. We don't make sense, we make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes. In times of economic uncertainty and chaos, your money means nothing. You may not even be able to get it from your bank or ATM. And the money you do have in the stock market will go down and down and down. It's happened during every economic cycle, and it will happen again. What you can bank on is gold and silver. Gold and silver have been a reliable and trusted form of currency for thousands of years. Gold and silver have never been worth zero, and typically gold holds its value and sometimes grows during economic turmoil. Call the Gold Hotline now and learn how to protect your money and your assets with gold and silver. And learn how to set up a new IRA or roll over your current one into a gold-backed IRA. Protect your money from the next market crash with gold and silver. Call now for your free gold guide.
Rev up your afternoons.
Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan.
With a drive with Tim Donnelly. The biggest plays, hottest takes, and the stories that matter most in the sports world.
Speaking of college football in the Triangle.
From local games to national championships. Go behind the scenes and get beyond the headlines.
We will be broadcasting live for every game.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly. Every afternoon on 99.9 The Fan.
Hey everyone, Emeril Lagasse here, and I'm so excited to tell you about my biggest air fryer yet.
Introducing Emeril Lagasse's Dual Zone Air Fryer Oven with dual-sided cooking chambers. Now you can cook 2 different foods 2 different ways that finish at the same time. Enjoy juicy grilled burgers at the same time as air-fried French fries. Broiled savory salmon at the same time as roasted asparagus. The secret is in the QuickSync technology that matches the cooking times and settings of each food, so they're programmed to finish at the same time. But watch, remove the center divider and it transforms into a large 25-quart capacity oven. Now you can try Emeril Lagasse's dual zone air fryer oven with free recipe book in your home for 30 days for just $14.99. But wait, we'll automatically upgrade you to his deluxe cooking kit and 1-year VIP protection plan absolutely free, complete with everything you need to cook Monday to Sunday family-size meals. Plus, ask how you can get free shipping. This offer will not last, so order now.
You're gonna love it, I guarantee it.
18-wheeler that was blown over. People lost their livelihoods today. The family that owns this car describes that it flew from the other side of the street.
The tornado got closer to us.
Blocks and wood and everything, and we just was all under there huddled praying.
And we ran into cover in the bathroom. All I could say was thank God.
I've never wanted to just reach through the TV more and just want to give her a hug.
The mudslide has washed into the Pigeon River and taken those eastbound lanes of I-40 with it.
That is going to be a long time before that road is up and running again.
This is why we do what we do. We want to try to keep people safe and give them as much notice as possible.
Continue to bring you team coverage of the impact of this storm.
Now, breaking news from WRAL. Coverage you can count on.
And right now on WRAL, communities on both sides of the state coping with the impact from Helene. Here at home, a tornado slammed into Rocky Mount, one of 2 tornadoes confirmed in our area today.
Out west, I-40 is closed at the North Carolina-Tennessee line. If you look closely here, you can see lanes of the interstate simply fell away, carried off by a mudslide from the flooded Pigeon River. Thank you for joining us. I'm Gerald Owens.
And I'm Deborah Morgan. WRAL has been on the air with you since 4:30 this morning tracking Helene. Now our focus is on the storm's impact in our area.
We have team coverage of the tornado and the aftermath in Rocky Mount. WRAL's Grace Haba was our first reporter on the scene. She begins our coverage with the latest update from there. Grace?
Yes, what we know at this time is 15 people were injured, 4 of them seriously taken to UNC here in the area, UNC Nash. We do know that none of those injured were children. Now, as far as exactly what their injuries were, we do not know that at this time, and we are working to get that information for you. I'm going to step out of the way to show you the extent of this damage. We've seen crews coming in all day since this happened at around 1:30. What you're looking at right now is Hang Ta. It's a Chinese restaurant that's just off of Wesleyan Boulevard near the intersection of Tiffany Boulevard. And this is the area that got hit by far the hardest in this area. You can see cars there thrown into the side of the building. There's an automotive repair shop next door, and the cars inside there just tousled all around. The roof completely gone. I spoke with someone who works just down the street earlier today. He felt so thankful that his business was missed, honestly, by a few yards. Take a listen to what it sounded like as that storm rolled through.
Sounded like a group of like 10 trains, just huge. The wind, obviously was horrible. I watched debris flying around, pieces of wood, siding, everything just flying up in the air.
And talking about that debris, one of the things that flew away that we just learned here recently is one of the signs from Hang Ta. It used to be inside these metal stanchions that you're looking at here. Right now there's nothing, and that's because I'm told that sign ended up about 2.1 miles down Wesleyan at a Hardee's. So that just shows just how far this debris is being scattered all around the area. We're seeing tons of metal wrapped around poles, just a lot of things for businesses and for the community, for residents here to start to have to repair. This is definitely going to take several hours. And as I leave you all right now, I want to make a note that emergency management crews did ask people if they don't need to be out and about in this area, please stay home. They have their hands full, and a lot of work needs to be done here in Rocky Mount.
All right, Grace, thank you. We're also hearing of touching reunions from people who were on the scene when the tornadoes hit.
WRAL's Carly Haynes joins us now live. And Carly, you have brought us some very emotional moments. Boy, they've really made me tear up just watching people appreciate still being alive after all of this.
And knowing that their loved ones are okay after they hadn't heard from them while this tornado was going through these buildings in real time. And we spoke to some of these people, including one couple that you'll hear from in just a moment, who are getting the chance to see the destruction that they escaped from for the first time, including one man who actually crawled from the debris of that restaurant that he was inside of. People, they're losing their livelihoods today. This was just devastating for some of these businesses who were wiped off of their foundations. Others can't get back inside because there's an ongoing gas leak right now. So a lot of these buildings are blocked off at the moment. And back to that one man who had crawled through that debris, he was inside the restaurant and grabbed people who brought them and then brought them under tables to protect them.
You could hear everything beating around on the walls, like all the bricks and everything was beating around in this like a washing machine, and we was all up on it. You could just hear it. It just didn't stop. We didn't think it was going to stop that quick. We just kept praying. All of us were praying.
And we watched the moment that he was able to hug his wife for the first time after escaping that, tears rolling down each of their faces. A very emotional moment there. We're also hearing stories of celebration after people were grateful that they were inside of these buildings. Had they been inside some of their cars in the parking lot, they would have been hit by some of the debris that went through some of their windshields. Back to you.
People so selfless in times of need like this to help others when they themselves are in danger. Thank you, Carly. The Rocky Mount area has really seen its fair share of severe weather recently.
A little more than a year ago, an EF3 tornado tore through that area. Meteorologist Mike Mays in the WRAL Severe Weather Center with a look at the recent history of storms there. Mike, I'm imagining people who live there say, why us?
Yeah, enough is enough, really. Last year, we had the tornado near Dorches, the Pfizer plant, EF3, July 19th. Then this year, south of Rocky Mountain in Wilson County, over the course of Debbie moving through, an EF3 tornado touchdown August 9, 2024. And then we have today's tornado. Now, we won't know the ferocity of the storm until the Weather Service goes out and does a survey either tomorrow or Sunday. We'll let you know over the weekend when we find out. And then you go back in time, April 19, 2019, an EF1 tornado touchdown northwest of Rocky Mount. So yes, that area has seen its share of tornadoes over the past several years. We have quiet weather coming up this weekend and hopefully no thunderstorms that'll cause any issues in this area. The next chance for rain will come on Sunday. I'll have more about our weekend forecast coming up in less than 15 minutes.
All right, Mike, thank you. Now let's go down to western North Carolina where the DOT says all roads should be considered closed. And here's why. These pictures on either side of me. The DOT shared this with us on social media this morning. This was taken from a closed section of I-40. The muddy water looks like a river, but that's US 74. You can't even see the pavement there. This is one of many pictures from the DOT who are asking people to please stay off the roads. I-40 is closed on...
Hello, everyone. I'm meteorologist Mike Mays. Those little cells we were watching up toward Virginia that have seen tornado warnings, well, one of those little cells in our viewing area has spun up the potential for a tornado. It's over parts of Granville County and Person County. You can see the red polygon showing up right here. So let's zoom on in, get a little closer idea of what's going on. So during the commercial break, Kat and I were watching the radar, and they were showing signs of little rotations. Let's time-lapse this, and you can see how they're developing and then moving up to the north. So the National Weather Service issued a warning for northeastern Person County, northwestern Granville County until 7:15. A shower is capable of producing a tornado is located near Roxborough, moving northeast at about 20 miles per hour. So there you go. You see the general movement. Let me stop this, and I'll switch over to the velocities. And they're very, very tiny, tiny coverage showing up. And so it's the green butted up against the red. There is Roxborough. You get up closer to Triple Springs, Bethel Hill, Woodsdale, Gentry Store. So what we're looking at are the raindrops here moving toward the radar site, and then the raindrops here moving away. So that would establish that the rotation is located in this area here. And as we zoom in, we can see that there is Boston Road, there's Shiloh Church Road, there's Bowmantown, you've got the lake here, of course, and this is moving to the northeast at about 20 miles per hour. So we're seeing it over a populated area with the lake being there. Some folks hopefully are out on the lake tonight. So as we expand the view and do northeast at about 20 miles per hour doing a storm track, we'll see what is impacted northeast at 20 miles per hour. So it's not a fast moving storm. Let me put some towns on here and see what we can find out. And so we have the Christie community, and this is pretty much outside the zone here at 656. If it held together and headed up into Halifax County, we'd see Red Bank at 711, Moffett at 718, High Hill at 719, getting close to Mecklenburg County, Aaron's Creek at 726, Pools Mill at 727, and Fleming Corner at 737. So if you are watching from this area, it would be an excellent idea for you to get your safe spot. Interior room on the lowest level of your floor, closet, a bathroom that doesn't have any windows. The smaller the room, the more structurally sound it is. And of course, it's going to be heading over the lake, and then it will continue to head to the northeast. This is the county line. This is Halifax County in Southern Virginia, and this is Mecklenburg County up in Southern Virginia too, and you got Carr Lake over in this vicinity here. So on this trajectory, it would head into Halifax County and maybe clip part of Mecklenburg County. But it's interesting to note, we got another little cell here that we're watching, and we're wondering if it heads farther to the north, that'll take on some rotation. There's another one over here toward Henderson too. So we got two other suspicious areas to watch because the greens, again, raindrops moving toward, and the reds are moving away. So you have your little rotation right here, and you have your little one here doing the same thing. And once they get into a little better zone of where they could spin up, we're going to watch to see if we have more tornado warnings. So this is Granville County here. This is Vance County here. You got Oxford, you have Stovall, and you have Henderson too. And so there are no warnings out of these just yet, but those are two that we were eyeballing and watch closely to see if they actually do spin up. Now, these are very weak because we look at the shear. Remember back in Rocky Mount when we had the tornado touchdown there, they were showing strong shear rate or rotation detector. We're seeing weak shear out of this. So we're not seeing a very strong rotation, but a rotation nonetheless, and the shower is so tiny. Let's turn on the lightning and see if there's any lightning. So there's no lightning coming out of these. We'll zoom in a little bit closer to see the heavy rainfall, and there's Bethel Hill, again, there's Woodsdale, there's Triple Springs and Gentry Store, and also Rogersville that is being impacted by the very heavy rainfall. Of course, rainfall rates are probably quite heavy, which we've been seeing throughout the afternoon. Because of the case that this is a tropical air mass. Let me pixel query this again and see if I can get 7.8 inches per hour. So yes, in Woodsdale, the rain is coming down quite heavily along with that potential rotation. That tornado warning again is in effect until 7:15, and it's the northern part of the county that we're seeing that. And so hopefully, here it is 6:41. It'll probably be about out of the county perhaps by the time we get to 7:15. Also, the way the trajectory is heading in this direction, maybe part of it would clip part of Granville County. That's why this section of Granville County is in the warning. So Kat's got something cool set up. She's got a 3D view of the storm. You want to explain what's going on, Kat?
Yeah, one of the things that we've been telling folks about all day with these tropical tornado warnings is that they're pretty low storm cells. And when you take a 3D view inside the storm, this is not your classic tornado producing supercell by any means. You know, an airplane flies at about 30,000 feet. That's this line right up here. This storm is about 10,000 feet high, and that's the top of the storm. So it's a very, very shallow storm. It does not have your typical supercell structure whatsoever to it. It's just not your usual tornado setup, especially with the cell that we have moving through here right now. So let's go back and get a normal 2D view of the radar. I want to show you a tool that we have. We call it our shear rate, and this is just a really easy way to show you where we're seeing the rotation. The rotation detector tool kind of makes it easy to see where we've got the issues. And you can see the color right here, this is over the Mayo Reservoir, is green. And that doesn't mean good, but it means weak rotation, as opposed to, in comparison, the Rocky Mount tornado that touched down earlier, even the tornado in southern Sampson County, we had strong rotation showing up at that point in time. There was a clear area of red that indicated some stronger rotation. And we're not seeing that within this cell, which is good news. But if you are at the Mayo Reservoir in that kind of general vicinity, you will want to head indoors and into your safe place. The good news is, although this tornado warning technically goes until 7:15 in person and the northwestern sliver of Granville County, I don't think it's going to actually last until 7:15. I would be shocked if it went until 7 o'clock because the storm isn't moving fast, but it's moving north and it should be out of our viewing area not too long. If we zoom in and go street level, we're talking Bethel Hill, Boston Road, Mayo Lake Road, Epps Martin Road, Wiley Road, Bowmantown Road. Triple Springs are just to the east, so this is really right over the lake that we have the rotation right now. And here's a look at your latest radar scan. I can put the numbers on the screen here just to show you the wind speeds that we have here, 20 and 30 miles per hour. So you've got about 50 miles per hour of wind shear there. And typically for a tornado to actually touch the ground, that number needs to be closer to 80 or higher. You probably noticed this new box just it popped up on the screen. That's a new tornado warning up in Southern Virginia. I believe that's Halifax County there in Southern Virginia, where the new tornado warning was issued. So we're going to watch this storm for another 10 to 15 minutes. But once it crosses out of our viewing area and into Southern Virginia, we don't technically cover this county here. So we just don't have that much longer to go within this tornado warning in Person County, which is good news. We're watching every new scan come in. We get a new scan every 2 to 3 minutes. The shear rate's still in the green, so it is still weak technically. If we look at our velocity scan, the latest scan, a little bit weaker than what we saw when the warning was first issued. I want to go back in time. I got to zoom out a little bit to do that, just to show you kind of what we're looking at. When the tornado warning was issued, you could see the brighter reds, the brighter greens. You saw them kind of come together there, and boom, right there, this is the scan that causes the National Weather Service to issue the tornado warning. And it was a good call by them. I mean, that's some decent rotation.